Chapter 1, Diagon Alley, the sequel. Mr. Snape of number 715 Wrensbury Lane, Ivyworth, was very pleased to say that, by far, he was having a rather uneventful summer, despite housing the one and only boy who lived. Harry, Severus cleared his throat, pretending to make a displeased noise when Hedwig, who had just landed through the open window, nuzzled into his neck, nipping the tip of his ear. Mail for you. I'm leaving it on the coffee table. When you're done with the dishes, don't forget to feed Hedwig. Yes, sir, chirped Harry from the kitchen, where he was merrily scrubbing away at the plates they had used for lunch. While her owner was washing, Hedwig settled herself comfortably onto the perch Severus had set up for her in the living room, with the perfect window view of the garden, now blossoming with various types of medicinal herbs and berries. By night, she would roam around the plotted patches, preying on the mice that would otherwise tear away at the roots of Severus's precious plants. "Hello, girl," whispered Harry softly, gently stroking through her feathers and undoing any knots the wind may have ruffled into her thick white coat. "Hungry?" Hedwig preened happily in response, chirping and nipping while Harry poured a pack of healthy, nourishing protein pellets to add onto the owl's self-caught rodent diet. "Eat up," said Harry, giving her one last pet. With a happy hum, he proceeded to look through the stack of letters he had, shuffling through the senders, one from Hermione, the letter packed so full it was half an inch thick, one from Draco, in fancy paper and with an even fancier, luxurious dark green wax seal, a scrimpy one packed in a recycled letter from Ron, and a concrete white letter with a Norse sigil stamped in the corner. Hermione's letter was 10 pages long, detailing the books she was reading over the summer. She asked about the books Harry was reading and insisted he take notes to share all his newly acquired knowledge when they met again. Draco's letter showcased his elegant cursive handwriting, possibly using the most expensive ink Harry had ever seen. His words flowed gracefully across the page in shiny emerald ink. Ron's letter was filled with complaints about his brothers and how his sister, Ginny, couldn't stop fawning over the fact that her brother was friends with Harry Potter. He also mentioned having to fight his brothers for food at the dining table, especially Charlie, who had returned home and was absolutely famished for their mother's cooking. Harry's expression fell as he read Theodore's letter. Amid discussions of his Norse experiments and the extensive access to his mother's library, half of which would be confiscated by the ministry if they knew about it, it was clear that Theo despised being home. Everius Nott, Theodore's father, had invited his sister, a wicked old hag, to stay at their manor over the summer. Naturally, Theo did not get along well with his beloved Aunt Elodie. "What is it, Harry?" asked Severus absent-mindedly, noticing Harry's dismay over the top of his newspaper. The headline read about Finance Minister Presley cheating on his wife, again. "Theo's Aunt Elodie is at his place," Harry replied glumly, as if that explained everything. Severus, familiar with Elodius Nott, a 7 times divorcee and guardian of Theo, understood the source of Harry's and Theo's dismay. "Ah," Severus said, sipping his tea. Harry felt a sense of understanding as he thought about Theodore. "Poor Theo," he said. If only he had somewhere else to go. As Harry put away the letter, an idea sparked in both their minds. The moment Severus processed the thought, Harry exclaimed, "Oh, Professor Snape, can't Theo come and stay?" "Harry," Severus reminded him, "no yelling in the house." Harry, feeling sheepish, toned down his excitement. "Sorry. Do you think, perhaps, Theo could come stay here instead?" Severus considered the suggestion. Everius Nott, while inactive during the years of the Dark Lord's absence, had not been confirmed as a defector. As far as he knew, the man still moved within their dark circles. Severus suspected that Everius, like himself, existed in the grey area. However, without solid evidence, he wondered if the risk was worth it with the boy who lived under his roof. "It is," Severus hesitated, "a tricky matter, Mr. Nott's family situation." At that, Harry's excitement faded. "Oh," he said, sounding forlorn. "Okay. I will not promise," Severus sighed, noticing how Harry perked up. "But I will look into the matter. I believe," he added, a small smile forming, "it would be a much more enjoyable summer for both of you if you lived under the same roof." Harry's smile grew wide. Unfortunately, it would be a much bigger headache for me, but when does my health ever matter? Severus grumbled. Days passed without any updates from the professor, and Harry's hope began to wane. Then one morning, as Severus looked up from his newspaper with a glint in his eye, the words that followed made everything in Harry's world feel right again. "Why don't you busy yourself with clearing? That new room next to you is ready for Theodore's arrival, Harry," said Severus, a hint of a smile appearing behind his coffee cup. "I have work to do today, and it would be good for you to stay out of my way." Without another word, Harry finished his breakfast and dashed back up the stairs. He found that the corridor on the second floor had been elongated, and a door that had not been there before had suddenly appeared. Without wasting a moment, Harry got to work. He made duplicates of his green covers and blanket, arranging them neatly on Theo's new bed. He selected books from his room to place on Theo's bookshelf. The next day couldn't come fast enough. "Harry," said Severus, exasperated, as he picked up his coat from the hanger. Beside him, Harry was practically bouncing with excitement. "Theodore is not going to arrive any faster if you don't calm down and let me gather my belongings." "Oops," Harry replied with a smile, knowing there was no sting in the professor's words. "Why don't you go find a book and read on the couch for a while?" "It'll be a while before I return," suggested Severus, tucking his wand into a hidden pocket in his sleeve. "Or go clean Theodore's room for the 10th time, as you've done this morning." "Okay," Harry agreed eagerly. Severus sighed, resisting the urge to facepalm. "Merlin, I was being sarcastic, Harry. Just sit, be patient, and wait for us to return. I'll be leaving now. You know the rules, no leaving, no opening the door for anyone." "Be good and wait," Harry recited. "Yes, Professor." "Good," Severus nodded. "Goodbye, Harry." With that, Severus apparatted out of Wrensbury Lane. He reappeared on the front lawn of Nott Manor, a secretive property to which he had been sworn. The grey mansion towered before him, accented by Mrs. Nott's meticulous gardens. Nott's Norse preferences were evident in the dragon-like statues that replaced the traditional gargoyles. Intricate designs, interwoven with protective sigils, adorned the stone walls, carefully carved into each slab. "Severus, it's good to see you again," Everius Nott said with a clipped greeting. Severus bowed slightly in response. "Everius, I see you are still in good health," he replied. "Indeed." Everius nodded stiffly. "Theodore." Theodore's hazel eyes, typically warm, held a steely gaze when Severus looked into them. The boy's expression was tight, like a dense forest, impenetrable and formidable. The packed trunk beside him indicated he did not plan to return to Nott Manor for another year. "Yes, father," Theodore replied in a monotone voice. There seemed to be more Everius wanted to say, but the words remained unspoken. "Have a good year," he finally said. "Thank you, father," Theodore responded, pulling his wand from his coat pocket. With a flick of his wrist, his trunk levitated beside him as he stared at Severus expectantly, silently urging him to leave the premises. Severus nodded and drew his own wand, surprised at how brief their exchange had been. Through one of the sleek windows above, he caught a glimpse of Elodius Nott's cold glare. She held a smoking pipe, looking down at them with a cruel expression. "Come, Mr. Nott," the potions master said, offering his arm for Theodore to take. "Farewell, Everius," he added. Everius stared intensely at Severus, as if probing into his mind. Not one to turn down an open invitation, Severus reached out, his thoughts rushing forth like arrows in battle. "Farewell," he nodded before, with a flash, they vanished. Severus apparatted away, pulling Theodore with him, and Nott Manor vanished behind them. Not surprisingly, Theodore settled in nicely in Wrensbury, right alongside Harry. As he sipped his morning coffee and read his morning paper, a part of him felt satisfied. The two first years, who had the worst family situations, were now under his care. They joked with each other each day, shared interesting tidbits from his books, worked in his garden in the afternoons, and enjoyed cookies in the evening. All was well. Much to his exasperation, this meant introducing yet another boy to the overly curious grandmothers on his street. "You remember Harry, yes? Harris Evans, the son of my sister, and this is Theodore." "Theodoric Sterling," Theodore said smoothly, bowing to the women, which delighted them. "I'm another one of Uncle Severus's nephews." "Oh, what polite boys!" cooed the grandmothers. "Severus, do send them for tea whenever you tire of them." "Yes, of course," Severus sighed. "Unfortunately, we must get going." And indeed they needed to, for it was that time of year once more, when parents and students crowded the tight alleyways of Diagon Alley, clamoring over each other to bargain for New Year supplies. It was time to shop for the new school year. Typically, Severus was smart enough to stay out of the alley, not wanting to get caught up in pushy crowds. But now, with 2 boys under his care, school shopping was one of the duties he had to take on. "Hold on tight now," Severus warned, with Harry on his right and Theodore on his left. With a whisk, they appeared in a designated apparating spot by the leaky cauldron, because Merlin forbid people apparat randomly wherever they wanted. It was terrifying to have someone apparate right into where you stood. As expected, Harry looked around in wonder. Severus vowed to take the boy out more often. "Hurry along, and don't get lost in the crowd," Severus lectured. "Even if you get separated from me, do not separate from each other. Stay in the same place, and I will come find you." "Yes, Professor, you've told us 50 times. "We know," Theodore grumbled. Severus sighed as he craned over the rowdy crowd at the leaky cauldron. While he would have liked a glass of wine, or perhaps a large mug of beer on a day like this, he could not tolerate the day drinker stumbling around drunkenly in the pub. Squinting over a mass of heads, he searched the crowd, almost giving up when he faintly heard a dismayed yell. "Trevor!" "I hear him, Professor," Harry announced happily. "Yes, we all have functioning eardrums, Mr. Potter," Severus grumbled. "If only I could see Mr. Longbottom instead of just hearing him." After a long struggle to push through the crowd, the trio finally settled by the entrance of the leaky cauldron and, with some luck, met up with Augusta and Neville Longbottom. "Good morning, Professor Snape," Augusta greeted with a semi-wary tone. She eyed him, wrapping her lilac shawl tighter around her bony frame as a chill blew through the alley. "Harry Potter, and this is Theodore, Gran," Neville said helpfully. Though they were nearly the same height, Augusta scrutinized Theodore through her glasses, clicking her tongue. "From the Nott family, I presume?" "I prefer to align my alliances with my mother's ancestral Norse line," Theodore replied, meeting Augusta's strict gaze with a steely one of his own. "The Sterling family." While she clearly disapproved of Theodore's paternal heritage, Augusta begrudgingly acknowledged his assertiveness. The Neville of a year ago would have tried to run away at the thought of doing his school shopping with the infamous dungeon bat, Severus Snape. However, the past year had taught him that the Slytherin professor, and Slytherins in general, weren't as evil or scary as the rumors suggested. The potions master, while menacing at first glance, wasn't a bad man. If Harry and Theodore trusted him, then Neville did too. "I'll see you, Gran," Neville said, as Trevor was safely summoned back into his arms by Professor Snape. Augusta looked at him pointedly. "Behave," she warned. Without further ado, the now quartet made their way through the crowd. Severus's scowl created enough space for them, earning slight apologetic looks from the pushy individuals around. Harry, still a little small for his age, Neville was a centimeter or 2 taller, was especially prone to being jostled in the packed alley. When a passerby shoved past him so hard that he almost fell, Severus snarled fiercely at the man, causing him to run away. From that point on, Harry was squeezed safely between Theodore and the older Slytherin, protected from inconsiderate shoppers. "Ah, Hermione," Theodore pointed out. The group turned to see the bushy-haired girl standing in front of a bookstore with her amazed and bewildered Muggle parents. They were debating whether to look at a book in the showcase window or at a cauldron across the street, which had a pink substance boiling and growling. "Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Granger," Severus said, seizing the opportunity to introduce himself formally. "I am Miss Granger's head of house and potions professor. It's nice to meet you." Slightly flustered and out of their comfort zone, the two dentists exchanged a glance, silently deciding who would shake Severus's hand. Eventually, Hermione's father took the professor's outstretched hand. "It's nice to meet you too, Professor Snape. I'm William Granger, and this is my wife, Jeanette," he said. Severus nodded politely to both of them. "Miss Granger performed exceptionally well in her academic studies last year. I look forward to her achievements this year." "Ah, yes," Mr. Granger said, puffing out his chest proudly. "Our Hermione has always been excellent." He paused after a gentle nudge from his wife, then cleared his throat. "Of course, she could have achieved so much under your guidance, I'm sure. Now, it says here on your list that you need new textbooks and potion ingredients." He gulped, horrified at the thought of approaching any cauldron, especially the one growling pink across the street. "Not to worry," Severus interjected smoothly. "Why don't you join us, Mr. and Mrs. Granger? I'm accompanying these three boys for their school year shopping as well." With a general consensus, the group began to move along Diagon Alley, away from the growling cauldron and the chomping book, much to Mr. Granger's relief. Their first destination came into view, the name glowing in bright gold, Auric Archivum, a library of treasures. "Will we find textbooks here?" Mrs. Granger asked in amazement. The shop's exterior was beautifully decorated, with intricate gold ornaments framing the front windows. Delicate self-writing equipment was on display, including a stunning peacock feather quill dancing on sparkly white parchment. Paper-thin bookmarks carved from gold were also featured. When placed in a book, these bookmarks could learn all its contents and recite any paragraph back. Not textbooks, Severus admitted, but extensive, extra reading material that contributes to the syllabus. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Nott, Mr. Longbottom, look around, but don't exit the shop and don't leave my sight. Am I clear?" "Yes, sir," the boys chorused. With Severus's satisfied nod, they all darted off into the shop. Harry headed into a section filled with potion journals, exploring pages of potioneers' experiments and methods for recreating their inventions. Theodore wandered into the mystical folklore section, reading about ancient sigils and symbols used by shamans. Neville settled in the herbology section, poring over illustrations of plants, learning about the best environments and fertilizers for various flora. Seeing her friends delve into the shelves full of knowledge, Hermione looked pleadingly at her parents. She grinned widely when they gave her the green light to go ahead. "You can get that if you'd like," Severus quietly told Harry as he passed by. Harry was nose-deep in a 2-inch thick copy of The Magic of Potion Making, July 1992 edition. The young Slytherin lit up instantly, his wordless thanks hanging in the air as the potions master circled around the bookstore. He glanced at the book in Theodore's hand, Encyclopedia of Sigils. Theodore's eyes trailed over each curve and stroke of the symbols, etching them into his mind for later use. "Hello, Professor," Theodore said innocently upon noticing Severus. After a moment, Severus chose not to comment on the sigil Theodore's finger rested upon. He moved on and found Neville already with a stack of 4 books beside him, each thicker than the one below it. "Hermione!" exclaimed Mrs. Granger from a shelf down. Sensing the commotion, the professor hurried over to find Hermione tightly grasping a red-bound book to her chest, a pout on her face. "What on earth are you reading?" "Oh, Professor, thank goodness you're here," Mrs. Granger said. "MS. Granger," Severus raised an eyebrow at the girl, who smiled sheepishly. Noticing the title of the book, The Great Book of Hexes and Jinxes, he immediately understood the Granger's concern. "What could you possibly need that for, Hermione?" Mrs. Granger fussed. "Oh, what are they teaching you at school?" Sighing internally at the sight of Hermione's pleading gaze, Severus spoke. "Self-defense is an important part of our syllabus, especially in Slytherin. MS. Granger's vast knowledge in defensive spells, while incredibly deep for her age, has proven useful in many situations. I believe it will continue to serve her well in the coming years." At his words, Mrs. Granger calmed down, rethinking her stance. I do suppose the defense is very important, she nodded, becoming more convinced the more she mulled it over. Yes. It's best to be prepared, Hermione. You never know what evils are lurking in the shadows. All the monsters are in the Forbidden Forest, Mum, Hermione said. I'm safe in Hogwarts. Mrs. Granger smiled wryly, and that was when Severus realized what the woman had meant by evils. It wasn't just the dark creatures lurking in the forest, but those who walked the same corridors as the children. The existence of Quirrell had proven that. Rest assured, Mrs. Granger, Severus said. While I can't say that such evils don't exist within the walls of Hogwarts, I can promise you that I have implemented every precaution I can to ensure the safety of my students. The woman smiled softly, knowing he understood her insinuation. Thank you, Professor. Now, Hermione, gather the things you want. We don't have all day, and we haven't even bought your textbooks yet. Following the two Granger women to the paying counter, Severus found himself in thought. Harry and Theodore were already waiting, each holding a thick book. Shaking his head in feigned exasperation, Severus Snape struggled slightly with the weight of the encyclopedias as he took them from the boy's arms and placed them on the counter. I haven't read the June edition yet, he said to Harry. Turning to Theodore, he added, it's about time I developed my knowledge on sigils. Merlin knows if I didn't, you'd use them to break into my office again. With that, the professor purchased the books and handed them back to the boys after the cashier took his sickles and galleons. Now, var. Textbooks. Severus browsed through the list, his lip curling at the 7 books that Gilderoy Lockhart had made compulsory to buy, all authored by him, of course. Irritated, he snapped the scroll shut. Flourish and Blot's next. Come along. The boys and the Granger family followed him, though many wondering eyes lingered on their surroundings. Neville was so captivated by botanical blooms, enchanted floristry that he craned his neck to stare at it even when they were too far away. Professor Snape! Severus stopped in his tracks. Ah, here come the herd of Weasleys. He was right. Marching through the crowd like a giant herd of red sheep were the Weasleys, led by Molly Weasley, who held Ginny at her side. Following her were the boys, Fred and George, causing Severus to sigh internally, knowing that each day brought new white hairs. Percy and Ron trailed behind, accompanied by their father, Arthur. Molly, Severus greeted amicably. Before he could say more, he felt the hair on his skin stand on end. He looked around, alert, and to his horror, spotted 3 heads of blonde. The Malfoys had arrived. Arrived! Good Merlin, he muttered under his breath. Here we go. A live rendition of the Malfoy-Weasley feud, Theodore said, as if commenting on the weather. Lovely. Lucius Malfoy, Arthur said coldly. Standing across the entrance to Flourish and Blots was the man himself, a sneer already creeping across his face. Behind him was a beautiful blonde woman, Narcissa Malfoy, who seemed utterly disinterested in the unfolding confrontation. She stood prim and proper, head held high, embodying the kind of class Petunia Dursley dreamed of achieving. The potions master grumbled under his breath. This is about the Muggle Protection Act, isn't it? Arthur, Lucius said cordially, though he looked anything but pleased. Surprised you have time for some casual, second-hand shopping. Don't you have unpaid overtime to fulfill? Busy times at the ministry, but all in the name of your respectful Muggle Protection Act, yes? He spat disdainfully. Before Arthur could respond, Lucius continued. Behind him, Draco squirmed uncomfortably, aware that most of his friends were across the battlefield. TSK, really, I'm surprised you can even afford to stand here, Lucius laughed. Will you have to live off rations for the rest of the year after buying your children's rotten, second-hand books? Quite cruel that they're having you work so much overtime when you're barely paid for it, yes? As he spoke, he peered into Ginny's cauldron, half filled with second-hand textbooks that Molly had picked up from a cheaper, pre-loved bookshop. The youngest Weasley shied away from him, and with a laugh, he gave the cauldron a mocking pat before turning back to face a furious, red-faced Arthur. As the seconds passed, Arthur's body tightened like a spring, almost as if he Severus smoothly interjected, "Why don't we let Mrs. Malfoy and Mrs. Weasley handle the shopping? I believe, Lucius, you have some business to attend to. What with the antiques housed in Malfoy Manor?" Harry looked confused, so Theodore whispered, "The Ministry's been doing routine searches of manors for dark artifacts. Malfoy Manor hasn't been searched yet, but it's no doubt on the list." Severus turned to Arthur with a false smile. "Mr. Weasley, why don't you take Mr. Granger and show him the leaky cauldron? Introduce him to some butterbeer, perhaps." Lucius, looking slightly pale at the insinuation of the antiques in his house, raised his head haughtily and harumphed. "How right you are, Severus. I simply can't waste my entire day brawling with." He cast a distasteful look at Arthur but said no more. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, astonished by the whole debacle, quickly recovered. As suggested by Severus, Mr. Weasley turned his back on the feud and began chatting with William Granger. Within moments, the near fist fight had been dispersed, and peace was restored. "Draco," Ron said neutrally. Draco started, but quickly corrected himself. "Ron." The two nodded, acknowledging each other, much to their respective mothers' shock. The tension and shock were soon broken by Harry, who joined in excitedly. "Theodore." Grinning, Theodore returned the greeting. "Harry." "Hermione," said Neville, continuing the chain. With a bright smile, Hermione finished it off. "Neville." "Well," Severus said, amused, "now that we are finished with the reunion, shall we proceed?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted. A group of middle-aged women rushed into Flourish and Blots, squealing and gossiping like teenage girls. "Oh, do you think he's still there?" "I sure do hope so. He's ever so charming," one said. "Good Merlin," Severus grumbled, feeling his day getting worse. They looked up to see the source of the excitement. A giant banner stretched across the front of the shop reading, "Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography, Magical Me." "Oh, it's him," Hermione exclaimed excitedly, her face flushing as red as Ron's hair. "It's him, oh Harry, he's the one who wrote half of our book list." Unfortunately, Severus snarled, making his opinion of Lockhart clear. "I cannot believe Dumbledore allowed this." "Oh, what could you possibly mean, Professor Snape?" Molly asked, looking uncomfortable at his display of dislike. "Gilderoy Lockhart, it's an honor to have him teaching the children. He's such a wonderfully idiotic baboon." "You mean," Narcissa interjected smoothly, her eyes filled with silver disdain. She maintained her prim posture and gestured to her son. "Come, Draco. Unfortunately, we have to spend our money on this rubbish, as mandated by that fool, Dumbledore. I can't help but agree with your father on this." Molly opened her mouth to defend the headmaster, but her voice was drowned out by a loud chorus of squeals as the clock chimed further down the street. Deep inside Flourish and Blots, the crowd began cheering. Gilderoy Lockhart had made his appearance. Looking between Molly and Narcissa, Mrs. Granger simply had no idea who to agree with. "I have to get going, Harry, Theodore," Severus said, glancing at his watch. "The apothecary in Nocturne closes in half an hour, and we took longer in here than I anticipated." "The Archivum." "Mrs. Weasley, Mrs. Malfoy, may I leave them in your care?" "Oh, certainly." Molly agreed with a smile. Narcissa acknowledged the request with a curt nod. With his boys, he had to stop calling them his. In safe hands, Severus took off, his black cloak billowing behind him as he moved swiftly into Nocturne Alley. Much to Theodore's dismay, they were pushed into the line for Lockhart's autograph, courtesy of Mrs. Weasley. Despite the looks he shot in Mrs. Malfoy's direction, she shook her head with a thin smile, as if she was looking forward to his discomfort. "Mrs. Weasley, I think I'll go grab some of our other textbooks," Theodore grunted as he was jostled by an overly eager woman squealing for Lockhart to sign her arm. "While you line up." With great difficulty, the two boys, thankfully excluding Neville, managed to squeeze their way out of the line, breathing in the fresh air once more. However, one disaster led to another. "Is that Harry Potter?" Gilderoy exclaimed excitedly from the stage, causing the entire crowd to turn and look in his direction. My, the boy who lived himself, come to buy my books. Of course, he and the rest of his peers will receive magical me in the coming school year, as in, the actual, ethereal, magical version of me, as their new defense against the dark arts professor. The crowd erupted in squeals and applause, hands and arms reaching out to pull Harry toward the stage. Theodore yelled in protest, his fingers tempted to draw his wand and curse a witch or two. Behind him, Ron, Hermione, and Neville winced in pity. Merlin knew the small, emerald-eyed boy loathed being the center of attention. You must be mistaken, Harry said uncomfortably, squirming away from the gazes of at least 20 women. I'm not Harry. How could I be? He laughed nervously. I'm Harry Evans, sir. Sir Lockhart. The man frowned, squinting closely at Harry, their noses just a centimeter apart. Are you sure? If he were Harry Potter, sir, surely he would have a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, proposed Hermione with a smile. Sure enough, there was no scar on Harry's head, thanks to Professor Snape's foresight in using a glamour charm. In addition, Theodore said thoughtfully, the great Mr. Potter simply has more urgent matters to attend to, such as studying the 5th-year potion syllabus. He's quite the potions genius, haven't you heard? Last year, he invented a sleeping potion strong enough for a dragon. Lockhart pouted disappointedly. I suppose, excuse my mistake. Crisis averted, Harry jumped off the platform and snaked through the crowd to high-five his friends, who grinned in success. I have to agree with Mrs. Malfoy now, Hermione said, rolling her eyes. What an absolute buffoon. He couldn't even see through a simple glamour charm. What use is he? What in Merlin's name is he going to teach us when he's that easily fooled? Theodore snorted. Nothing. The children giggled among themselves, elated with their victory. Behind them, Narcissa Malfoy smiled ever so slightly, amused. She could see now the potential Severus saw in this ragtag group of 12-year-olds. While she wouldn't admit aloud that she approved of her son's friends, something told her that once they became full-fledged Wixens, they would be quite unstoppable. Chapter 2, An Unlikely Alliance. Quality Quidditch supplies? Draco suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the shop down the lane. Mother. Yes, Draco, Narcissa sighed. If you could refrain from acting like a starved man. She gave her son a pointed look, which he returned with a sheepish grin. Very well. I suppose we can spare some time. Draco would have jumped for joy if he hadn't just been scolded. Grabbing Harry's hand, with Ron's protest echoing behind them, the trio of Quidditch fanatics took off towards the shop. Draco was already raving about the newest broom model displayed in the window. Children, laughed Jeanette, our Hermione does the same, goes completely crazy within a 20-meter radius of a bookshop. Mum. Hermione protested, embarrassed. I'm going to go take a look too. Neville, Theodore, coming? Oh, Mum, we're going to pop, Fred said, suddenly appearing from behind Molly's left shoulder. Right over to Gamble and Jates, George continued, causing Molly to screech as he, too, appeared on her right shoulder. Beaty said Fred. Right, said George. Back, they grinned, before dashing in the direction of the joke shop, no doubt planning their upcoming mischief. Percy rubbed his forehead in exasperation at his brothers, all his brothers, and gently patted his mother on the back. I'll go watch the twins, he said, a shy Ginny following him. The two redheads proceeded after the duo. Children, echoed all three mothers in a sigh, sharing a glance, a universal understanding that spread across all mothers responsible for their kids. An uneasy tension settled as Narcissa and Molly stared at each other, only to be broken as Jeanette burst into laughter. Stifled giggles. Molly followed with a smile that gradually widened into laughter. Eventually, Narcissa relented, showing a small, amused smile of her own. Oh, that felt so wonderful to say aloud, Molly said, still smiling. I do love them so. But they can be such a handful sometimes, Narcissa finished, shaking her head in disbelief at having this conversation with the wife of her husband's sworn nemesis. Our Draco is an angel, of course, the heir of the Malfoy family. And Hermione our dearest, but really, Jeanette slumped over in giggles. I can't wait for the school year to start, the three women said in unison. With that, they burst into smiles and laughter once more, and in the middle of Diagon Alley, an unlikely alliance began to take root. Is it not Quidditch celebrity, Mr. Harry Potter? Grinned Cedric, putting down the bottle of broom polisher he had been inspecting as the bell of the shop dinged, revealing the trio of first, to be second, years. From behind him, a head of long, silky hair appeared. Cho Chang gave the trio a shy smile and wave. Hello, Cedric, Harry greeted with a smile. And? Cho, I believe? Harry had insisted Terence play Slytherin's final game against Ravenclaw for the House Cup. He had never faced off against Ravenclaw's Silver Raven, a nickname lovingly given to the quiet but stunningly pretty seeker. Hello, Harry, Cho replied, a flush rising to her cheeks as she ducked back behind Cedric, who snorted at his friend's shyness. Ron, on the other hand, was flushing red with jealousy, wishing Cho had said hi to him instead. Hearing the name, the shopkeeper, a fit old man with streaks of white in his brown hair, jumped up from behind the counter. Glasses bouncing on the bridge of his nose as he moved towards the front of the shop, yelling, Harry? Harry Potter? In my shop. I, Draco Malfoy, heir to the House of Malfoy, am here too, declared Draco. However, the statement lacked the dramatic effect he had hoped for. Actually, it's Harry Evans, Harry said carefully. The shopkeeper stared at him for a moment. Harry held his gaze, unblinking and unmoving, while everyone around them looked on awkwardly. Ah, yes, the shopkeeper finally said. Harry Evans. Though unconvinced, he continued, and how may I help you today, Mr. Evans? Looking to purchase a new broom, perhaps? Harry glanced at the price tag of a broom from the previous season and recoiled. No, he coughed. Not for a while, I think. Mother, Draco began to say, turning quickly. Narcissa had silently appeared behind him, and Harry hadn't even heard the bell ring. She gave her son a leveled look. Unlike his father, she wasn't one to simply indulge her child's whims. Do you think you've earned a new broom? Draco faltered for a moment, his excitement waning. If you don't mind me saying, Mrs. Malfoy, Harry spoke quietly, I think Draco performed really well last year. Hermione chimed in, I agree. Draco has changed a lot for the better. He's been a really great friend lately. This caused Draco to look up in surprise. Hermione offered him a warm smile. He's become a lot nicer to everyone, she added. I would call him a friend, Ron said. We got off on the wrong foot, but he's not a bad person to know, I guess. And he was kind enough to tutor me in potions, Neville added shyly. I got exceeds expectations thanks to him. I would have failed otherwise. Taking in all of her son's friends' contributions, Narcissa shook her head wryly. Well, I suppose that warrants an award, she said, her expression softening. Perhaps one of the Nimbuses? Ah, of course, Mrs. Malfoy. The shopkeeper interjected eagerly. Our newest model, the Nimbus 2001, is undefeatable in the industry. Perhaps the Nimbus 2000, Narcissa interrupted, completely ignoring the man. I see no need for the latest model when the 2000 operates just fine. They are sure to release a new model next year, and you are sure to want it. So perhaps we shall just get the 2000, and if you warrant it after your second year, we can see about buying the latest model then. Draco readily agreed, and Narcissa shot an unimpressed look at the shopkeeper. Even Harry felt some sympathy for the man, who scurried into the storage room to find a Nimbus 2000 to pack for the customer. Thanks, Draco said to his friends, looking flustered and completely out of his depth. All of you. Ron sighed and crossed his arms. Undeniably, the redhead was slightly jealous. After all, he still shared a clean sweep with his sister, Ginny, at home. Don't make me regret helping, Mal, Draco, Ron warned. And if I hear a word of you boasting about your new broom this year, Theodore said with a pleasant smile, I shall write to your mother. Not a word, I promise, Draco reassured him hastily. With that, the group bade goodbye to Cedric and Joe and stepped back onto the streets of Diagon Alley. Fred, George, Percy, and Ginny emerged from Gamble and Jade's, carrying a suspicious bag filled to the brim with oddly colored boxes. Percy shook his head in exasperation, giving his mother a look. There was an attempt made, and I could not stop them. Now, have we got everything? Jeanette asked, peering carefully at Hermione's letter. We've got your textbooks, and all your clothes from last year still fit, don't they? Equipment, you've got a cauldron already. Yes, that's about everything. She finished, pleased. Finished shopping already? Severus said, smoothly cutting into the group, his billowing black cape trailing behind him. The great dungeon bat could never make an entrance without sufficient trooping. He glanced over the bags everyone was holding, including Draco's broom-shaped package. Look, Professor, Draco said, showing off his package. Guess what? Severus wondered what the broom-shaped package could possibly be. Oh, I wonder, he replied dryly. The Nimbus 2001, I suppose? The 2000, actually. Narcissa rolled her eyes. No use spending an extra 500 sickles on it when they're just going to release another new model next year. Aha, Severus said, pointing a look at Harry. And you? Didn't you get anything? The emerald-eyed boy shook his head. My broom still works just fine. Don't need a new one. That, Severus supposed, was quite true. After all, Harry's broom, Marcus's spare broom, was the Nimbus 2000 as well. Although a year older than Draco's, it still had all its features and charms intact. Severus had made sure of that after all the mishaps his seeker had had on the stick, mostly thanks to Quirrell. Very well, then. Severus nodded. Shall we get going? The group proceeded in the direction of the leaky cauldron, where Mr. Weasley and Mr. Granger were happily engaged in heavy conversation, exchanging Muggle and magical information. Arthur was most delighted to finally learn about the use of a rubber duck, which he discovered was simply for entertainment purposes. Molly, Jeanette said uncertainly as their husbands wrapped up their conversation. I have a giant favor to ask of you. Hermione's grandmother, who lived in a small town in France, had come down with a terrible cold. While the elderly woman usually took care of herself, the Grangers decided it would be best to visit and care for her until she recovered. With only a couple of weeks before the school year began, Hermione found herself in a difficult situation. She could not travel to France with her parents, nor could she stay home alone until September. We would be more than delighted to have her in our household, Molly said happily. Oh, Ginny would be thrilled to finally have another girl to talk to. And Hermione will be such a good influence on our kids. Of course, yes, no trouble at all. Just like that, Hermione would be staying at the Burrow for the rest of the summer. Perhaps you two would like to join Miss Granger? Severus asked, looking at both Theodore and Harry. Molly brightened at this idea. Yes, the Burrow would be bustling, but it would be lovely to have all the children together. Plus, Hermione, Harry, and Theodore were all in the top 10 of their first-year exams. With the three of them around, Ron and Ginny were sure to excel in the coming year. The two boys exchanged a look and then shook their heads in unison, surprising both Severus and Molly. You're sure? Severus asked, doubtful of their decision. The Burrow is a nice place to stay. Better cooking than I can provide, for one. And both Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley will be there for the rest of the summer. No, Harry shrugged. I'd love to stay with Mrs. Weasley, but I think I'd prefer staying with you. It's home now. It's home, Theodore agreed. It'd be so much fun though. Ron pouted. Man. Hermione rolled her eyes and patted him on the back, sharing an understanding smile with her fellow Slytherins. Ron, don't be a child, she chastised. Ron whined, I'm 12. I'm allowed to be a child. You two enjoy the rest of summer with the professor. But I better get tons of letters from you too, or else. As the children huddled together for their last goodbyes before the school year began, Molly whispered to Severus with a knowing smile, "They like you. They chose to stay with you because they like you and they feel safe with you. And to think you swore never to have kids." Chapter 3: The Unbreakable Vows. In all honesty, Severus had seen it coming. A summons to a secret meeting in a private room at the Leaky Cauldron was bound to happen. He had tried to tie the boys to the Weasley family. However, given that they were Slytherins, friends of Ron, yes, but Slytherins nonetheless, it was inevitable that his deeper involvement with the two first years would come to light. Now he sat across from Narcissa Malfoy, née Black, one of the most cunning women he had ever met. He understood that this meeting was likely to benefit him. After all, if she was here questioning his responsibility for the boys Nott and Potter, it meant she hadn't revealed anything to her husband yet. That would be disastrous, invoking anger from the former circle of Death Eaters and displeasure from the headmaster himself. So yes, he preferred dealing with Narcissa over the old fool. At least she, if she had summoned him, wanted a deal. That meant he could benefit from having her as an ally. "Let's get straight to the point," he said smoothly. "The trip showed you that I may be housing two boys under my roof, one of whom is the most wanted child in circles we frequent. And yet, you have not revealed this information to your husband. What is it that you want in return?" Narcissa took her time, calmly sipping her tea as she let him simmer in impatience. "I'm sure you know it is only a matter of time." The potions master laughed, although there was no humor in his tone. "Before the Dark Lord rises once more? Or before another rises to take his position," she replied. "They are restless for a leader. Loyal as they are to the Dark Lord, if one powerful enough can step into his shoes, their urge for power will shift into loyalty to a new leader." Severus nodded. "And what is it you want by telling me this?" "When the time comes, I want you to swear to protect Draco," Narcissa said, sliding a piece of parchment across the table. The professor eyed it but made no move to bring it closer. "You want me to swear an unbreakable vow to you," Severus said calmly. "Hardly a small matter. And what do I get in return?" "I will protect your boys," the blonde woman replied easily. "If the time comes when Nott and Potter are in danger and I am in a position to act, I will do my utmost to ensure their safety. All I ask is that you do the same." Severus ran his eyes over the contract she had presented. "Very well." The woman smiled. "Pleasure doing business with you." "Likewise." Chapter 4: Trouble at King's. In all matters, Theodore and Harry were destined for the Burrow. Severus had to return to Hogwarts early, in the last week of summer, to attend head of house meetings and prepare his materials for the incoming first years. Unable to take the boys with him, he sent them off to the Weasleys' home, and they all bade farewell to number 715, Wrensbury Lane, for another year. "Behave for Mrs. Weasley," he told them firmly as they landed on the front porch of the Burrow. "I expect nothing less from either of you. No purposely getting into trouble. Do whatever Mrs. Weasley tells you to do, and if trouble finds you or Merlin knows you two attract trouble like magnets, think logically and find the least dangerous solution. Do you hear me?" "Yes, Professor," the two boys replied in unison. Once at the Burrow, they were happily packed into a room with Ron, who was excited to have boys his age to hang out with, boys who wouldn't bully him like his older brothers. Next door were Hermione and Ginny, who was starting to come out of her shell with Hermione's encouragement. For the remaining week, they enjoyed delicious meals of chicken and a ton of eggs, thanks to the chicken coop the Weasleys kept in their backyard. Harry and Theodore were kept busy with chores, just as they had been at Wrensbury. Every morning, they helped Mrs. Weasley prepare breakfast. She had initially refused their help, but Harry insisted that if Professor Snape ever found out they weren't doing their part, he would make them write all their essays 2 inches longer for the rest of the year. They also fed the chickens and tended to the yard, which was Harry's favorite part. He helped sweep and clean as needed, made lunch, and spent their afternoons playing games with the Weasley brothers, along with Hermione and Ginny. "I've improved, haven't I?" Harry asked Theodore triumphantly after narrowly losing another game of chess to Ron. "Sure you have, Harry," Theodore replied wryly from his position on the bed, curled up with a book in hand. "Ron's just too good," whined Harry. "I am improving." "You tell that to Daphne," hummed Theodore. Their evenings ended with delicious dinners, which included more eggs, chicken, and vegetables that Harry happily devoured. While washing the dishes, he answered more of Mr. Weasley's questions about the Muggle world and ended the night with a mug of Mrs. Weasley's special hot chocolate. On their last night, Mrs. Weasley added an extra treat to their dinner, a giant treacle pudding, which made Harry's mouth water. As everyone sat comfortably in the living room, with full stomachs and happy hearts, Fred and George celebrated the end of summer with a show of filibuster fireworks. They had purchased them from Gamble and Japes, and the blue and red sparks filled the room, bouncing off the walls in bursts of light and color. On the day of September 1st, they got up at dawn, even before the sun began to rise. Mrs. Weasley bustled around the house, using magic to summon missing socks, quills, and who knew what else. There were always at least 3 people going up and down the stairs at once, with toast in their mouths and an endless number of bags in their hands. Percy hollered for his missing prefect badge as Harry and Ron carefully levitated a trunk down the stairs. Mr. Weasley turned a blind eye to their use of magic, and the badge was later found in the twins' room, much to no one's surprise. "Thank you, Ginny," Harry said warmly to the younger girl as she carried Hedwig and Hermes, Percy's owl, down the stairs. She flushed but nodded in acknowledgement. The children acknowledged Arthur and raced across the lawn to the Ford Anglia, their ride to the station. As Mrs. Weasley bustled inside to do a last check of everything, they gathered before the car. Harry wondered how 10 people, 8 trunks, 2 owls, and a rat were supposed to fit in a car designed for 5. "That fits just nice," Arthur said, brushing his hands in satisfaction as all 8 trunks miraculously went into the back of the car with little trouble. He peeked inside and discovered the answer, a magically enlarged trunk space. Not a word to Molly. "All right." When Mrs. Weasley came running back, they settled comfortably into the car. The back seat accommodated Percy, Ron, Harry, Theodore, Fred, and George nicely, as it had been elongated to resemble the length of 2 park benches. Hermione, Ginny, and Molly sat in the front, which had been made to resemble the length of 1 park bench. Arthur's seat, the driver's seat, remained its correct length. Once everyone buckled their seat belts, Arthur was about to explain their uses. He turned on the engine. Except it didn't start. Everyone clambered out as Arthur tried once more to start the car, but to no avail. Just as Molly was about to begin freaking out, Ron stepped towards the front of the car and easily popped the hood open. As everyone watched in silent shock, Ron prodded at the struggling engine for a moment. He twisted some unknown knobs deep inside the car's body, sucked in a deep breath, and gave the motor a solid smack. Arthur yelped as the car shook, but Ron was unfazed. He stepped towards the driver's seat and confidently twisted the key. With a roar, the Ford Anglia burst to life. Fred and George whooped and began clapping, while the patriarch of the Weasleys stared at his son as if he'd never seen him before. How'd you do that?" Under the attention, Ron flushed and dipped his head. It was nothing. Just some stuff I read up on last year." Molly stood, stunned for a moment as she stared at her youngest son, unsure if she wanted to feel proud or upset that he was slowly going down the same path as his father. However, time didn't allow her to stare for long. Everyone clambered back into the car as Arthur pulled out of the driveway, leaving the burrow and a trail of smoke behind them. Just as Harry thought he would never see the place again, at least not for another year, they turned around. George made a run for his box of filibuster fireworks, claiming he could not start the year without them. 2 minutes later, Fred dashed for his broomstick, and another 5 minutes later, just as they were about to enter the main road, Ginny yelped for her diary, prompting them to turn back once more. By the time Ginny bundled out of the house with the little black book, tensions were running high and time was running low. "Molly," Arthur pleaded, glancing at his watch, "look here." "Arthur, no." Behind them, Theodore was becoming increasingly interested in the various functions Mr. Weasley had built into the automobile. Seeing the boy's brightened eyes, Harry jabbed him in the ribs. "Don't even think about it, Theodore. Look, but this little invisibility booster here I installed brings us above the clouds. The Muggles would never see us, and no one would be any wiser. We could be at the station in 10 minutes, plenty of time to spare. And I said no, Arthur, not in broad daylight. But, protested Arthur. The matriarch of the Weasley family shot him a sharp look, and that was that. Molly Weasley put her foot down, so the passengers of the Ford Anglia settled in for a lengthy trip through thick traffic. When at last they pulled up to King's Cross Station, everyone was vaulting and sprinting, Fred and George. Harry pulled trunk after trunk from the back of the car as Percy and Arthur hurried for the trolleys. They dashed for platform 9 3/4. 10 minutes to spare. Molly exclaimed. Come on now, no time to dilly-dally. Percy, you go ahead. Without another word, Percy and Hermes went through the barrier, followed by Arthur, who was pushing a trolley loaded with Ginny's trunk and an assortment of bags. Fred and George, you two next, Molly urged, glancing at the clock every few seconds. Hermione, go on. Ginny, come, take my hand. Ron, Harry, Theodore, you three come in after us. Molly disappeared through the wall, and Harry prepared his trolley, ensuring that Hedwig's cage was securely attached. He took a deep breath and made a run for it. He tried to keep his eyes open but ultimately shut them. Imagine his surprise when, instead of passing through to the vibrant scene of the Hogwarts Express, he hit a solid brick wall and landed on the cold floor of the station. What? Yelled Theodore, rushing forward and pressing his hand against the barrier. A security guard noticed their commotion as Harry hushed, trying to quiet Hedwig's complaints. The barrier, There's supposed to be 3 more minutes left. Ron shouted as the crowd around them began to stare. He pressed his hand against the wall and groaned. We've got the right wall, don't we? Yes, we just watched your whole family disappear through it. Theodore said impatiently. The train's about to leave, for Merlin's sake. To their dismay, the clock chimed and struck 11, signaling the departure of the Hogwarts Express. Well, there's that, Theodore said matter-of-factly. Harry, we better get Hedwig out of here or cover her up. People are staring. And Ronald, for the love of Merlin, has it ever occurred to you that it's not normal to carry a rat on your shoulder? Ron exclaimed, hastily shoving Scabbers into his pocket to avoid the strange looks from passers-by. Now what? The train's gone. In a sudden stroke of genius, Theodore smiled widely. But the car isn't. 30 minutes later, they were soaring above the clouds. Theodore and Harry sat comfortably in the front passenger seat while Ron steered the Ford Anglia easily across the sky. Below them, the Hogwarts Express chugged smoothly on the railway, completely invisible to Muggles thanks to Mr. Weasley's invisible booster. At least, that was how it played out in Theodore's imagination. In reality, they sat in the parking lot, invisible, as adults began to stare at the sight of 3 children sitting alone in a car. Harry quickly scribbled a letter for Hedwig to fly to Hogwarts. Boring, Theodore muttered, crossing his arms. No sense of fun at all. Theodore, Ron doesn't have a driving license, Harry reminded him. What's going to happen? Theodore threw his hands in the air. Oh, the Sky Police are going to pull us over and ask for registration and a look at his license, thank you very much. Muggles need a license for driving. Ron furrowed his brows. That's ridiculous. That's like asking for a license to ride brooms. No, it would really be the equivalent of an apparition license, Harry corrected. Acquired at the age of 17 and enforced because of the risk of bodily harm. The boys' conversation came to an abrupt halt when the car's invisibility charm faltered. An annoyed look crossed Theodore's face as Harry gave him a clear "I told you so" expression. With a bit of tinkering, Theodore reinforced the invisibility charm, drawing various Norse sigils around the booster's button. The Ford Anglia disappeared from view once more, humming happily. Ron patted the dashboard fondly. It's alive? Exclaimed the 2 Slytherin boys in unison, one in delight and one in shock. Theodore grinned, and Harry sighed. As long as Hedwig needed to speed her way to school delivering their SOS message, it was going to be a long few hours until help arrived. Of all the people that missed the train, of course it's those two, sighed Severus as they landed in a shady corner of King's Cross Station. Minerva rolled her eyes. "Come, Severus. We have missing students to find," she said, already walking into the open, her clothes magically transforming to fit into the Muggle crowd. With a weary sigh, the potion master followed her, only having enough time to utter one more groan as the endless swarm of people swept him away. "Lovely of them to tell us they're stuck at the station, but not where," Severus grumbled for the 10th time as he and Minerva completed their third round of the platforms. The boys were nowhere to be seen, and just when they were about to resort to other measures, a familiar voice called out from somewhere in the crowd. "It's the professors. I told you they'd come. You didn't mention it'd take them 5.5 hours," followed another familiar grumble. With a little difficulty, the two adults eventually spotted the source of the voices, Harry and Theodore, a bag of convenience store water and snacks in hand, looking relieved for the help that had finally arrived. "Where is Mr. Weasley?" questioned Minerva, looking around for the redhead she was responsible for. "Waiting in the car," answered Harry brightly. "With our trunks and all." As Severus questioned why Arthur hadn't thought of shrinking the trunks instead of enlarging the space to store them, the children quickly ran down the events of their day. "It's odd for the barrier to malfunction like that," frowned Minerva. "Very strange. You children did well to react sensibly to this." At this, Harry shot another pointed look at Theodore. Severus had a faint inkling of what the other boys' preferred solution might have been. "We're all done here," said Severus, pushing the back of the car shut with the miniature trunks tucked in the pockets of his billowing cloak. "We'll be apparating into Hogsmeade. Minerva, if you could bring along Mr. Weasley with you." "What about the Ford?" Theodore said suddenly. "We can't just leave it here." "I'm sure Mr. Weasley will collect it in due time," replied Severus suspiciously. "Whatever you are thinking of, Mr. Nott, stop thinking of it." "No one lets me have any fun around here," grumbled Theodore unhappily as he linked his arm with Harry, who grabbed onto the potion master's arm. With a quick snap, the group disappeared, leaving the Ford Anglia all alone in the parking lot of King's Cross Station, its engine whining sadly. Chapter 5: The Mandrake Fiasco. "Stay close now," warned Professor Snape as they reappeared in Hogsmeade. The boys looked around curiously, amazed by the picturesque village. Flickering candles were caged within the 6 glass walls of the lampposts lining the cobbled street. As Ron made a move to wander off, Professor McGonagall cuffed him in the ear, giving him a stern look that sent him running back toward the group. Far away on the horizon, backlit by a beautiful, yolk-like sunset, Hogwarts stood in its humble glory. Its towering spires and glowing windows shone in the fiery hue. "Hogsmeade Station," Professor Snape introduced curtly as they approached the structure, a single carriage in an empty lot. "It seems the rest of the school has departed, no time to waste now. Come." With no time to pause, the students trotted after the potions master obediently. He led them toward one of the carriages, nodding lightly as they approached it. "What are they?" Harry asked, grabbing Theodore's hand as the other pulled him up the high steps of the carriage. "The horses. They're all wispy and ghostly." At his question, the professors stiffened. Ron furrowed his eyebrows, unable to fathom what Harry could possibly be referring to. "What do you mean?" "What horses?" "The ones pulling the carriage," said Harry, confusion spreading to Ron. "Wait, you mean you can't see them?" "I can," Theodore replied, raising his eyebrows at Ron. "Ronald, are you sure your eyesight is functioning as normal?" "There aren't any horses," Ron exclaimed, flabbergasted. "Hey, I wouldn't put it past Theo, but it's not like you, Harry. This isn't a funny prank." "Damn, did the twins rub off on you too?" Rolling his eyes, Theodore clicked his tongue at Ron and crossed his arms. "I'm not pulling your leg. Ronald, for Merlin's sake. There are 4 horses pulling our carriage. Did you hit your head too hard on the platform wall? Maybe you have a concussion." "Those are Thestrals," Professor McGonagall said at last. and it is perfectly normal for Mr. Weasley not to see them. The second years looked more lost than ever. They only appear to those who have witnessed death, Professor McGonagall explained gently. Her heart sank as she noticed the expressions of the two dark-haired boys shift from confusion to a somber understanding. The two Slytherins quickly identified the reason for their ability to see the ghostly creatures. "Oh," Ron said finally, and silence followed. Despite the slightly depressing lesson about Thestrals, Harry felt a spark of excitement as they clip-clopped towards the grand entrance of the Wizarding School. The delicious smell of food wafted from the Great Hall, filled with roasted chicken, pudding, and fruit salad. "We haven't missed the sorting, have we?" Ron asked anxiously as they were led around the hall. "Oh, I need to know that Ginny isn't a Slytherin." This earned him dirty looks from 3 Slytherins. I just know that Ginny would fit in really well in Gryffindor." "We have not," Professor Snape said, giving Ron a dark look. "Professor McGonagall and I must be in our positions before the sorting begins. You will enter discreetly from the side door and not make a fuss or disruption, do you understand?" In response, the 3 nodded in unison and set off toward the west entrance of the Great Hall. As they crept in, they caught the eyes of their friends, Draco, Hermione, and surprisingly, Neville, who looked incredibly out of place. The Slytherin table, where he noticed Draco with his golden red tie. "Hello," whispered Harry as he squeezed onto the bench beside Hermione. "We'll explain in a bit. Sorting's about to start." Just as he finished speaking, the grand doors of the Great Hall opened. In walked a group of nervous first years, led by the headmistress, who looked tiny compared to the hall's grand, infinite ceiling. Murmurs spread across the house tables as older students pointed and stared, some standing up to wave at their younger siblings. Professor McGonagall approached the podium. With a wave of her wand, a stool floated into the hall and settled before Dumbledore's seat at the staff table. The headmaster watched with mild curiosity, his half-moon glasses glinting. Professor Snape had also made his way to his seat and was sipping from his goblet, looking incredibly displeased at the thought of another school year. Harry smiled. This was home. Without further ado, the Sorting Hat, Harry had completely forgotten about that thing, began to sing. Smiles of delight and remembrance spread across the faces of the students. As it finished its musical piece, the hall erupted into applause, and the hat grinned, dipping its head in a gracious bow. "Now," Professor McGonagall's voice silenced the hall in one swift syllable, "when I call your names, please come up to the front for your sorting. Brighton, Sage." The crowd of first years parted, revealing a little auburn girl who stepped up to the front, anxiety and excitement mixed across her features. The hat settled onto her head, frowning and furrowing its eyebrows in contemplation. Sage Brighton squeezed her eyes shut, seemingly caught in an argument with the hat, shaking her head unsurely. All across the hall, students watched her, including Harry, who was taking a quick look around. As Harry sat at the Slytherin table, he drifted down memory lane, recalling how eventful his own sorting had been. The Sorting Hat mumbled and grumbled as it deliberated, and Harmony opened her eyes with an apologetic smile. Across the room, Harry caught her gaze. Remembering the terror he felt a year ago, he returned her smile with an encouraging thumbs up. "Very well," the Sorting Hat sighed. "Slytherin." The Slytherin table erupted in applause. However, it was clear that some upper-year students, claiming noble lineage, did not recognize the surname Brighton. They exchanged distasteful looks instead. "Welcome," Hermione exclaimed warmly as Sage approached their table. Similar greetings rang out as the second years shifted to make room. The sorting continued, with Professor McGonagall announcing name after name: Kane, Historia, Cordell, Benjamin, Creevy, Colin, Danvich, Philip, until finally, Wachther, Axel, and then, at which point Ron was beside himself with nervousness, Weasley, Ginevra. Among the sea of heads, Harry could hear the Weasley twins whistling and hooting for their sister. Stretching his neck, he strained to catch a glimpse of Ginny as she approached the hat, uncertainty evident on her face. Professor McGonagall nodded, and Ginny took her seat. Everyone held their breath, except for Draco, who wasn't interested and didn't see what the fuss was about. Fortunately, there was no need to wait long. The moment the hat touched the smallest strand of red hair on her head, it shouted for the hall, "Gryffindor!" Ron cheered loudly for his sister from the Slytherin table, though no one could hear him because the Weasley twins had set off a couple of fireworks at the Gryffindor table. As if she could have possibly been in any other house, Draco snorted. Odd, Daphne hummed as she, Tracey, and the rest of the second years, Draco, Hermione, Blaise, Crabbe, and Goyle, gathered around Harry and Theo as they retold their journey. Never heard of the platform gate doing such a thing. How could it be? Hermione frowned. Ginny, Mrs. Weasley, and I had just passed through seconds before you did. Maybe it was just bad luck, Tracey shrugged. Wrong place, wrong time. I'm pretty sure it was just the wrong time, Theodore shot back. And no, I'm convinced there was exterior interference. The gate shut off with accuracy, as if someone had been watching us and shut it off right as Harry attempted to cross. I wouldn't put it past that, Damien Evereach interjected, munching on a pastry he had kept from the feast. He was Harry and Trace's fellow Quidditch teammate, a fourth-year chaser on the Slytherin lineup. I mean, his Harry Potter, for Merlin's sake. Adrian Pusey, a seventh-year beater of the Slytherin team, chimed in with his agreement. The weird timing throws this off. If it had been anyone else, then yes, probably a malfunction. But Harry Bloody Potter, star of the Quidditch team, youngest seeker in a century. He clicked his tongue in amusement. Nothing's a coincidence. Why, second years, came a voice from the common room entrance. Shouldn't you lot be getting to bed? Classes begin tomorrow. It was none other than Caden Seymour, a sixth-year prefect known for his bark but no bite. No need to be so brash, Caden chastised his older sister, Arowell Seymour, a star seventh-year student recently named Slytherin's new head prefect as Terence Higgs' successor. Following her were two other prefects, Peregrine Derrick, the other head prefect, and Gemma Farley, Caden's kinder counterpart. But he's right. It's getting late. You kids should be getting to bed, Gemma said. Not to mention resting up for upcoming Quidditch practices, Peregrine added with a wink. Marcus has had a whole summer to come up with new practice regimes. You'll want to start reserving some energy for that. Harry, Tracey, Damien, and Adrian groaned in unison. Marcus had been brutal with their early morning practices the previous year. Without Terence Higgs, Slytherin's former seeker and head prefect, to knock some sense into the captain's head, they were bound for hours of tireless practice in the coming season. Peregrine, use that authority of yours and knock some common sense into that man's rock brain, Adrian grumbled. What good are you as head prefect if you can't even save us from early morning practice? Word is that Oliver Wood is going at his team harder than ever, so Marcus is determined not to fall behind, Peregrine shrugged. Want to change his mind? Start from the root of the problem and tackle the Gryffindors. Oi, you lot are all friendly with some Gryffs, aren't you? Infiltrate their system that way. Oliver Wood must be taken down. The man's crazy, Damien grumbled. He shouldn't be allowed to roam around without a leash, driving our captain up the wall with competition. As the second years marched downwards into their dorm rooms, Damien's complaints continued to ring out from the common room. Eventually, the Slytherin dungeons fell quiet, save for the serene waves of the lake beside them. Breakfast the next morning was served under a ceiling of dull, grey clouds, which Harry hoped were not the forecast for the next couple of days. Rumour had it that Marcus had been discussing practice schedules and pitch booking with their head of house, which meant that early morning wake-ups were not too far off. It was bad enough that they had to rise before everyone else for the captain's training sessions. It was even worse when they didn't get to see the sunrise because of the gloomy weather. Fruits, Harry? Daphne offered as they passed the fruit platter down the table. Yes, thank you, Harry replied, distracted. Professor Snape was at the front of the Slytherin table, already handing out schedules to the small first years. Soon enough, it was their turn, and everyone quickly scanned through their timetables. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. Hermione grinned. Oh, I bet we're getting an upgrade from doing needles. Beetles this year, I believe, Theodore said thoughtfully, taking a sip of his coffee. Hermione shrieked at the thought, while Harry stared disapprovingly at Theodore. Theodore, you're not supposed to have coffee. Oops, Theodore smiled innocently, and his coffee shifted from a dark color to the translucent red of tea. What coffee were you referring to, Harry? I would like some, if there were any, of course. Having read a lot over the summer, the transfiguration task that day, turning beetles into buttons, came easily to Harry. His beetle barely had the chance to scuttle across the table before it transformed into a large black button, matching those used on their thick winter coats. At the next table, Hermione also changed hers, eager to rid her table of the beetle as soon as possible. Well done, Mr. Potter, Ms. Granger, Professor McGonagall acknowledged. 5 points each to Slytherin. It wasn't long before the rest of the class caught on. Theodore changed his beetle into a sleek silver button, while Draco took the time to perfect his into a more elegant design. Daphne opted for a nice rose gold, while Tracey's resembled the buttons on their Quidditch uniforms. Crabbe and Goyle's buttons looked more like roughly spherical pebbles than actual buttons. At that point, Professor McGonagall had come to accept it and merely nodded at their effort. Double herbology with the Ravens next, announced Theodore after checking their schedule. Hey, that reminds me, whatever happened to Neville's sleeper's trumpet? None of your business, Harry said quickly, wanting to stop any ideas brewing in Theodore's mischievous mind. By Merlin, Theodore, there are no more dragons to smuggle this year. Hey, you never know, Theodore grinned, already brightening at the thought. Who knows what this year holds for us? Harry was about to give his most disapproving stare when Hermione let out an audible sigh. The two boys turned to see the cause and grimaced at the sight of Lockhart's bright turquoise robes, complete with a matching headpiece and vest. I sure hope that was a sigh of displeasure and not a swoon, Hermione, Theodore grumbled. Merlin forbid anyone has a crush on that walking peacock of a man. You've got to admire his sense of style, though, Draco sighed. That is such exquisite turquoise fabric, the most expensive kind, I believe, imported all the way from China. Draco, before Theodore enacts any murder plans he has in mind, I advise you to stop that line of thought, Harry said quickly. And maybe pull out your wand in case he attacks. Tracey snorted. If it helps, I'd willingly help you bury the body. Your voluntary offer is greatly appreciated, Theodore smiled. I will let you know when I need your assistance. Duly noted, Tracey cackled, enjoying Draco's look of terror. Ah, class! Beamed Gilderoy Lockhart as the green and blue students assembled. Beside him, Professor Sprout, usually a cheerful-looking woman, appeared more irritated than ever. I believe some of us have been introduced at my book signing, of course. But if we haven't, it is I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. As he finished, he used his wand to conjure a handful of sparkles that rained down upon his turquoise robes. He smiled expectantly at the students, who stared at him with confusion. Do we clap? Crabbe whispered. Goyle looked equally lost. To break the awkward pause, some of the Ravenclaws began a slow, mournful clap, which the rest of the group joined in, albeit sadly. Gloomy as the weather, are we? Undeterred, Lockhart continued, his smile unwavering. Now, I know it is time for your class, so I won't bother you any longer. I was just telling Professor Sprout the right way to treat baby mandrakes. I've had some encounters with them in my many travels. He gasped, covering his mouth dramatically. Dear me, I haven't ruined this class, have I? My apologies, Professor Sprout, I didn't mean to reveal the plant of today's class. From Professor Sprout's reaction, it was clear she wished he would run in the opposite direction and never return. No matter. Greenhouse 3 today, folks. The door's already open, go on in. As Harry shuffled along with the group, he was suddenly pulled back by the defense professor, who wagged a finger at him playfully. Ah, Harry. Lockhart beamed at him, shaking his head. Thought you were real sneaky the other day, huh? Pretending to be someone else at my signing. When you reach the height of my popularity, I suppose yes, Sometimes, the paparazzi can get a bit much, but you're not quite there yet. Unable to respond, Harry laughed awkwardly. Ah, yes, my apologies, Professor. I'm going to have a word with you, young man, Lockhart said playfully. Professor Sprout, you don't mind if I borrow Mr. Potter for a few moments, do you? Terrified, Harry glanced back at Professor Sprout and desperately tried to convey with his eyes that he did not want to be with the man, who was still sparkling from his earlier spell. Actually, I do mind, Professor Sprout interjected sharply. You see, Mr. Potter has aspirations to be a healer, a very great aspiration indeed. She smiled kindly at Harry before turning a displeased glare at Lockhart. As such, this lesson is incredibly important for him, and it is crucial he be there for every minute and second of it. Theodore, who had wiggled his way back out of the greenhouse in search of Harry, smiled brightly at Professor Sprout as if he had just found the love of his life. Oh, I'm sure it's nothing I can't teach him, Professor Sprout. Professor Sprout is absolutely right, Harry. This lesson is really important. Theodore yanked the emerald-eyed boy back from Lockhart and, without letting the man protest, dragged Harry into the greenhouse. Let's go. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a lesson to teach, Professor Sprout said with a thin smile, turning her back on Lockhart. And if possible, Mr. Lockhart, my apologies, Professor Lockhart, please remove the glitter from the grounds. I'm afraid some wildlife and plants may choke on it. Quite a hazard, they are. Herbology with the mandrakes turned out to be quite eventful. To begin with, Draco fought pretty much everyone for the only pair of green earmuffs, claiming that every other color, including the pink ones, was atrocious. The sound was muffled. Professor Sprout had explained the purposes of mandrakes, and Hermione eagerly answered, sharing that they were powerful restorative plants used to make reversal remedies for curses and transfigurational disfigurements. Harry had learned this from studying his textbook thoroughly. Once Professor Sprout finished her demonstration, the students gathered in groups to pull the mandrake babies out of their pots and repot them into larger ones. Draco, Hermione, Theodore, and Harry formed a group around their tray and began filling their pots with dragon dung. Draco was not fond of the task, but he quickly fell silent when Theodore shot him a sharp glare. In a bad mood today, isn't he? Draco whispered to Harry as they worked together to pat down the soil in his pot. About to be in a worse mood if you continue speaking, Theodore hissed from across the table, clearly having overheard them. Fortunately for Draco, there wasn't much time for chatter as it was time to put on their earmuffs and get to work. Although Professor Sprout made it seem easy to pull the baby mandrakes out of their pots with a swift tug, it was much harder for 12-year-olds. The plants kicked and struggled, doing everything they could to escape. When Theodore finally pulled out a particularly fat mandrake, it took the combined effort of Hermione, Harry, and Theodore, with minimal help from Draco, to shove the baby into a larger pot. They had to hold it down for a few moments as it continued to try to burst out of the soil. The most eventful part of the lesson, however, involved Crabbe and Goyle. Goyle was hollering at the top of his lungs, trying to get Crabbe to pass the bag of dragon dung, but with the earmuffs on, his words were barely audible. The other could not hear him. Without thinking, Crabbe removed his protective gear to listen to Goyle. With a loud thud, he fell almost immediately to the floor. Goyle, dismayed and in despair, took off his earmuffs to mourn his friend and quickly fell victim to the same fate. Professor Sprout swiftly took charge of the situation, moving around the greenhouse and placing every loose mandrake into a pot. Once she finished, she signaled for everyone to remove their earmuffs and went to check on the two Slytherins, who were passed out on the floor. That will be it for today, she announced. The rest of you, back to the castle. I will need to take these two to the infirmary. Get going now. Chapter 6, Lockhart Chronicles. Much to the Slytherins' great delight, they watched two Gryffindors stumble off after lunch to Lockhart's first ever defense against dark arts class. The beautiful weather shone through the castle's slim windows. Grumbling, Ron walked off with Neville in tow. Don't look so happy about it. You all have him after we do, Ron said. This was true. The Slytherins had their first defense against dark arts period right after the Gryffindors, but that didn't stop Draco from sticking his tongue out childishly as Ron scoffed away in the distance. "We could always skip the class," suggested Theodore, while Hermione gasped scandalously behind him. "Oh, get over it, Hermione. Not every professor is a saint, and you know it. Lockhart's a buffoon walking around in overly expensive robes." As Draco opened his mouth to speak, Harry shushed him. "Now isn't the time for a compliment on Professor Lockhart's robes, Draco." On second thought, Harry corrected himself. "Actually, whenever Theo's in the vicinity, it's never the time for a compliment on his robes." "Well, as buffoonic as he may be," Hermione interjected, "he's still a professor." Firm in her opinion, she plopped herself down in the grass. They had chosen a nice shady spot on the rolling fields outside the castle courtyards to enjoy the afternoon. Hermione dove nose first into Lockhart's voyages with vampires. Determined not to fall behind, Draco pulled out Ear with the Yeti from his book bag and followed suit. The hour ticked by, and as the Slytherins ventured back into the castle hallways, dreading their defense class, they bumped into two very unhappy, frazzled Gryffindors. Ron's hair was pulled in more directions than anyone thought possible, and there was a streak of blue sparkles across Neville's face. Poor Trevor, sticking out of Neville's pocket, was not exempted. Similar blue glitter sparkled across his slick skin. He looked much happier than the other two, likely because he was chewing something that vaguely resembled a fairy's wing. "I hate pixies, I hate Lockhart. I can't believe we have him for an entire year," Ron began, launching into his tirade about the professor while desperately trying to flatten his hair. "I don't think I would have made it out of there with all my hair in place if Professor Filtwick hadn't come to our rescue. Bless him, I'm never slacking in his class again." Hermione raised an eyebrow at Ron. "What did Professor Lockhart do?" "Released pixies at us," Ron fumed. "Failed to catch them when the whole class couldn't, then bolted. He locked us inside and told us it was a good hands-on experience. He didn't come back until Filtwick heard Lavender's screams and came to our rescue. By the way, a pixie threw Lockhart's wand out the window," Neville added helpfully. "I dunno how he's getting it back." "Did Trevor eat one of the pixies, by any chance?" Harry asked with concern. "Oh, yeah. Good on him, Trevor. He was actually more helpful than Lockhart, which says a lot," Ron grumbled as Neville patted the amphibian happily. "Well, it's time," Harry said as light-heartedly as he could. "We've got to get to class." "Shall we? Shall we not?" Theodore replied, matching Harry's light tone. His thinly veiled sarcasm revealed his true feelings about their class. The meadows looked particularly welcoming right now. Despite Theodore's complaints, they arrived at the door of their classroom, greeted by the man himself. Gilderoy Lockhart flashed his whitest smile at the group of Slytherins. They noticed the small red bites on his skin and the absence of a wand. "Welcome," he said dramatically to the room of unamused snakes. Picking up Bulstrode's copy of Wanderings with Werewolves, he tried to begin, leaning against her table. "It is I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Mer, ah." He cleared his throat as the whole class watched him narrowly avoid Bulstrode's snap, a snarl on her lips. At the back of the class, Tracey couldn't help but snicker. "Ahem, as I was saying," Lockhart began again, straightening his robes. "It is I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award." He flashed a suave smile at the class, only to be met with blank stares. "Well, I see you've bought all my books. Very good," Lockhart hummed approvingly. "Sir," piped up Theodore from the back, surprising everyone. "I have a question." "Ah. I appreciate your eagerness, mister." Lockhart squinted at him, gesturing for him to stand up. "Most professors don't require students to buy textbooks written by them, not to mention 7 of them, as it creates an impression of education as a monetary venture rather than a reflection of the professor's passion for teaching. What are your thoughts on this?" Theodore asked innocently. Lockhart's smile faltered. Oh, my apologies. That was insensitive of me. Of course, you wouldn't want to reveal your earnings from taking up such a prestigious position at the school. Theodore continued, please excuse my impertinence, Mr. Lockhart. The class sniggered at Theodore's refusal to use the title professor, perhaps inspired by Professor Sprout's misstep at the greenhouses earlier that day. Desperate to move the class along, Lockhart cleared his throat, silencing everyone once more. Well, since, I thought we could start today with a quiz. Just a quick one, some basic knowledge, to see how well read you are, he said. He then began the meticulous task of handing out the quiz papers, one by one. Thank you, sir, Daphne said gracefully as he passed her desk. The Slytherin cohort had more or less come to a united conclusion about him and was beginning its silent attack. Lockhart faltered but forced a charming smile onto his face. Beside Daphne, Tracey quickly caught on and wore her most innocent expression. Thank you, Mr. Lockhart, sir, she said. One by one, the class chimed in as he passed their tables, each student refusing to address him as a professor. Somewhere down in the dungeons, Severus Snape felt oddly proud of his second years. Ehem, Lockhart said, trying to gather what was left of his dignity before the 12-year-olds. 30 minutes for your quiz, begin. To absolutely no one's surprise, the quiz consisted of 3 double-printed pages of nonsense. Questions included, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color, and when is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what would his ideal gift be? At the front, Lockhart finally got a break from the vicious Slytherins. As he sat inspecting his nails, he remained blissfully unaware of the incredulous looks of disbelief each student directed at him. Nearly no one took the paper seriously, except for Hermione, who instantly dove in with her quill, and Draco, who could not bear to fall behind a Muggle-born. The rest of the class spent their 30 minutes in various ways. Theodore began coming up with the most ridiculous answers to the questions. Tracey simply stared out of the window at the faraway Quidditch pitch longingly. Blaise and Daphne appeared to have started a game of chess, the two staring each other down as they stated their moves and played on an imaginary board. All right, time's up, Lockhart said giddily. Lockhart clapped his hands, bringing most of the class to a halt as they turned to him with looks of annoyance. Come on, hand up your papers. He began flipping through the sheets in front of the class, pursing his lips at the mostly empty answer sheets and shaking his head in disappointment. Looks like most of you need to study your books more, he said, clicking his tongue. This simply will not do. Most of these answers are easily found in your readings. For example, what are Gilderoy Lockhart's 3 greatest wishes? The first chapter of Wandering with Werewolves, I believe, I would wish for everlasting peace in the magical and non-magical world, for all hunger and famine to be eradicated, and to have more silky robes imported from China? Theodore said sarcastically. Lockhart looked up in surprise. Well, no, for there to be no orphan children in the world, of course, as a reflection of my philanthropic personality, but that could be my 4th wish. Quite excellent. 10 points to Slytherin. Harry had never seen Theodore look so furious. And let's see here, yes, Miss Granger, got nearly all my questions right. Lockhart beamed, holding up her paper for everyone to see. Simply astounding. You knew my secret ambition, to rid the world of evil and launch my series of hair care potions, my ideal birthday gift, yes, and even childhood ambition. Amazing work, Ms. Granger, yes, take another 10 points to Slytherin. I can't believe you, Theodore hissed at Hermione. What, did you swallow all 7 of those ridiculous things he calls books? Know your friends well and your enemies better, Hermione retorted. And I was bored over summer. And here, Mr. Malfoy. Lockhart smiled, pleased to find another contender for Hermione's marks. Not quite as perfect a score as Miss Granger, but clearly someone here understands the importance of cuticle care, correctly listed all steps of my routine, as written out in Year with the Yeti. Cuticle care is especially important in low humidity environments, and he even wrote out his own recommendations for products. Simply well done. Another 10 points to Slytherin. Boy, you all are just racking up points today, aren't you? Harry felt a sense of foreboding. If Lockhart awarded another point to their house, he worried that Theodore might leap over his desk and strangle him with his silk magenta tie. Now! The blonde man brandished the covered cage sitting atop his desk. To our lesson for the day. Listen closely. These are no other than vicious creatures. Simply ask your fellow Gryffindor yearmates. Ah, Mr. Lockhart. Daphne interrupted politely. There's someone at the door for you. It was Professor Filtwick, looking strangely annoyed. Ah, apologies for interrupting, he said gruffly. Just here to return. Clearing his throat, Lockhart quickly retrieved his wand from the smaller professor's hands, hiding it behind his back, though the entire class had seen the exchange clearly. Thank you, Professor Filtwick, for your assistance. Now, if you'll forgive me, I've yet to get through my syllabus for today, so... A freezing charm, Professor Filtwick said pointedly to the class, glaring at the cage on Lockhart's desk. Works wonders. Thank you, Professor Filtwick. Tracey said brightly from her desk. Really looking forward to your class tomorrow. Catching on, the rest of the class echoed their sentiments. Thank you, Professor Filtwick, they chimed one by one, each sniggering at the annoyance flitting across Lockhart's perfectly powdered face. Though thoroughly confused by the Slytherin class's sudden love for charms, Professor Filtwick smiled and left the classroom, confused but amused nonetheless. The second-year class was filled with brilliant students, and when a group of Slytherins got together under a common goal, well, they had a reputation, didn't they? Class! Back in the classroom. Lockhart cleared his throat, determined to get the lesson back on track. As I was saying, this is a vicious creature not to be taken lightly. Before he could finish his warning, the bell overhead rang, and from behind the bell emerged a pixie, grinning wickedly. Caught up in his annoyance, the blonde man paid no attention to the blue-winged straggler. I have yet to dismiss you, Lockhart said, waving his wand around in an attempt to appear intimidating. It wasn't very successful, as the students continued packing their bags anyway. The bell may have rung, but, to the great delight of the entire Slytherin class, the Cornish pixie chose the moment to swoop towards him, grabbing his loosely held wand. Terrified at the sight of the creature, Lockhart jumped and tripped over Bulstrode's book bag, landing on his backside. In the commotion, the pixie made a wild escape for the windows. As Lockhart struggled to get to his feet, tripping over his magenta robes, the creature, along with the wand, burst out of an open window, disappearing into the blue skies. We'll get going now, sir, said Daphne politely. With that, the class filtered out, their faces alight with smiles as they chimed their goodbyes. Thank you for the lesson, sir. See you next, Mr. Lockhart. Bye, Mr. Out in the corridor, the second-year Slytherins erupted in laughter, student after student high-fiving Tracey Davis for having cracked the window open amidst the chaos, a crucial agent in the Pixies' escape. Chapter 7, United over Rivalry. Amidst the excitement of the semester beginning, there was the matter of Quidditch practice. Much to the frustration of both the Slytherin and Gryffindor teams, Marcus Flint and Oliver Wood drove each other up the wall with their endless competition. As a result, they filled their training sessions with early morning and late evening practices. Bloody hell, grumbled Damien, shooting sharp glares at the Gryffindor team, who were leaving the pitch just as the Slytherins were walking in. Marcus had gone ahead to the pitch, obviously looking for a fight with Oliver, leaving the rest of the team trudging miserably out into the fields. Oi, you lot! Tell Wood to calm down, will you? Pass the message along to Flint, you snake, shot back one of the Weasley twins. Harry didn't even bother trying to tell them apart. It was late in the evening, just past dinner, and he longed to join his friends in their eerily calm common room under the lake. But no, he had to attend Marcus's training, planned at an atrociously late hour as the two captains scrambled over each other to book the pitch. We're being driven up the wall, too. Merlin's beard, Tracey muttered. Someone should lock those two in a room together. Across the meadow, the twins lit up. Slowly, mischievous grins spread across their faces, and with renewed energy, they traipsed up the hill toward the castle. "I think you just gave them a very good or a very, very bad idea," said Peregrine slowly. "And as head prefect, I am going to pretend I did not witness this exchange." As the Slytherin team trickled onto the pitch, they were treated to front row seats to the latest row between the two captains. Oliver was waving his arms around like a madman, loudly accusing Marcus of copying his hard-planned strategies and strategized training system, while the Slytherin captain, who never backed down from a fight, was making similar accusations. "I spent all summer drafting these," Oliver exclaimed, fuming and pointing a finger at Marcus. Though Oliver was skinnier and slightly less muscular than Marcus, he had a slight height advantage and was using it to his benefit. "Ha!" Marcus scoffed, his eyes glinting as he squared up to Oliver. His shoulders were a good 3 inches broader. "That's the most ridiculous accusation I've ever heard. If anything, you—" All right, break it up, you two," Peregrine interjected wearily. "Oliver, for the love of Merlin, it's been a long day. You two are just equally stubborn enough to create the most grueling training routine. You both share a love for torturing your teammates. What a coincidence." "Enough of this." Oliver opened his mouth to argue. "Torturing? Ha, would you look at that? Even your own teammates." "Excuse me?" Marcus interrupted before Oliver could finish. "What are you trying to insinuate here?" Before Wood could reply and explain exactly what he was trying to insinuate, Peregrine cleared his throat loudly, sending the two captains a fierce glare. "Not one more word from either of you," Peregrine stated firmly. "Wood, please leave. I believe the Slytherins have the pitch booked. And Marcus, go take a walk around the pitch." The two stared at him in disbelief, neither budging. When a few more seconds passed with no one moving, Peregrine's patience snapped. "Shall I have to repeat myself?" "Wood, leave, and Marcus, take a walk," he said, making a zipping motion with his hands as both captains opened their mouths to protest. "And I'm not telling either of you this as an opposing team member or your teammate. I am speaking to you as Slytherin's head prefect. Go. Now. Please walk in opposite directions, or Merlin help me if you two start a riot again." Under Peregrine's scathing gaze, the two reluctantly walked off. Oliver huffed and stomped off the pitch toward the hall, where his scarlet-cloaked teammates had just disappeared around the bend. Marcus began his angry walk around the perimeter of the field, like a child who had just been told to stand in a corner. "By Merlin, I can't wait to graduate and not have to deal with this mess any longer," Peregrine muttered to the rest of the team, who stood in awe of his authority. "What are you all standing around for? Go get changed before Marcus comes back and starts a yelling fit about how we're already behind schedule." And so the days went on. By the end of the week, no member of either team could recall the blissful feeling of sleeping in. They began each day with their captains barging in, announcing practice would start in 15 minutes. Taking the brunt of this early morning routine was Miles Bletchley, the grumpy sixth-year Slytherin keeper, who shared a dorm with Marcus. Once, when he grumbled and muffled Marcus's demands with his pillow, he woke up to the captain banging his metal cauldron with a ladle beside his bed. Fortunately, this method was quickly discontinued after Caden Seymour, also a sixth year, threatened to confiscate all Slytherin team brooms if Marcus didn't stop banging the cauldron at dawn. Like a clockwork guard, Marcus made his rounds into all the Slytherin boys' dorms, starting with Miles and Caden, then moving to the seventh-year dorms, where Peregrine and Adrian were unceremoniously roused. Lucian and the newly appointed beta substitute, Timothy Kane, was from the fifth-year dorms. Damien was from the fourth year, Harry from the second, and a shy little boy named Atsushi Tokogi was from first year. Atsushi had performed so well in his first flying class that Marcus quickly recruited him as a chaser and seeker in training. Fortunately for Tracey, Marcus was barred from entering the girls' dorms. Instead, he resorted to knocking loudly outside their door. Once, he was greeted by a politely glowering Daphne, who welcomed him with a sharp stinging hex. Millicent's loud threat from her bed also made him realize the error of his ways, leading him to keep his distance from the second-year girls' dorm. As Marcus's grueling training regime continued, the Slytherin team quickly forgot about Tracey's comment regarding the two captains, as well as the Weasley twins' mischievous response. However, the pranksters had not forgotten, and their idea finally came to fruition on Wednesday evening. The Great Hall was empty except for the two Quidditch teams scheduled for practice that evening. The Slytherins gathered at the end table, staring out the castle's paned windows at the dreadful weather. It was pouring cats and dogs, and no one wanted to fly in the rain. Unfortunately, a little weather never deterred Marcus, or Oliver, for that matter. Oliver was happily describing to his team across the hall the drills they were going to practice that evening. "I'm going to go get today's drill plans from the dorms," Marcus announced, mimicking the Lions captain as he got up from the table. "The rest of you don't take too long and show up at the pitch at 8:30 sharp, you hear me? Ever each. Pusey. Davis, I'm looking at you three. Extra 10 laps around the pitch and 30 push-ups if you're late, got it?" "Yes, Captain," the team replied in unison, sounding defeated. Without another word, the captain marched off into his quarters. Across the hall, one of the Weasley twins leaned over to Oliver Wood, whispering in his ear. Much to everyone's surprise, Oliver stood up, visibly angry. He slammed his hands on the table and furiously stomped after Marcus. "What in Merlin's name?" Adrian said, astonished. After a moment, understanding dawned on Peregrine's face. Despite this, he pretended to be completely innocent, mimicking the astonished tone of the others. "I have absolutely no idea. Merlin, would you look at that? The GRYFFS are sending us a note. I wonder what the message could possibly be." As Peregrine spoke, the twins grinned mischievously, like cats that had just caught a mouse, or a bird, or both. They waved and elbowed each other in excitement as their note, charmed to look like a fluttering paper bird, landed right in front of the head prefect's plate. "Take the evening off, lads," Peregrine read aloud. "Won't be seeing those two tonight." There was a moment of silence before the Slytherins quickly caught on. Slowly, smiles spread across each player's face. "You heard them." Lucian grinned widely. "Never thought I'd say this," but he gave a mock salute towards their red-clad counterparts across the empty hall. "Thank you, brothers." By the Gryffindor table, the Weasleys cheered, although one of the female chasers, Katie Bell, shouted back, "Boy." Lucian shook his head. "My mistake." "Thank you, comrades." "Better," yelled back the Gryffindor female seeker, Natalie, who shot a playful glare at the Slytherins. Adrian gave a thumbs up. "Of all the things for us to unite under," he laughed, "I never thought I'd see this day come. United over our captain's ridiculous rivalry." "Well," Peregrine smiled innocently, "I guess if our captains are going to be occupied, there's no use heading out to the pitch in this weather, right? It feels more like a night to kick back, relax, play a couple of games of chess, and snap." "What snap?" Atsushi asked, looking confused. He had come from a Muggle family and had no knowledge of the magical world. He was quite baffled when he was thrown into Quidditch practices without any warning. "Only the best game in the world," Damien exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over at the thought of introducing Exploding Snap to the unaware first year. "It's blasphemy not to know it. I've got to teach it to you." "Oi, Davis, are you coming?" The female chaser grinned widely. "I never say no to a game of Exploding Snap." "Count me in." "Exploding?" Atsushi sputtered. Harry gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Don't worry too much about it," he said solemnly. "If it gets serious, just back away from the table and duck where you can." To everyone's shock, the consistently grumpy Miles cackled at Harry's remark from down the table. After a few seconds of the entire team staring at him in bewilderment, the keeper scowled and grumbled under his breath. "Would you look at that?" "Our grumpy little keeper cracked a smile today," Peregrine teased. "Oh, don't get all prickly now." As the two teams retreated down their respective corridors, laughing and chatting, years of prejudice were set aside in favor of missing practice. The castle of Hogwarts thrummed with a new warmth, the spiderweb thin truce between the two houses strengthening into something much more promising. Thanks to the Weasleys' elaborate captain-napping scheme, the two captains finally got the message. They begrudgingly agreed to lessen the early and late training sessions, as long as the other would do the same. One evening, Arrowell casually asked, "Care to explain why I have been hearing Marcus grumbling about 3 hours in a broom closet with wood?" The two Slytherin head prefects sat cozily next to each other in matching jade green armchairs, textbooks in their laps as they prepared for their most important exams. Peregrine glanced away from his chance notes and tilted his head innocently, looking as clueless as a newborn fawn. "I have absolutely no clue. He just disappeared one night before training. It seems like he accidentally stumbled into a jinxed closet and would just happen to be there. What a coincidence. Perhaps at the next prefect meeting, we should propose a full sweep of the castle to make sure there aren't any similar jinxes lying around. It could be quite dangerous, especially for the young kids." "Right. A coincidence," Arrowell replied, though the smallest smile on her lips revealed her true thoughts. "Well, you're right. Make sure it doesn't happen again." "Of course. Not under my watch, never again," the Slytherin chaser winked. "Oh, get out of here, Derek." Laughing, she smacked him with her textbook, shaking her head fondly. Peregrine grinned, leaning over her chair, but just as he was about to crack a silly joke or perhaps a suave remark, there was an explosion across the room, leaving an incredibly stunned Atsushi beside it. Wearily, the head prefect ran a hand through his brown curls. "I better go take a look at that," he grumbled, the moment gone. Arrowell hummed, hiding a small smile behind her book. "You should. But before that..." As Arrowell spun, as she turned to face him, she found him hovering just inches from her face. Before anyone else in the common room could notice them, the Slytherin chaser quickly pecked a kiss from his fellow prefect, who might be more than just a fellow prefect. Satisfied, Peregrine straightened himself and glanced around the room to ensure his little stunt had gone unseen. "Go," she playfully shoved him away, rolling her eyes as he innocently straightened his tie, looking over the room where Harry was helping Atsushi up, brushing soot off his clothes. Yes, he grinned. "Oi, you lot. Everything all right over there?" As Peregrine joined the rest of the group at the table, he lightly chastised Damien and Tracey, both wearing matching Cheshire grins. Arrowell hid her smile behind her textbook, watching them from afar with fond adoration in her eyes. Chapter 8: The Mysterious Voice. In stark contrast to the warm, homey atmosphere in his house's common room, Severus Snape was having an absolutely miserable time in the teacher's lounge. When he let out his fifth sigh in a minute, Minerva snapped. "By Merlin, what is the matter with you, Severus?" she said, exasperated. "I can't even enjoy my tea in peace." Severus grumbled unhappily in response, moodily crossing out a whole sentence of atrocious, fictitious nonsense, a streak of red against a poor fourth year's essay. "Nothing's the matter. I know you enjoy brooding, but this is extreme even for you," said the Gryffindor head of house, raising an eyebrow as she took a tentative sip of her steaming tea. A stack of Transfiguration essays rested on the desk beside her, nearly as intimidating as Severus's own stack. "So either you air whatever's been on your mind, or go do your ridiculous sighing in your own office." Severus gave her a pointed look, but when she returned his gaze with a face that clearly said, "You dare challenge me?" he had no choice but to back down. "It's the boys," said the potions master at last, sullenly. "Mr. Potter and Mr. Nott?" Minerva clarified. "What's the matter? Are those two meddling in trouble once more?" "No," said Severus, taking a moment to remember who Harry was, and then recalling that questionable book of ancient sigils that Theodore had bought at the Archivum. "Not yet, at least. But it's not that." Through the months they had spent at Ivyworth, the Slytherin trio had developed a routine unique to their habits. One component of this routine that Severus, secretly, would never admit he liked, was their daily tea time. Well, it was less tea time and more post-dinner tea time, when they would sit together, Harry and Theodore usually snuggled up on the couch in the living room, while Severus brewed cups of sweet-smelling tea infused with ginseng and honey. He also prepared the boys' favorite chocolate chip cookies, with books resting in their laps. Though he would rather swallow a vial of poison than admit it aloud, Severus enjoyed that part of the day the most. He had given the boys full access to his book collection. Of course, he had removed the dangerous ones and locked them in his potions lab. Being the bookworms they were, much like himself, they eagerly devoured his entire library, one book at a time. This included potion journals, several editions dating back to his school years, and pieces of classical Muggle literature. Harry's favorite was Oliver Twist, which was no surprise, while Theodore preferred King Arthur, although he often voiced his displeasure at the Muggle interpretation of Merlin. They also read wizarding storybooks like The Tale of Beedle and the Bard, which the boys found hilarious. Severus smiled fondly at the memory. Theodore had taken to quoting lines from the book in a peculiar, squeaky accent, which always made Harry laugh so hard that his stomach hurt. Minerva sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. "So, you're saying you're being this miserable, glooming the entire staff room with your mere presence because you're too afraid that Mr. Potter and Mr. Nott wouldn't like to have tea with you anymore?" Severus grumbled, "When you put it like that." "Severus, for the love of Merlin," the Transfiguration Professor clapped her hands together. "It doesn't take much for anyone to see that those two adore you. I doubt that just being back at Hogwarts would make them say, 'Oh, we don't want to have tea with Professor Snape anymore because he's a batty old man?'" Pomona suggested playfully as she entered the room. In the staff lounge, Severus Snape caught the tail end of Minerva McGonagall's exasperation. "Oh, look at you. Barely 1 year into having kids of your own, and you're already depressed about them leaving the nest." With a grumble, Severus slumped onto the table. "They're not my kids," he corrected sullenly, but it was to no avail. "Don't be bloody ridiculous, Severus," Minerva said at last. "Who knows? Maybe those two miss having tea with you as much as you do, but are too afraid to say anything. Maybe they think you're too busy for them." "Sure," mumbled Severus. Despite his skepticism, Minerva had indeed hit the mark. Both Theodore and Harry missed their daily tea time with the professor but worried he was too caught up in work and no longer had time for them. However, being the woman she was, Minerva McGonagall was not going to stand by and allow this giant misunderstanding to continue. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Nott," she said, clearing her throat as the Slytherin second years cleared out of her classroom, stopping the two boys in their tracks. "A word, if you could. Stay back for a moment." Hermione gave the two boys pointed looks. "What did you guys do?" she hissed. "Nothing." Harry raised his hands defensively. "I swear. You guys go ahead." He glanced back at the professor, trying to gauge how mad she was and racking his brain for what he could have possibly done this time. "I'm sure it's nothing." Although doubtful, Hermione reluctantly retreated out of the classroom, a curious Draco in tow. "Professor McGonagall?" asked Harry carefully. "You asked to speak with us?" "Yes." The Transfiguration Professor stacked their essays neatly, wrapping them with a ribbon with a quick wave of her wand. She lowered her glasses and peered at them seriously. Just when Harry was about to jump out of his seat in nervousness, she cracked a gentle smile. "Don't fret, Mr. Potter, it is nothing serious. This is simply about tea." Theodore raised an eyebrow. "Tea?" "Indeed," Professor McGonagall replied pleasantly, crossing her fingers together. "Someone is too prideful to ask you to join him for tea." The two boys exchanged glances, then looked back at the professor. They tried to hide their smiles, but excitement quickly spread across their faces as they realized what this meant. "I believe Professor Snape has nothing scheduled this evening," the deputy headmistress said with a wink. Duly noted, Theodore nodded politely, though the excitement in his eyes was evident. "Thank you for letting us know, Professor. If that is all, have a wonderful rest of your day." While he would normally grumble about Minerva's interference, Severus had to begrudgingly thank the headmistress as his second year stumbled into his office, already chattering about their classes and how interesting Filtwick's new chance lessons were. They had redirected their dislike of Lockhart into a newfound appreciation for Filtwick. As Severus returned from his kitchen with warm tea and cookies, graciously delivered by the house elves, he found the two boys comfortably settled in the living room of his quarters. Theodore's laughter at Beedle and the Bard overlapped with Harry's infectious giggles. Severus couldn't help but smile slightly as he settled into a chair across from them, a stack of his 7th year's papers in his lap. Haven't you read that book a million times already? Give the poor Bard a break from your mockery. Never, Theodore declared. Beside him, Harry was wheezing so hard that no sound came from his lips, struggling to contain his laughter. Hold his cup upright. As Theodore prepared to deliver another exaggerated impression of Beedle the Bard, a wave of cold air swept through the professor's living quarters. The temperature dropped significantly, even for the dungeon levels. Before Severus could mentally note the need to recalibrate the temperature, a sudden crash echoed through the room. The shards of Harry's teacup scattered across the stone floor. Immediately, the professor was on high alert, his wand already in hand. Harry's face turned ghostly white. Although nothing visibly threatening was present, Severus knew the boy well enough to sense that something serious had caused such a reaction. "Harry?" Severus asked cautiously, tracking the emerald-eyed boy with his gaze, his heart racing. "Did you not hear it?" whispered Harry, his eyes brimming with horror. The voice." Theodore's face scrunched in confusion. "What voice?" he demanded. Out of the corner of his eye, Severus noticed faint glimmers of Norse magic weaving through the air. It was endearing how protective Theodore was of the younger boy, but now wasn't the time to focus on that. "What voice, Harry?" Severus asked, trying to keep his voice steady. "The voice," Harry repeated, still pale. Another wave of cold air swept through the room, causing Harry's eyes to widen. He glanced between the two Slytherins, realizing neither of them could hear what he did. It spoke again. It said. "What did it say?" Severus asked urgently. "It said," Harry whispered, trembling, "kill." The word stumbled out of his mouth like a foreign object. It said, "must kill, someone must die tonight." As Severus checked every inch of his quarters, Theodore remained close to Harry, both of them huddled under fluffy white blankets. Severus hissed angrily at every passing ant and spider. "There's nothing here," he said at last, after going through every safety spell on every wall of the room 3 times. There was no safer room in all of Hogwarts. "Let's get you two back to your rooms for now. You can take your books with you if you'd like." Just as they exited Severus's quarters, Minerva's tabby cat Patronus appeared before them, its paws pattering silently against the stone-cold floor. "Severus, your presence is required immediately." "What's that?" Harry asked, eyeing the glowing Patronus from behind Theodore's cloak. "It's a Patronus," Severus replied, his mind racing. The mysterious voice and now a summons from McGonagall. "The two of you, head back to your common rooms. I must find Professor McGonagall immediately." "We're coming with you," Theodore said at once. Severus opened his mouth to refuse, to tell the boys to return to the safety of their common rooms, but then he noticed how Harry was still trembling. Even though Theodore tried to appear brave, he was just as shaken as Harry. Perhaps he shouldn't have, but the potions master took a slight dip into Theodore's mind. "Must stay with the professor. Don't know if my sigils and protection spells are enough. What if I can't protect Harry?" Though he wouldn't admit it, Severus felt his heart soften. "Expecto Patronum," he whispered under his breath, his heart hitching as the form of Lily's doe took shape in the air. The Patronus trotted gracefully over to the two boys, affectionately nudging them with her head. "She will follow you back to the common rooms. If anything happens, I will know immediately." The emerald-eyed boy reached out curiously to the silvery doe, silence falling in the corridor as the creature gazed at the boy quietly. She gently pushed her nose into his open palm, a wispy magic spreading from between the Patronus and Harry's fingers. "Okay," Theodore agreed reluctantly. "Good night, Professor," he added. "Good night, Theodore, Harry," Severus said, gently patting the Norse boy's head. "Do not worry. I won't let anything happen to the two of you." Minerva's Patronus meowed impatiently at him, its ghostly tail waving through the air soundlessly. With a final acknowledgement of his doe patroness and the two boys, who were still staring at him somewhat unsurely, the great dungeon bat flapped his way down the halls of the castle, determined to identify the new threat looming over Hogwarts. "She's so pretty," Harry whispered, his hands caressing the doe as they descended the corridors toward the Slytherin common room. "Do you think we get to learn to do this too?" "What was the spell again?" "Expecto Patronum," Theodore said thoughtfully, watching the way the doe's magic intertwined with Harry's fingers. "I'm sure I can track the spell down. Or, if I can't, Hermione surely can. Kill. Must kill more. Again. Again." Harry froze, his feet planted on the ground. Noticing his pause, the doe turned to stare at him, her gaze soft and worried. "Theo, I heard it again," the boy whispered shakily. "It keeps repeating again, it wants to kill again." "Again?" Theodore's eyes widened as he caught the detail. "As in, it's already killed something? Someone?" Blood rushed through their bodies as realization dawned on them that some sort of murder had occurred in the castle, the very Hogwarts that they thought was safe from the dangers of the wizarding world. Professor McGonagall must have found the victim. "That's why she's summoned him," Theodore exclaimed. Mind was spinning and whirling, connecting facts together. What if it wants to kill again? What if it's a trap? Horror filled Harry's eyes as they realized their favorite professor, who was like a foster father to them, could be in danger. "We must warn him," Theodore said fiercely. He turned to the patroness, who looked at them with a calm gaze, almost as if she were sentient. Can you take us to him?" The doe glanced between the two boys. Perhaps seeing their desperation to warn her caster, she bowed her head. Without another word, she began trotting in the direction they had come from, tilting her head back to look at them, as if waiting for them to follow. "It's moving," gasped Harry. "Theodore, the killer is moving, I can hear it." As they entered the main halls, a familiar face caught their attention. Peregrine, with Arowell at his side, called after them, looking confused by their urgency. "Oi! Don't run in the halls." Harry felt a sharp pain in his chest, his lungs struggling to keep up with their pace. "I think it's outrunning us." "Hey, you're not allowed to pass through here," the fat friar, stationed at the mouth of the corridor, attempted to stop them. But the doe leapt past him lightly, followed by Harry and Theodore in the ensuing confusion. Hey! Baron, stop those kids. Rip. Tear. Kill. Hurry, Theodore." Harry cried out. The murderous voice echoed around him. It felt like it was sometimes behind him, sometimes beside him, under him. It was moving in patterns he could hardly track, but all he could think about was getting to the professor. The ghost of Slytherin emerged before them, but the doe patroness was undeterred. The Baron, hovering in his bloody chains, tried to block her, but she was too quick, prancing around him, always a leap away. She jumped in circles around him while the two boys made their way through. "Baron!" the friar exclaimed, watching the two Slytherins proceed down the hall. "The boys!" As the Baron realized the two snakes were slipping past, the doe, satisfied with her work, leapt away after them. Her silvery trail dissipated into the air as she quickly caught up with the boys she was escorting. "We must alert Argus as soon as possible," Professor McGonagall whispered as the boys finally entered the scene, dashing to a stop. The doe clip-clopped gracefully by their side. As McGonagall turned to instruct the head of Slytherin about their next actions, she noticed the new intruders. "Severus, please, Mr. Potter." "Mr. Nott. What in heaven's name are the two of you doing here?" The head of Slytherin spun around at the sound of their names. His eyes widened when he saw his patroness, who gazed at him with an innocent, quiet expression, her stance neutral yet somehow protective, as if shielding the boys. "Professor," Theodore heaved, still trying to catch his breath. "We needed to talk to you." "The monster," Harry gasped. "Has struck," Theodore continued, his voice dropping to a whisper as Severus's silhouette moved, revealing Mrs. Norris's stiffened, stone-cold body, completely motionless, with menacing red words painting the wall behind her. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened, whispered Harry. Enemies of the Heir beware. What is going on here? Said a calm, airy voice approaching from behind. The two Slytherin boys jumped at the sight of Dumbledore, while the doe stared blankly at the headmaster, standing before the children. Headmaster, Professor McGonagall said, acknowledging him. The headmaster examined the scene through his half-moon glasses. His expression did not change visibly, but his gaze hardened. Has Argus been made aware? Professor Dumbledore asked grimly. I was about to find him, Professor Snape replied, slinking across the room. Right after I escort these two back to their common rooms, where they should be. He shot a sharp look at his patroness, which blinked back at him glassily. Minerva, gather more of the ghosts and have them stationed further down the corridors to redirect the students returning to their common rooms for the night, Dumbledore said airily. I have already done so, Albus, Professor McGonagall responded. However, given that students are clearly able to get past them, perhaps I should call for some reinforcements. I will alert the head prefects and have them block off all the corridors. What's going on here? The caretaker himself, Mr. Filch, walked into the hallway, lamp in hand. He squinted at the gathering of professors until he realized the cause of their concern. Horror fell upon his face as he stumbled back, falling onto the floor and turning deadly white. Mr. Filch! Harry cried, rushing across to help him up. My cat! Mr. Filch shrieked, stumbling to his feet with Harry's help. He limped across to where Mrs. Norris's body hung, stiff as cardboard, from the torch bracket. My cat, what's happened to Mrs. Norris? Who did this to her? As if matters couldn't get worse, Gilderoy Lockhart strutted into the scene, looking all important, while the fat friar trailed after him uncertainly. Professor McGonagall, I know you said not to let anyone pass, but Professor Lockhart, the friar explained apologetically. No matter, friar, Professor McGonagall said, although annoyance tinted her voice. Flashed in her eyes. Down the hall, the distant sounds of students echoed as they walked past. Perhaps we should continue this discussion elsewhere, she suggested. Yes, agreed the headmaster. Before anyone could add anything else, Lockhart eagerly volunteered. My office is the nearest, headmaster. He looked unusually happy. Feel free, yes. Thank you, Professor Lockhart, Professor Dumbledore replied pointedly. Lockhart swept forward toward where Mrs. Norris hung, but as he reached for the cat, the caretaker screeched again. Is anything the matter, Argus? We are simply going to move her somewhere safer, Dumbledore said. Have Mr. Potter do it, Mr. Filch said stiffly, gesturing at Harry, who was still crouched beside the caretaker, tears brimming in his eyes as he stared at the cat's motionless body. Oh, the headmaster blinked, visibly surprised by the request. But perhaps Mr. Potter isn't quite tall enough to reach. Mr. Filch grunted in reply, gently lifting Harry onto his shoulders until the boy could wrap his fingers around Mrs. Norris and detach her from the torch bracket. As he was lowered back down, Harry caressed the feline mournfully, combing his fingers through her fur. Very well. Argus, Minerva, Severus, and perhaps Mr. Potter and Mr. Nott as well, said the headmaster. Come with me. Lockhart led the way eagerly. While Harry was too preoccupied with whispering reassurances to Mrs. Norris, Theodore counted 15 eye rolls between Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape during the 3-minute walk. When they finally arrived, the professors parted to let Harry approach Lockhart's polished table. Although he noticed a slightly irritated twinge on the defense professor's lips as he laid the feline on the surface, Harry couldn't care less. The moment. It was definitely a curse that killed her, probably the transmogrifian torture, Lockhart said, his words overshadowed by Mr. Filch's sobs, which he ignored. I've seen it many times. Such a pity I wasn't present. I know the counter-curse, yes. I could have saved her. The headmaster seemed barely to listen to Lockhart. In fact, no one was really paying attention to him. He gently prodded at Mrs. Norris's body, with Professor McGonagall beside him. Harry, still teary, gently patted Mr. Filch's back, trying to comfort the poor caretaker as he watched the headmaster mutter under his breath, tapping at the stiff body with his wand, but with no success. Yes, such a pity she's dead. I remember similar cases in Ouagadougou. A series of attacks, and the townsfolk were incredibly panicked. Of course, you can read all about it in my autobiography. Yes, I cleared the matter up immediately, of course. Solved it with a handful of amulets. It was nothing, really. She's not dead, Argus, the headmaster said softly. That was exactly what I thought. Lockhart chimed in. What? Argus whispered, hope filtering into his eyes. And not dead? Then why is she all stiff and frozen? She's been petrified, I believe, said Professor Dumbledore gently. Will we be able to help her? Asked Harry quietly. I believe Professor Sprout is growing some mandrakes at the moment, Professor Snape said, finally breaking his silence. This is fortunate. It will be difficult to get them off the market at this time of year, but we will have our own supply once they mature. As soon as they are ready, we will be able to make the Mandrake restorative draft to return her to normal. Mr. Filch let out a breath of relief at this, his sobs softening as he brushed his hands on. Mrs. Norris was whispering to her that she would be back before she knew it. Ah, yes, the Mandrake restorative draft. I must have brewed it 1,000 times. I could probably do it in my sleep, Gilderoy Lockhart clamored. I believe, Professor Snape interrupted coldly, I am the potions master of this school. There was a stagnant pause. For the time being, we'll do what we can to ensure Mrs. Norris's comfort, Professor McGonagall finally said. Severus, perhaps you would like to bring Mr. Potter and Mr. Nott back to where they belong? Yes, Professor Snape nodded. Come, Mr. Potter, Mr. Nott. Giving Mr. Filch a last reassuring pat, Harry trailed after the other Slytherins, casting one final mournful look at Mrs. Norris before the door shut behind them. Chapter 9, Myth or Truth, Santa and the Chamber. Halloween arrived at Hogwarts, bringing with it the mystery of Mrs. Norris's petrification, which spread through the halls in hushed whispers. Even the magically carved pumpkins, grinning and cackling as students passed by, did little to lift the gloomy atmosphere hanging over the castle. With much persuasion from Harry and Hermione, along with threats of a jinx that no one could reverse, the group agreed to help Mr. Filch set up a shrine where Mrs. Norris had been petrified. They mopped up puddles of water and charmed candles to stay lit below the torch bracket she had been hanging from. There, Mr. Filch, Harry reassured, patting the caretaker sympathetically as he wept at the sight of the shrine. In the center of their setup was a beautiful portrait of the cat, charmed to show her licking her paw gracefully. She'll be back before you know it, Harry added. Not a word, Hermione hissed at Ron and Draco, who struggled to keep serious faces despite their best efforts. When she raised her wand at them, they instantly sobered and maintained their serious expressions for the rest of their time there. We'll be leaving now, Mr. Filch, Harry finally said after they had stood in silence at Mrs. Norris's shrine for what felt like ages. We'll be down at the feast. I'll make sure to grab some pumpkin pie for you and Mrs. Norris, okay? She did always love pumpkin pie, Mr. Filch sniffled. The group quietly made their way down to the Great Hall, where the Halloween festivities were in full swing. The tables were covered with sweet pumpkin pies, thick herbal pumpkin soups, baked pumpkins with oregano, and every other pumpkin dish imaginable. As a group, the 6 second years plopped down on the benches. An empty section of the Slytherin table was noticeable as Ron and Neville ignored the pointed looks from several upper-year Slytherins while digging into their food. Bad time of the year for those who don't like pumpkins, huh? Theodore commented idly, chuckling at a couple of first-year Ravenclaws making faces at the abundance of orange food. Would you like some pumpkin-based gravy drizzle on your chicken, Hermione? Oi, Draco, pass the pumpkin pie, would you? Called out Ron. You mean the Weasley pie, Draco snickered as he passed the pie. Since it's the color of your hair. Lame joke, Draco, Daphne remarked from the other side of the table. Harry, pass the jug of pumpkin juice, please. Beside her, Ron and Draco had already begun engaging in meaningless banter about the colors of their hair. Ron jabbed that Draco's platinum blonde hair was the same color as the crust of the pie, so it was really a Weasley Malfoy pie. Hermione raised her eyebrow at their argument, but Neville simply patted her shoulder and shrugged, silently telling her to leave the two to their family feud. "Look, it's Potter," whispered a third-year Ravenclaw as they passed by the Slytherin table. "I heard he's the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Must be, since he's Slytherin and all. Can't be a coincidence, right?" "Better keep our distance," hushed another Ravenclaw. "And keep your voice down, for Merlin's sake." The second years bristled, and just as Theodore was about to make a smart retort, Caden Seymour stood up abruptly from the Slytherin table, a cold smile on his face as he stared down at the Ravenclaws. "Excuse me," said the prefect coolly, "I'd like to remind everyone that school policy doesn't encourage baseless accusations of other students." "Come on, no one adored that cat more than Harry did," Cedric said good-naturedly. He popped up out of nowhere, his friendly smile a stark contrast to Caden's stony expression. He was starting to teach Mrs. Norris tricks off of catnip, for Merlin's sake. If anyone had a vendetta against that old cat, it was probably one of us Gryffindors, one of the Weasley twins interjected, elbowing the other. Fred? That old lampy-eyed thing will be missed, she will. I can't say I'll miss her chasing us down the halls after curfew, though." "Ha!" Fred cackled. "Who knows, maybe we opened the chamber?" George grinned frightfully at the Ravenclaws, who shuddered and backed away. "Oh, you better watch out," he said, raising his hands in a claw-like motion. His brother continued to cackle behind him as the third years yelped. Suddenly, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head, Fred's eyes widened and his smile grew. He began shaking his hands in the air. "You better not cry." Fred sang slowly, the twins' grins expanding as they wound up into the song. "You better not pout, I'm telling you why." Who taught the twins Muggle Christmas songs? Hermione yelled over the Weasleys, squinting at Harry, who shrugged, equally clueless. At the staff table, the professors sat in absolute bewilderment, except for Dumbledore, who swayed side to side delightfully with the song, and Professor Snape, who sat with his face in his hands. "Santa Claus is coming to town," the twins sang, ending the verse with red and green confetti shooting out of their wands. "It's October, for Merlin's sake," yelled one of the Hufflepuff Muggleborns, while the rest of the wizarding population sat in absolute confusion. "He sees you when you're sleeping, he." The Weasley twins shouted at the top of their lungs, causing horror among the students in the hall. "Santa knows when you're awake." Axel Wachter, a first-year Slytherin, stared at the twins in terror. "Who's spying on us in our sleep?" Beside her, Sage Brighton, a Muggleborn from Slytherin, choked on her food. "Who in Merlin's beard is Santa Claus?" Marcus frowned, eyeing the twins suspiciously. "Some strange man that watches us when we sleep." "And what town does he go to?" "He's a Muggle myth," Hermione supplied helpfully as the Weasleys continued their terrible rendition of the song. "He appears during the Muggle equivalent of Yule. We call it Christmas. According to the legend, he visits all the towns in the world in one night in a flying sleigh, sliding down chimneys and giving all the good children Christmas presents." Theodore chewed his pumpkin gravy chicken thoughtfully. "So, like the Flu Network? Traveling by chimney?" Opening her mouth to clarify that Santa Claus was nothing more than a myth, Hermione stopped mid-motion, her eyes widening as she considered Theodore's suggestion. "Oh my God, is Santa real?" "Miss Granger, you don't have an essay due for the next month," Severus pointed out as Hermione stepped into his office. "I've answered all 26 of your questions from your Dropbox. What more could you possibly need at?" He squinted at his office clock. 8:30 at night? "I was just wondering," she smiled sweetly, looking up at him with innocent eyes. "If you happen to have a copy of Hogwarts, a history. I swear on Merlin's beard I've seen you memorize that book cover to cover." The potions professor rubbed his temple. "I admire your tenacity for reading, Miss Granger, but there's simply no need to seek me out when you crave a little light reading." "Reading? Besides, doesn't the library have a copy?" Hermione pouted. "They do, but the wait list is 2 weeks long." She slumped dejectedly as if someone had just told her the world was ending and she had no time to finish her latest book. "Could I pretty please borrow your copy? I've seen it on your shelves." Severus paused, concerned that the Muggleborn knew exactly what he had on his shelves. He sighed. "Very well. As if you'll leave me alone if I turn you down." He became acutely aware of just how much power she had over him. It was borderline terrifying. She was using her ability to annoy him as leverage, and he hated it. But how could he say no to those big, curious eyes? "You're the best, Professor Snape," Hermione exclaimed, smiling from ear to ear. Her bushy hair bounced from her ponytail as she bounded after him. Severus wearily moved across the office floor to find a copy of Hogwarts, a history. "Why is there a 2-week waitlist, anyway?" he grumbled. "Since when has anyone other than you been so enamored with this book?" "No reason," Hermione answered sheepishly. "Maybe there's a reading club somewhere that's reading Hogwarts, a history this week?" Severus gave her a pointed look. "Miss Granger, you can come up with a better excuse than that. That's just shabby. Professor Binns assigned extra credit if we answer a niche question that can only be answered by Hogwarts, a history." Hermione tried again. Resisting the urge to rub his nose, Severus waved her off dismissively. "Never mind. What am I doing, teaching you to come up with better excuses? Curfew is approaching. Return to your comments before your prefects get worried." "Thanks again, Professor," Hermione chirped. "Good night, Hermione," he replied. Severus sighed as he sank back into his office chair. As the door closed behind Hermione, her cheerful skips echoed in his quarters, prompting a soft chuckle from him. "I knew it," Hermione exclaimed triumphantly. The group was gathered in a corner of the library, their textbooks forgotten beside them. She pointed at the text and began reading aloud. "The Chamber of Secrets is a legend transcending decades of history. It tells of a massive catacomb leading to a hidden chamber, constructed by Salazar Slytherin when the castle was first built. All the way to the beginning, huh?" Ron murmured, scooting closer to her. "And it says here there was an argument between Salazar and Godric, yes, the start of the whole Slytherin versus Gryffindor rivalry, about the selectiveness of students that the school accepted." Neville frowned. "Right. Salazar believed that education should be restricted to pure magic families, in other words, the pureblood lines." "Exactly. This argument caused Salazar to leave, prompting him to seal the Chamber of Secrets until his true heir arrived at Hogwarts," Harry read. "Unleashing the monster he had sealed within, ridding the school of its impure students." "The monster's going to go after the Muggleborns," Hermione whispered, her voice shaking. "That's what this is saying, isn't it?" "Well, you don't have to worry," Draco said fiercely. "Weasley, Longbottom, Nott, and I are all purebloods. The monster wouldn't dare to attack us, so as long as we're together, you'll be safe. The monster wouldn't even think of trying to get us, or I'll get my father and the school board involved. Plus, it's not like the monster's gone after any students. Just Mrs. Norris," Ron added helpfully, looping his arm around Hermione. "Nothing's happened," Theodore said, spinning his quill between his fingers. "And there's no concrete proof that the chamber is anything more than a legend, right, Hermione?" For all we know, the voice Harry heard and Mrs. Norris's petrification could be separate events. It could be a cruel prank, maybe. "Right." Hermione nodded. Although she didn't look completely reassured, she smiled at her friends, playfully shoving Ron. "Okay, let's think about this logically. If the legend is true, the monster's been around for what, a couple of 100 years? Plenty of magical creatures have startlingly long lifespans." Theodore pursed his lips, fiddling with his quill. "Or it could be an immortal creature. Oh, or maybe Salazar placed the creature in a hibernative state before he left the castle. It must be some kind of reptile, too," Neville added quietly. "Since Harry can hear it." The blonde boy pouted at this. "I wish I was a Parselton." "That's irrelevant, Draco." Theodore flicked the other pureblood boy. So, some type of long-living or immortal creature, likely a reptile, with petrification abilities. That narrows it down a good bit. Harry nodded, picking out a hefty book from their pile, Magical and Mythical Monsters 101. We'll keep making notes as we go. Grab a book and start searching for a creature that meets our criteria. The second years each grabbed a book, and the sound of hasty flipping resumed at their table as they slowly dug through their research. Any luck? Ron asked tiredly as he made his way through his fifth book. Nothing concrete from me. Nothing so far, Hermione said, slumping, while Neville shook his head beside her. Draco, Theo, Harry, anything? No luck, Draco groaned, running a hand through his messy, gelled hair. Well, we better get going, said the Muggleborn at last. We've got Professor Binns in 15 minutes. This day just keeps getting better, complained Ron. Unfruitful research and 2 hours of Binns' immensely captivating lecture on the creation of wits and unions across Europe. Chapter 10, Professional Overstepper, Gilderoy Lockhart. To everyone's relief, Mr. Lockhart had learned his lesson and stopped bringing live creatures to class. Instead, he resolved to reenact his great deeds in true theatrical fashion. He used the front of the classroom as a stage, directing magically charmed lights to follow him like a personal spotlight. Defense against dark arts, my ass. More like defense against dramatic arts, Theodore grumbled as they trudged into the classroom and found their seats at the very back. Completely unaware of the Slytherin's dislike for him, Gilderoy Lockhart swooped into the classroom, draped in a star-patterned, bright magenta cloak that Dumbledore himself would envy. Good morning, class. Lockhart greeted with the enthusiasm of a chirpy kindergarten teacher. Who would like to join me in recreating my triumph over the Banshee today? The Slytherin stared at him in dead silence. No volunteers? Mr. Potter, how about you? You've got quite the natural affinity for stardom, yes? Lockhart tried. No, I'd love to, Professor, but I must write down your every word. In case I ever get interviewed by reporters about how great your classes are, Harry blinked innocently. I simply must make sure I can give them the most accurate transcripts. The flamboyant professor stood in despair, looking genuinely delighted at the thought of Harry reporting the great quality of his lectures to the media. Oh, well, how about you, Miss Granger? Oh, I can't possibly, Hermione said hastily. I must take after Harry, sir, just in case he misses any important details, you know. Lockhart glanced at the rest of the class and, seeing their collective death glares, decided against asking anyone else. Since you're such a naturally talented actor, sir, I'm sure you'll have no trouble enacting all the parts by yourself. That sounds great, Hermione chirped helpfully, trying to speed the class along. This seemed to work. Lockhart brightened in agreement and swooped back toward the table, brandishing his autobiography, Break with a Banshee. Theo perked up with mild interest, absent-mindedly levitating his quill and making it spin in the air. Is he going to play the Banshee part as well? He asked. Glancing back at his friends, the Nott heir snickered another comment under his breath. At least he already looks the part. Just as Lockhart prepared to enact the climax of the story, when he came face to face with the Banshee somewhere north of Ireland, the bell rang. With impressive efficiency, the Slytherin class began to swiftly evacuate the classroom. Mr. Potter! Lockhart called out, struggling to see Harry amidst the swarm of second years. Heard about the Gryffindor Slytherin gang tomorrow. You know, I used to be a seeker in my time. I was asked to play for the national British team. I can provide you with some private training. I was the best of my generation. I greatly appreciate it, Mr. Lockhart, Harry called out apologetically as Theodore tugged him out of the classroom. But I must decline. Marcus has implemented a very strict training schedule and insists we don't practice outside of those times. He says it might place too much stress on our bodies. Thanks again. Despite the gloomy, rainy weather on Saturday morning, the entire school swarmed onto the Quidditch field, sporting reds and greens in support of the Gryffindor and Slytherin teams. Up in the Slytherin seats, the Hexad's banner from the previous year, crafted by the combined genius of Hermione, Theodore, and Daphne flapped merrily against the wet wind. The words "Go Potter and Davis" glistened through the miserable weather, and the animated snake flicked its forked tongue across the pitch, determined not to. Gryffindors had responded with their own display, a gigantic lion roaring as the words "Go Gryffindor" circled the majestic creature in gold. "All right, team," Marcus said uncomfortably, attempting his best pre-game pep talk. His expression, however, made it clear he wasn't doing a very good job. The green-clad players stood ready in their game gear, brooms clutched at their sides, waiting for Madam Hooch to call them onto the pitch. Play good. Or else. The Slytherin team stared at him in unison, deadpan. "Good talk, Captain," Adrian sighed, pinching his nose. "We really need Terence back." "Who?" As if remembering they had another head prefect on their team, the Quidditch players turned to look at Peregrine expectantly. He finally relented with a reluctant sigh. "Listen up." Peregrine cleared his throat over the roar of the crowd outside, a grand show of Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry. "It's pouring cats, dogs, griffins, and dragons right now, but guess who's trained us for worse?" The team blinked quietly before Lucian yelled enthusiastically from the back, "Marcus!" "That's right. We were trained, excessively, if I may say so, to fly through any weather, so let's all get out there and show the Gryffindors just what we're made of." Peregrine pumped his fist in the air, grinning as the team whooped and cheered back, their morale lifting. "All that said, safety is your priority. Do not put yourself in any unnecessary danger. Don't do anything that I, or Terence, wouldn't approve of. Go team." Just as he finished, the megaphone blasted outside, Lee Jordan's voice reverberating around the pitch. "Without further ado, the Slytherin Quidditch team, ladies and gentlemen." Kicking off into the pouring skies, the green-clad players circled the pitch. Enjoying the rain and the cheers from their housemates, Harry and Tracey flew side by side into the stadium. They grinned and waved to their friends, who raised their banner enthusiastically as they zipped past. "All right, let me hear you put your lungs into this. Can we get a roar of applause for the one, the only, the stunning, unmatched, unrivaled Gryffindor Quidditch team?" Lee Jordan's bias for the Lions was unmistakable, but the crowd rose to their feet, shaking the ground with their applause nonetheless. "Before we get started, joining me today as your commentator is—" "I can introduce myself, thank you very much," interrupted a sharp, eloquent voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, I, Draco Malfoy, will be co-commentating today's match. To begin team introductions, let me have the honor of presenting the thus far undefeated Slytherin team, led by Captain and Chaser Marcus Flint." At the professor's stand, Severus Snape crossed his arms, smirking as Minerva sat with her lips pressed into a thin line. When Snape had proposed the idea of a co-commentator, Minerva had been against it. However, after he pointed out Lee Jordan's blatant bias towards the Slytherin team, or any team that wasn't Gryffindor, she had no choice but to agree. Who better to counter Lee Jordan's bias than Slytherin's greatest defender, Draco Malfoy? It was fighting fire with fire. Captain Flint, wearing jersey number 1, plays an integral role in the Chaser lineup as a primarily defensive player, finishing last season with a total of 32 steals from opposing teams, although he certainly isn't lacking on the offensive front. Flint is an overall well-rounded player, supporting his teammates to the fullest, acting as a reliable cornerstone for his team. As the captain swooped by the Slytherin, his housemates clapped enthusiastically, though few dared to cheer too loudly. The 6th year had a fearsome reputation, and no one wanted to provoke the captain just before the first game of the season. Following Flint is Chaser and Slytherin head prefect Peregrine Derrick, wearing jersey number 2. He is level-headed and steady in both attack and defense, finishing the previous season with the highest throwing power and the longest goal ever recorded, spanning from center field to the center hoop. Let's give it up for Slytherin's head prefect. Draco was settling into his new role, introducing the Slytherin team with a perfect mix of eloquence, class, and dramatic flair. The Slytherins, typically more reserved in showing their house spirit, were fully energized under the guidance of their new co-commentator. They cheered and whooped as each player's name was called. Last but not least on our Chaser lineup, the youngest chaser of the century, jersey number 3, Tracey Davis, the only woman on the Slytherin team. She is the lightest and fastest chaser we've seen so far, having finished the previous season with an impressive total of 16 goals. The Slytherins erupted in thunderous applause, with several upper-year students igniting magical green fireworks that shot up into the rain. Sitting among her friends, Hermione smiled proudly, knowing her meticulous recording of the Snake's gain statistics had paid off. "That's our girl," Peregrine grinned, giving the second-year chaser a high five. Across from him, Marcus offered a customary nod, though the small smile on his face was unmistakable. While Tracey was a natural chaser and flyer, she still lacked experience, coming from a Muggle-based family. However, after a season reinforced with Marcus's carefully curated drills and Peregrine's logical advice, Tracey Davis was back, better than ever. "Going to try beating that record this year?" Tracey smirked. "You bet. Come on, Slytherin, we can do better than that," Draco said, clicking his tongue over the microphone, his voice crisp. "I believe Sonorous is only a second-year spell, so let's hear it for the Slytherin beaters, jersey numbers 4 and 5, Adrian Pusey and Lucian Bowl." Never once to back down from a challenge, the Slytherin supporters increased their applause, shaking the pitch with their volume. Beside the Slytherins, a good number of Hufflepuffs, led by an excited Cedric Diggory, cheered and joined in the excitement, jumping as the players swiftly flew by, just inches above the stands. Looking disgruntled next to Cedric was the Hufflepuff captain, Naoki Suzuka, his arms crossed as he scowled at the passing green-robed players. Pusey and Bowl, truly an unmatched duo. The bludger hits taken by the Slytherin team have halved since their appointment in 1989. Can't say the same for the Gryffindor team, though. From what I remember, Captain Wood was on bed rest for, 2 weeks back in 1988. Blasphemy. Slander, spluttered Lee Jordan, while up on the pitch. Oliver Wood flushed so red that his face almost matched the color of his robes. Irrelevant commentation. Draco ignored his fellow co-commentator and continued. Strong-arming the team's defense is jersey number 6, keeper Miles Bletchley, with a defense stronger than steel and a reaction speed faster than a rattlesnake. The blonde grinned, reveling in the attention he was gaining from the pitch. First-year Draco had been devastated not to have made the team, but second-year Draco found an even more natural way to participate in the sport. Reportedly, I have statistics that Bletchley has blocked over, 85% of Gryffindor's shots in the last season. Well, get ready to update those statistics, Malfoy, because the Gryffindor team is bringing their A-game today," Lee said with determination. "We'll see, Jordan," Draco replied with a smirk. "And last, but certainly not least, drumroll please. Can we hear it for jersey number 7, the youngest seeker of the century, Harris Evans Potter?" Anyone walking through Hogsmeade might have thought an earthquake was occurring, given the thunderous applause resonating from the Hogwarts Stadium. "Seems that Mr. Potter has quite the fan base, hey?" Draco chuckled. Up in the air, Harry tucked his hands into his gloves, feeling embarrassed. Lastly, introducing the Slytherin reserve players, jersey number 8, chaser Damien Evereach, who ended his last season with a stunning performance after stepping in against Hufflepuff. Following him is jersey number 9, first-year chaser and keeper in training, Atsushi Tokogi, and jersey number 10, beater Timothy Kane. "Well," Lee Jordan interjected as the Slytherin team completed their last lap of the pitch, "let me start off Gryffindor team introductions, the clearly superior team, beginning with the one and only captain and keeper, Oliver Wood. Wood holds an integral position in the team as an anchor for the players, always boosting morale with his flawless defense and well-written speeches." The Weasley twins exchanged flabbergasted looks. Not to mention his charming face. "Unfortunately, I have to announce he's no longer up for grabs in the market, ladies." The stadium collectively slumped with a chorus of disappointed sighs. Sitting cross-legged in the Gryffindor stands, a conjured umbrella over his head, Percy Weasley couldn't help but smile. A blush rose to his cheeks as Oliver flew over the stands, a suave smirk on his lips as he saluted his boyfriend. The girls in the stands watched with admiration. Around him swooned, but Percy alone knew who that smile was really for. Following it up, I'm very happy to announce that the Gryffindor team is a strong supporter of women in sports, our beautiful and equally capable chaser lineup. Starting with jersey number 2, Angelina Johnson, looking great today. Johnson, the irreplaceable defensive cornerstone of the Gryffindor chaser lineup. Next, jersey number 3, Alicia Spinnet, the fastest chaser on the team. Phew, look at that girl go. Lee Jordan whistled appreciatively as the chaser crossed the commentating platform so fast that all anyone could hear was a sharp whistle. Let's see Slytherin try to stop that. And jersey number 4, chaser Katie Bell, small but impressively tight in her defense. That girl can snatch a quaffle out of the air like it's nothing. We're all feminists here, Jordan, but you take it to another level, Draco snorted. Take it a notch down, for Cersei's sake. Lee Jordan shot the blonde a dirty look. Continuing with our beta line, a pair unlike any other, they're like a pair of bludgers themselves, really, the jerseys 5 and 6, Fred and George Weasley. Down on the pitch, Madame Hooch hooted her whistle angrily at the two commentators, tapping her wrist aggressively. Get it going, you two. You can keep the chatter to the actual game, if you'll actually let me get started. Oh, fine, fine. Finishing up the Gryffindor team, Seeker Natalie Williams. Lee Jordan introduced. She's got a logical head on her shoulders, a set of eagle-like eyes, and really nice brown curls. Goddamn, woman, how's your hair staying so intact in this weather? You've got to spill that hair care routine. Surprisingly, the Slytherin commentator had no retort for that, instead nodding appreciatively. I want a fair game. Madame Hooch demanded on the pitch, giving both captains a deadly glare. Madame Hooch glared and said, nothing suspicious from either of you. With a sharp tweet, the bludgers soared into the pouring skies. With another tweet, Madame Hooch tossed the quaffle into the air, and Gryffindor's Katie Bell snatched it before anyone could say Merlin. Angelina! Yelled Katie, hurling the quaffle to her fellow chaser just as a bludger came hurtling toward her. Unfortunately, Peregrine took the chance and swooped in, snatching the ball mid-air and stealing the offensive power for the Slytherins. Bastard! Derek grinned as he maneuvered his broom sharply past Spinnet, who wasted no time chasing after him. Completely blindsided by the rain, the Gryffindor chaser never noticed Marcus approaching. She was caught by surprise as the Slytherin captain swooped from under her to take the ball from Derek, already making a beeline for the goal hoops. Take this! One of the Weasleys yelled, whacking a bludger straight toward Marcus. I got it! Tracey zoomed past the captain, catching the quaffle just as Marcus dodged the bludger. Nah, Oliver Wood gritted his teeth, his broom hovering steadily before the center hoop. I see you, Davis. You're not getting past me. Tracey shrugged. Oh yeah? The keeper opened his mouth to respond, but his jaw dropped instead as Tracey let the quaffle slip from her hands. The ball plummeted toward the ground, where Peregrine swooped into place, the quaffle steady in his two hands as he controlled the broom with his legs, shooting into the hoop from below Oliver. And Slytherin scores. Draco's voice rang out over the speakers as the Slytherins cheered. Slytherin Gryffindor, 10-0. Nice one. Peregrine flew up to level with the two other chasers, high-fiving his teammates. I knew the drop trick would work. Would never saw that coming. Good work, Marcus nodded gruffly. Let's keep it up. High in the sky, Harry and Natalie circled, their hands tense on the necks of their brooms. They knew that a fraction of a second could determine the game. Catching a glint of light, the two seekers dove down, racing towards the reflection. But Natalie quickly pulled back, realizing it was just the light reflecting off the Weasleys' watches. Damn, she cursed under her breath. She glanced up to see Harry a few feet away, and he met her gaze. The boy tilted his head slightly, offering her an awkward smile just as he pulled away. Whoa! Harry swerved as a bludger zoomed past his face, the wind from it brushing against his cheek. He didn't have time to finish before the same bludger changed direction and headed straight for him. Astounded, Natalie watched as Harry dodged the bludger again and again, but it seemed to have a serious vendetta against him. Oi, you good, Harry? Pusey, noticing the brewing trouble, flew closer to help. He grunted as he gave the bludger a powerful whack away. The 3 players watched as the bludger made a complete turn and came straight back for Harry. What the actual foo? This caught the attention of the spectators below. What the hell's going on up there? Theodore squinted through his binoculars. Harry's up there with Pusey. There's a bludger. Why does it keep going back to him? What? Hermione adjusted her focus from where Tracey was chasing after Alicia spin net to Harry, high up in the air. Oh gosh, you're right, the bludger's following him. Is it jinxed? The 2 second years paused, removing their binoculars to look at each other. Wordlessly, they began scanning the stands, trying to find any student or staff member muttering suspiciously. I'll keep searching the stands. You go get Professor Snape, Hermione whispered, nudging Daphne beside her. Check the stands for jinxing. Daphne blinked. Again? Without hesitation, the Nott heir scrambled out of his seat, ignoring the upper ear's indignant shouts as he pushed past them toward the staff seats. Occasionally, he would glance back to ensure Harry was still in the air. When he reached the professors, both heads of Gryffindor and Slytherin were casting wordless anti-jinxes. The tips of their wands glowed as they tried to counteract the jinx on the bludger. I can't go a season without people trying to kill my seeker, can I? Professor Snape hissed angrily. Language, Severus. Professor McGonagall replied indignantly. He's Harry Potter, Theodore said. McGonagall looked scandalized. Language, Mr. Nott. Sorry, Professor. Theodore shrugged and sat down beside Professor Snape. His fingertips glowed as he began etching lines into the air, his Norse sigils pulsating with a silvery magic only he understood. In the sky, the same sigils embedded themselves into Harry's Quidditch cloak, Theodore's protection spells weaving into the younger boy's clothing. Mr. Nott, you're not permitted to practice Norse magic unsupervised, Professor Snape remarked casually, straining as he continued battling the anti-jinx. I wouldn't call this unsupervised, Theodore retorted. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened at the sight of the ancient magic being performed beside her, but she remained silent, focusing back on the game. This isn't Wixen magic, Snape said. Frustrated, Theodore said, nothing I'm doing is working. Have you searched the stands? Theodore raised an eyebrow. His fingers continued to move as he drew sigils in the air. His magic was weaving a silvery web that formed under his fingertips. Little by little, the web floated and lifted into the air against the rain, moving magnetically toward the pitch where Harry was. Hermione and Daphne are on it. We've already checked Lockhart. He's busy fretting about his hair falling out of place in the wind, the head of Slytherin said, stress etched into his forehead. All right. You continue doing whatever it is that you're doing. I'll try casting some force-absorbing charms, but it'll be a challenge to make it really lock in from this distance. The professor paused. How are you attaching your sigils onto Harry from this far away? I have something of his, Theodore replied bluntly. Professor Snape blinked. I'm sorry? The hazel-eyed boy gestured toward his coat pocket with his gaze, his fingers preoccupied. I have something of Harry's. One of his ties. Norse magic can be applied as long as you have something belonging to the subject that they are in constant contact with. Really advanced Norse magic practitioners can cast on anyone as long as they have sight of them, but I'm not powerful enough to do it at such a distance, so I use an object that's tied to Harry. Right, Snape nodded slowly. Okay. Up in the sky, most of the team was still unaware of the assault happening above them. Harry, keep dodging. Adrian shouted as he swung hard again, sending the bludger in a random direction. He groaned as he saw it return. What the actual, where's Lucian? It's fine, I'll manage. Harry said over the wind, thankful that Hermione had cast an anti-fogging charm on his glasses. Go back to the team. I'll just stay out of the way. I'll find a snitch soon. Gryffindor scores. 50-40, Slytherin Gryffindor, announced Lee Jordan from the stands, his excitement evident. They're catching up, Harry said, ducking to avoid the bludger. I'll be fine. They need your help. Adrian hesitated but eventually nodded. But remember what Peregrine said, all right. Don't do anything he or Terence wouldn't approve of, Harry repeated. Yes, I know. I'll be fine, go. Adrian swerved lower to rejoin the rest of the team. In the distance, Harry heard Marcus yelling, "Where have you been, Pusey?" Before he could catch Adrian's response, he heard the familiar whoosh of the bludger behind him. Leaning on his right hand, he executed a full cartwheel in the air, watching the heavy black ball speed away. Catching a glimpse of light, Harry noticed the unmistakable shimmer of Theodore's magic on his cloak. Silver lines were fading into threads that conformed to the green fabric. He smiled, knowing his friends were looking out for him. "Okay, Harry," he whispered to himself. "Head in the game." "And Slytherin scores," Lee announced, sounding dismayed. "Slytherin Gryffindor, 60-40. Draco's voice followed, filled with pride. At that moment, Harry spotted two crucial things, the glint of the golden snitch fluttering just below him and the bludger racing back toward him from behind the snitch. Without hesitating, Harry pulled his broom into a dive. Sensing his determination, the snitch took off, leading to an intense chase, with the bludger hot on Harry's tail. What in Merlin's name? Is that the snitch being chased by Harry Potter, being chased by a bludger? Lee Jordan exclaimed in disbelief. Natalie, hearing the commentary, quickly followed after Harry. She overtook the bludger, nearly right behind Harry's broom. Sensing the presence of her opponent, Harry gave one last push and followed the snitch into a sharp turn. His fingers reached out, grasping the cold metal of the snitch. The Slytherin team erupted in applause, joined by a good number of Hufflepuffs, led by Cedric Diggory, as the game came to an end. Breathless with victory, Harry smiled, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something moving dangerously fast. "Natalie!" he yelled. Before the Gryffindor Seeker could react, her Slytherin counterpart grasped her broom handle and swung her around. The bludger slammed head-on into Harry's chest, knocking the wind out of him. He began free-falling toward the field below. "Shit!" the Gryffindor Seeker cursed as she chased after him. The crowd gasped, holding their breath. They were 60 feet from the ground, then 50 feet, 40 feet, 30 feet. Natalie caught Harry's wrist, and with a pull of her broom, she slowed their descent. But neither was strong enough to stop the fall, and gravity took over. They both crashed onto the ground, yelling out in pain as their collision came to an end. "Slytherin wins 90-40. Got to go, wrap up here, Jordan," came Draco's hurried commentary as he rushed out of the booth, tumbling over students as he leapt onto the field. "Are you okay?" Harry winced as he turned to face Natalie, both of them lying flat on the muddy grass. "Are you stupid? I should be asking you that." Natalie replied incredulously. "You are both very stupid," hissed Snape, with McGonagall right behind him. The rest of the players landed around the Seekers, gathering in concern for their teammates. Instantly, the two heads of houses were by their students' sides, checking for injuries. "Would cast a shielding charm, for Merlin's sake," McGonagall said, annoyed by the pouring rain. "You'll manage, you said." Adrian shot at Harry angrily. "You'll manage to fall 30 feet out of the sky, is what? How am I going to explain myself to Terence? He's going to have my head." "You both have broken bones," Professor Snape informed them. "We need stretchers. Derek, let Madame Pomfrey know that we're on our way." "Everyone calm down." Lockhart breezed into the circle, looking strangely delighted at the two injured Seekers. "I have got the situation handled. I've fixed many bones before. Harry, let's start with you, shall we? Just be in and out, you'll barely feel a thing." "Oh no, you don't," Marcus interjected, looking like an angry guard dog. "Stay away from our Seekers." "I believe we have a very capable Medwitch, Mr. Lockhart," Snape snapped. "You are as much a Medwitch as you are a potion master. Please tone down the overstepping and stay in your profession." Chapter 11, A Midnight Visitor. Madame Pomfrey wasted no time expressing her great dislike of the flying sport. She questioned repeatedly why the students were so committed to an activity that put them at constant risk of broken bones. "I'll never get it," she grumbled, tapping her wand to Natalie's arm. The Gryffindor seeker winced at the movement but endured it anyway. Whatever were the headmasters thinking, introducing a dangerous sport to encourage unfriendly rivalry between students for absolutely no reason? "It's fun, Madame Pomfrey," protested Natalie, yelping as her bones snapped and reformed. "Oh. Fun," Madame Pomfrey said, giving her a pointed look. "You and Mr. Potter have been in and out of my infirmary countless times since last year. Broken bones, broken noses, sprained ankles, should I continue?" Trying desperately to change the subject, Natalie turned to the Weasley twins, with the rest of the Gryffindor team behind them. "Where's Oliver, anyway?" Making his best drowning attempt in the showers, one of the twins said solemnly. "We think he's very close to succeeding." Across the infirmary, Harry was being patched up by Professor Snape. Circling his bed was the entire Slytherin team, centered by Draco, Hermione, and most importantly, Theodore, who was still silently fuming at the unknown hexer of the bludger. "It's the Potter luck," Draco snorted. "Can't get on a broom without going through a life-threatening experience, can you, Harry?" "Don't jinx it," snapped Theodore. "We are in a good position for the Quidditch Cup, though," Hermione provided helpfully, showing Harry the statistics she had recorded in her Quidditch-dedicated notebook. Marcus raised a confused eyebrow at all the numbers she had on the page, but didn't attempt to make sense of it. Looking at past statistics, so long as Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw won't defeat each other by more than 60 points. It's highly unlikely since they haven't done it before with their past lineup. "We'll be in steady running for the cup," said Ron. "Fascinating," Peregrine said, peeking over Hermione's shoulder. "Are you considering taking arithmetics next year, Granger?" "Yes." Hermione's eyes sparkled. "Oh, I nearly forgot. We get to select courses at the end of this year." "Only Hermione could be that excited about selecting classes for third year," Ron grumbled, while Neville chuckled beside him. The room collectively eyed the two Gryffindors, who seemed out of place standing next to the Slytherin seeker, while their own team was gathered on the other side of the room. "All right, Mr. Potter and Ms. Williams need their rest," Madame Pomfrey urged. "Mr. Weasley, please make sure that Mr. Wood does not drown himself. I've had enough Quidditch-related incidents for one day. The rest of you, hurry along. Broken bones need rest, sleep, and quiet." "But Madame Pomfrey," Katie protested. "No buts. Patients need rest, and no one is getting any rest in here," the Medewitch said sternly. As the two teams filed out slowly, Madame Pomfrey turned to Harry's bed, pursing her lips. "What did I say, Mr. Nott?" she asked, crossing her arms. "I'm staying," Theodore said firmly, already at Harry's side with a random notebook in hand. The Medewitch glanced at the head of Slytherin for help, but he simply shrugged and made no move to interfere. "Severus," Madame Pomfrey hissed. "Mr. Nott," Severus sighed half-heartedly. The Norse boy raised an eyebrow at his professor and made no move to leave. "There. I've tried, Poppy," Severus said. The Medewitch made an indignant noise. "You call that trying?" "Mr. Nott won't disturb either Mr. Potter or Ms. Williams," Severus reasoned. Ron shrugged as he slipped out of the infirmary. "I would even say they'd be safer and more comfortable with him around." He smiled and gestured at the Slytherin boys as he stepped out the door. Poppy looked over and saw soft, silvery sigils embedding themselves into the fabric of Harry's and Natalie's blankets. Both seekers sighed as warmth instantly radiated from the material. Realizing her efforts would be futile, the healer sighed. "You owe me an explanation, Severus Snape, or Merlin help me," she muttered quietly. Hours later, when Madame Pomfrey had extinguished all the torches and left the three to slumber, she had offered Theodore a separate bed, but he insisted on staying next to Harry. She gave up and simply threw them an extra pillow. Harry woke up groggily to a muffled yelp. He saw a small creature with tennis ball-sized eyeballs and Theodore angrily holding a wand to the creature's neck. Merlin, Theo, what? Harry said, shocked awake. He jolted up and immediately regretted it as pain shot through his arm. It felt like millions of toothpicks jiggling around under his skin. What's going on? This, Theo said accusingly, keeping his wand pointed at the creature, is the little bastard who jinxed the bludger. I knew it. The jinx was too muddled to be Wixen magic, elf magic, of course. Dobby was just trying to help Mr. Potter, the creature reasoned shakily. Dobby knows there is great danger in Hogwarts. Mr. Potter must go away. Merlin, Theo, put your wand down, Harry said hastily. Although unconvinced, Theo complied, lowering his wand. It's not like I would have been able to hurt him anyway, he muttered. Elves operate too quickly for any sigils to latch on and do lasting damage, the boy sulked. Mr. Potter must leave the school, Dobby insisted, persistent as ever. Hogwarts is not safe. Mr. Potter must go. Dobby tried to stop Mr. Potter from coming to school, but it was you at the King's, Harry exclaimed, incredulously. You were the one who shut the portal on us. The elf looked away guiltily, pulling on its oversized, bat-like ears to cover its face. Dobby just wanted Mr. Potter to be safe. You see, Dobby has heard of Mr. Potter's greatness, sir. All the house elves have, and we look greatly upon Mr. Potter. Please stop calling me sir, Harry said, wincing. Look, Dobby, I appreciate you trying to protect me. Beside him, Theodore made an indignant noise, saying, trying to protect you. More like try to murder you. But I'm safe here, really. I've got Theo, and Severus Snape, and Hermione, and Ron, and Neville, and Draco. Dobby winced. And Hogwarts is safer than any other place, so. Harry paused. Hold on. You said, a great danger here. It was almost like a light bulb went off in the minds of the two Slytherin boys. The monster! They whispered in unison, whipping back to face the house elf. Dobby, you know what the monster is? Theodore breathed. The house elf's eyes shone. Yes, Dobby has known for months about this evil plot. This is why Mr. Potter and Mr. Nott must leave. Dobby, what is the monster? Theodore urged, gripping and shaking the elf by the shoulders. When the creature started shaking and raised an arm, as if to hit itself, Theodore restrained him, smacking the elf's hand away from the water jug by Harry's bed. No, you can't answer that question. You must have a master, don't you? A master? Dobby asked. Harry asked, what do you mean? The house elves obey a master, Theodore explained quickly. They're usually tied to noble houses and are bound to be eternally loyal and faithful to their masters. If they fail, they are magically inclined to punish themselves. Right, so Dobby's master is the one trying to wake the monster, Harry concluded. To their astonishment, Dobby's eyes widened even more, and he stared at them intently, as if trying to give a clue without speaking. Dobby's master is not the one trying to wake the monster, Theodore suggested. Upon hearing this, the elf nodded vigorously, leaving the two boys confused. But you just said that your master was behind the evil plot, Harry pointed out. Yes, but Dobby began, then realized he was about to reveal too much. He made another grab for the water jug. Fast as the elf was, Harry's seeker reflexes kicked in, and he easily pulled the creature away from it. No, Dobby, Harry said sternly, keeping a firm hold on the elf. So what you're saying, Theodore said slowly, is that this is your master's plan, but someone else is carrying it out. Dobby neither nodded nor shook his head, but the shine in his eyes indicated they were on the right track. Suddenly, his excitement faded, and he looked miserable. Bad Dobby, wailed the house elf. Dobby doesn't want Mr. Potter and Mr. Nott to go searching for the monster. Sirs must go home before dangers transcend Hogwarts. Terrible things are going to happen, perhaps already happening, and Dobby cannot let Mr. Potter remain here when the Chamber of Secrets is opened once more. In a frantic attempt, the elf lunged for the water jug and leaped over the bed. Thankfully, Theodore pulled it over his head, causing Dobby to topple over the edge. infirmary floor with a loud thud. Across the infirmary, Natalie stirred. "You okay there, Potter?" she asked. "Why, yeah," Harry replied nervously. Theodore fell over. "Sorry for waking you." Fortunately for the Slytherin boys, the curtains around the bed were partially drawn, keeping Dobby hidden in the darkness. Once Natalie shifted and settled back to sleep, Harry quietly cast Silentio. "Dobby, you all right there? No more reaching for the jug, Dobby, or I will." Theo paused, contemplating. "I will hit Harry." "You don't want me to hit Harry, do you?" Beside him, Harry looked scandalized. With a pop, the elf appeared back on the bed, looking teary. "Mr. Potter and Mr. Nott are such good, kind sirs," he sniffled. "Dobby just doesn't want Mr. Potter and Mr. Nott to be in mortal danger. Dobby watched sirs over the summer." "That's not creepy in any way," Theodore grimaced. "So sirs must leave Hogwarts as soon as they can," wailed Dobby. Dobby could not live with himself knowing the evil plot and not keeping sirs away. "Dobby," Theodore said sternly, "Harry and I have no homes to go back to, okay? The Nott Manor is not safe for me, and Harry's legal guardians, the Dursleys, are muggles. They're even less able to protect him. We are safest here, Dobby, where Professor Snape and our friends are. And if you really care about us, Dobby, which we know you do, you can help us by, I don't know, not jinxing us to fall 50 feet out of the sky. You can't tell us information directly, but if you could find some indirect way to tell us without breaking your bind to your master, that would be really helpful. And not hitting yourself would be helpful," Harry added gently. "And what's that you are you wearing? Is that a pillowcase?" Harry asked. "House elves aren't allowed clothes," Theodore explained. "If their masters give them clothes, the master-servant bond is broken, and elves are free to do as they please." "Ah." Harry winced. "Dobby will never forget Sir's kindness," the elf blinked, tears rolling down his cheeks. "Dobby will." Before he could finish, the creature froze, becoming still as footsteps pattered outside the infirmary. "Dobby must go." "Dobby hopes Mr. Potter and Mr. Nott will stay safe," the elf whispered before snapping his fingers and vanishing. "Get under the covers," Harry urged. The two boys tucked themselves in, remaining still as two figures appeared in the dim light of the infirmary, carrying a statue-like object. As they moved closer, their identities became clear. It was Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore, shuffling past Natalie and Harry's beds. The boys stayed eerily silent, watching the professors move the statue onto an empty bed. Even in the moonlit shadows on the light blue curtains, it was evident that the staff was shaken. Moments later, Madame Pomfrey rushed into the infirmary, pulling a cardigan over her nightdress. As she rounded the corner toward the now occupied bed, she gasped, covering her mouth to stifle a shaky breath. Albus found him on the stairs. Professor McGonagall's solemn voice filled the air. "We think he was trying to bring grapes for MS. Williams." Very slowly, the two boys shifted inconspicuously in their sleep until they could see the subject of the discussion. In the silvery moonlight, they spotted the frozen figure of Colin Creevey, his arm extended straight into the air, even though he was lying horizontally, a camera in his grasp. "Merlin," Harry whispered. "Theodore," murmured Madame Pomfrey. "Petrified, like Mrs. Norris." She gently reached forward, carefully prying the camera from the boy's grip and handing it to the headmaster. She adjusted his limbs so he lay flat on the bed, almost like a man in a coffin. "You don't think he got a photo of his attacker?" Professor McGonagall asked, her voice straining to be hopeful. Wordlessly, Dumbledore clicked the back of the camera open. Instantly, a puff of steam filled the cool air of the infirmary. "Melted," Madame Pomfrey said. "How?" Hearing the clatter of more footsteps and the telltale stride of the head of Slytherin, the two boys pressed themselves back into the bed. Barely seconds later, Professor Snape, Professor Filtwick, and Professor Sprout hurried into the infirmary, flocking toward Colin's bed. "Another victim," Professor Snape said sharply. "Where was he found?" "On the staircase in the West Wing. We believe he was on his way to the infirmary, bringing grapes for MS. Williams, Professor McGonagall replied, quickly bringing the rest of the professors up to speed. That's nowhere near where Mrs. Norris was attacked. Severus frowned. Yes, Dumbledore said absent-mindedly. Head of houses, inform your prefects to lock down curfew times strictly. No student is to wander out of common rooms after hours, and students must never travel alone. Headmaster, does this mean what I think it means? Professor Filtwick asked shakily. I'm afraid so, Phileas, Dumbledore said, eerily somber. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened once more. Dobby is your house elf? Yelled Theodore. Harry had been discharged that morning. Both boys, with Theodore sticking around, pretended not to notice the tightly drawn curtains around Colin's bed or the way Madame Pomfrey's hand was shaking as she ran her final checkups. The two seekers. Then the person behind the evil plot must be. Hermione pursed her lips, reaching the conclusion at the same time as everyone else. The group fell silent as Draco looked down, avoiding eye contact. Draco. I'll write to him about it, said the blonde boy, shifting uncomfortably from foot to foot. Well, I'm feeling hungry. Ron interrupted loudly. Do you think they'll be serving mango pudding today? It's been a while, hasn't it? Hey, Neville, do you think we could ask the kitchens to serve it more often? Why yeah, probably. Neville responded eagerly, a smile spreading across his face. Maybe we could ask your brother, Ron, he's a prefect, so he'll probably know how to get the message to the kitchens. Oh, and you guys could ask your prefects too. Neville grabbed Draco's arm reassuringly. We'll petition for mango pudding. Ha, Draco managed a weak snort. Is food the only thing you think about in that brain of yours, Weasley? Hermione and Harry exchanged smiles as Ron and Neville walked ahead, dragging Draco with them. Just think, a year ago they were at each other's throats, giggled Hermione. Look how far they've come. How sweet, Theodore rolled his eyes, though a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. They watched as the two lions playfully bantered with Draco, lightly punching each other's shoulders and gradually lifting his spirits. I can't imagine how he feels, Hermione said quietly. Finding out that your dad is. We're not our parents, Theodore stated firmly, his tone strong. We are not defined by our parents beyond what we choose to define us. I never said that, Hermione replied defensively, though her gaze softened. Of course Draco isn't his father. Look at him with Ron, he's nothing like him. Good, Theodore nodded. Regardless, we have to tell someone about this. We'll tell Professor Snape. One of the professors has to know, at least, and we know Snape won't judge. Chapter 12, Teamwork Makes the Dream Work. Hello, Severus blinked as a flock of second years swarmed into his office with no warning. How may I help you? Something happened at the infirmary, Theodore said, cutting straight to the point. Harry and I were woken up in the middle of the night by a house elf. He was the one who stopped us from getting past the barrier at King's Cross, and he was the one who jinxed the bludger. Elf magic, murmured Severus, setting his quill down. Of course. He was trying to stop Harry from coming to Hogwarts because he believed there was going to be danger at Hogwarts. He knew his master was hatching an evil plot, Theodore continued. But the chamber isn't being opened by his master, someone else is doing it in his stead. The group fell silent after that. Severus raised an eyebrow, noticing how they each stood patiently, as if waiting. It was then the potions master realized how uncomfortable Draco looked, shrinking into himself when he usually carried himself with impeccable posture and a graceful aura. Following the kid's lead, the professor stayed silent until the boy spoke up himself. It was Dobby, said Draco at last. My house elf. Severus paused. His mind began racing. Just last night, they had established that the Chamber of Secrets was opened and had their first student attack. Now, barely 24 hours later, he was learning that the mastermind behind the plan was Lucius Malfoy himself, and to have the confession come from his son. I've written to my father, and I've asked him about it, but I swear, Draco fidgeted nervously, his voice rising as his face flushed. I know you have nothing to do with it, Draco, said Severus gently. I know you would never, given how close you are to Mr. Potter and Miss Granger. And evidently, they too know that you would never do such a thing. Unsure, Draco glanced up at his friends and was met with reassuring, bright smiles. Malfoy's probably too busy fixing his hair to be opening any chambers, joked Ron, looping an arm around the blonde's shoulder. Theodore snorted. I dunno, maybe if he didn't hog the bathroom for 30 minutes every morning, he'd have time to pop over for tea with the monster before class. Perfection takes time. Draco huffed, crossing his arms. I'm sure, Severus said dryly. As the group of students joked and took turns teasing the blonde about his obsession with his appearance, Severus thanked Merlin and whoever had raised those kids, except for Lucius Malfoy, who definitely wasn't getting any thanks from him. Thank goodness, Severus thought with a smile. These kids are going to be all right. Well, thank you for coming to me with this, he said. You'll talk to him, right? Draco asked hastily. But, can you, not tell him that I told you? Severus grimaced but nodded seriously. Of course not, Draco. Now, don't you lot have classes or revision to get to? Professor, why'd you have to remind Hermione about revision? Groaned Ron. In the background, Hermione, who had been reminded, was already counting down the weeks until finals. The potions master rolled his eyes. Well, I have better things to do and a stack of essays to mark, so get out of my office and hurry along somewhere else. When the office door slid shut, Severus allowed himself one loud groan and buried his face in his hands. Draco had written a letter to his father, which meant Lucius would know that Draco knew. There was no chance the man would reveal the truth to his son, knowing the friends Draco associated with. If Draco had not sent that letter, perhaps Severus could have approached Lucius with the information. Severus felt frustrated, knowing he had limited options after Draco had revealed something important. It was too late to intercept the letter. If he approached Lucius now, there was no doubt Lucius would suspect that Draco had confided in him. This would strain both the father-son relationship and Severus's own connection with the prominent Death Eater. He dreaded the thought of mixing in those circles again. Assuming the worst, his connection with Lucius needed to remain strong. Sooner or later, Lucius would learn about Severus's relationship with Harry. In other words, Severus felt trapped. The potions master slumped onto his desk, already feeling a headache coming on. I need a pay raise for this goddamn job, he grumbled, forcing himself upright and dragging his focus back to his essays. Why did he always have essays to mark? Did he really assign that many? By Merlin's name, what in the world is this? He sighed, underlining entire paragraphs of nonsense his students had written, clearly not checking their textbooks or any additional material. If only every student could be like Hermione. No, if only every student could be like Nott or Potter. Severus shook his head as he glanced at the name at the top of the parchment. Well, Selina sure wasn't getting his approval to enter the 5th-year potions class. Then, somewhere in the dark depths of his mind, a candle flame flickered with an idea. Narcissa Malfoy, he whispered, a smirk growing on his face. Pushing aside the essays, he pulled a fresh piece of parchment from his desk drawers and began writing a letter. As he stamped the wax onto the front of the envelope, he felt grateful for the little alliance they had formed at the beginning of the year. Dare he call it the parent committee? Just as quickly as that thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. Dueling club? Ron asked. The students read the posters quizzically. Pasted on the exits of the Great Hall were images of 2 wizards casting spells at each other, with big, bold letters reading, Great Hall, 7 in the evening. Would you look at that? It's tonight! Hermione exclaimed. Ooh, will Filtwick be teaching? She brightened instantly. I heard he was a dueling champion when he was younger, and he is Charm's professor after all, she added. That would be useful to know, Neville hummed thoughtfully. The Gryffindors had redirected their dislike of Lockhart into a newfound appreciation for the short Charm's professor. Never before had Filtwick enjoyed such a great reputation among the student population. Filtwick teaching would be really cool, Neville said. Theodore, who felt that time could be better spent on research, did not share the same enthusiasm. "Oh yes," he said sarcastically. "If we ever come face to face with the chamber monster, let's just challenge it to a duel." Guard. "Oh, you're no fun, Theo," Hermione whined. To Theodore's chagrin, they ended up going, simply because he was outnumbered 5-1. No one would let him go to the library alone, citing Professor Snape's instructions about students traveling in groups. When they arrived, the hall had already been cleared for dueling. Rows of tables had vanished for the event. A long stage lined one side of the wall, and students, what seemed like the entire school, were clamoring underneath it. "What's going on?" Ron asked curiously. "The professors are going to give us a demonstration," Seamus replied eagerly. "Oh, who?" Harry perked up with interest. Theodore crossed his arms grumpily, still upset he was dragged there. "Just so long as it isn't." The crowd quieted as their questions were finally answered. Gilderoy Lockhart strutted onto the stage, dressed in the color of mold plum skin. He tossed his golden locks and flashed a smile at the audience. "Merlin," Theodore muttered under his breath. "Help us all. If we're lucky, he'll teach us how to disgust our opponents with excessive flair." Theodore rolled his eyes. "Who's he dueling, though, oh?" Neville closed his mouth as Professor Snape followed after Lockhart, his lip curling in distaste. He glared so hard at his colleagues' plum-colored robes that Neville expected them to catch fire. "Well, there is a bright side to this. We're going to watch Lockhart get his ass handed to him by Professor Snape," Ron cheered, as if it were Christmas Day. "I can't believe I'm about to root for a Slytherin, but under special circumstances." "God, I hope Snape kills him," the Norse boy said, smiling brightly. "Go Professor Snape!" "Damn it, if we knew ahead of time, I would have made banners, like we do for Harry and Trace's games." "I'm sure Professor Snape would appreciate it," Hermione said dryly. "It's not so much him appreciating it. It's more about discouraging Lockhart," Theodore pointed out smartly. "Gather around, everyone," Lockhart called, his impossibly sparkly voice projected with his wand. "Gather." "They are already gathered," Professor Snape replied snappishly. "Any closer they get to each other, and someone's going to get trampled." "Ah, thank you for your input, Professor Snape," Lockhart said brightly. It was unclear if he was being sarcastic or completely misinterpreting Snape's tone. "Can everyone hear me? Can everyone see me? Excellent." Already, Snape looked like he would rather be anywhere else. "Now, Professor Dumbledore has graciously given me permission to start a dueling club. Of course, I come to impart to you the vast experience I have gained over the years of my career. For more reference, please see my published works," Lockhart said happily. "He's utterly shameless," Harry sighed, placing his face in his hands. "Blatant, shameless marketing. And he has no sense of style." Draco made a face. "Who puts that shade of plum with that shade of gold? It just doesn't work. Let me introduce you to my assistant, Professor Snape," Lockhart said enthusiastically. "He claims he's had some dueling experience and has sportingly agreed to aid me in my demonstration today. Don't worry, you'll still have your potions master in one piece when I'm done with him." Behind them, Peregrine quietly commented to Adrian, "Lockhart's out of his mind. He has to know that Snape was one of the fiercest duelists during the war, right?" "It's Lockhart," Adrian snorted. "I wouldn't put it past him." "I've never seen that much murderous intent in someone's eyes," Ron said, amazed. "Snape looks positively livid. If he ever gave me a fraction of that glare, I would have started running for Norway. So Lockhart is either blind or has no sense of self-preservation." "I'd say both," Neville replied. As the professors moved to opposite ends of the stage, Lockhart continued to comment happily despite his impending doom. "Now, we'll create some distance and face each other." He performed an overly extravagant bow, twirling his hands unnecessarily. "As you see, we are both holding our wands in an accepted combative position, although Professor Snape's could use some slight adjustments." It is fine nonetheless. Professor Snape, if you kill him, I'll help hide the body. Theodore said supportively, giving the older man a thumbs up. Now, we aim. Ready on 3, Lockhart smiled. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course. The snarl on Snape's face suggested otherwise. 1, 2, 3. In a swift bang, Lockhart was thrown across the stage, his wand flying through the air into the audience. He slammed into a back wall and slid down onto the floor, his hair mussed and redness forming around his forehead. A few girls in the crowd gasped in shock at the sight of their beloved professor being harmed, but for the most part, cheers erupted around the hall. I seem to have been caught off guard, Lockhart said, finding his footing unsteadily while brushing off his plum robes. Yes, excellent demonstration of a wordless spell, Professor Snape. But if you'll excuse me, it was rather obvious what you were about to cast. In which case, Professor, the appropriate response would have been a simple deflecto or protego, Hermione chimed in innocently. As long as they are properly uttered and cast with the right timing, either of those would easily absorb the impact of the spell. From the smug look on Professor Snape's face, both from sending Lockhart flying and from having a Slytherin publicly call out Lockhart's inadequacies, he was seconds away from awarding Hermione 200 points for Slytherin. Lockhart found himself at a loss for words. Well, let's pair you up and get some hands-on practice in. Professor Lockhart squeaked a shy voice. It was Lavender Brown, shimmying her way up to the stage with a wand in hand. Thank you, Ms. Brown, Lockhart beamed at her. As I was saying, let's get into pairs, Professor Snape, if you could assist. Damn it, Lavender, Hermione muttered under her breath. Her annoyance didn't last long, however. Little Miss Brightest Witch of her age put her mind to work. Hey, everyone, gather round. I have an idea. Up on the stage, Professor Snape eyed the huddled group suspiciously but thought nothing of it. When they finally dispersed, they were grinning, splitting into pairs and distributing themselves across the room. Meanwhile, Lockhart had positioned himself in the middle of the hall, surrounded by pairs of students. And, on your mark, get ready, 3, 2, 1. Smart enough to stay out of the line of fire, Professor Snape watched the chaos unfold before him. Taking advantage of the mayhem, he saw Hermione cast a cleverly aimed stinging hex that flew past Neville and hit Lockhart's wand hand. Lockhart yelped and dropped his wand. Just as he was about to pick it up, Ron, who had been dueling Draco, stepped back onto the wand, sending it flying through a flurry of feet. As Lockhart struggled to chase after his wand, Severus noticed Theodore ducking Harry's tickling hex. While bending down, Theodore murmured a Kyo, and Lockhart's wand flew across the floor toward them. Pretending to stumble, Harry crossed Theodore's path, inconspicuously grabbing the wand and pocketing it just as Lockhart approached, glancing around nervously. Across the room, the commotion had started. Ron and Draco were firing spells heatedly at each other. From a glance, Severus could tell they were harmless hexes, all bright and no bite. Malfoy! Ron yelled accusingly. Weasley! Draco retorted mockingly. Lockhart hurried over to break up the fight. In his distraction, Harry and Theodore slipped out of the hall and disappeared. Up on the stage, Snape couldn't believe what he had witnessed. In just a few moments of whispering, they had created a coordinated plan to steal a grown man's wand and leave unnoticed. Granted, that man was Lockhart, but it was still an impressive display of teamwork. Ha! Snape chuckled. 10 points to Slytherin and Gryffindor. Chapter 13, Theo's Entrepreneur Arc. Fueled by widespread panic and exaggerated rumors, Hogwarts' underground market for amulets, talismans, and protective artifacts experienced a significant boom. Who could be more excited than Theodore Nott? News of his supply had spread by Saturday night, and by Monday evening, he was the market leader. Ever the opportunist, Draco quickly joined Theodore in his venture. By Wednesday, they had an entire assortment of products available, small silver pins that could be attached to the back of house ties, hidden from sight, little flaps of cloth with sigils embroidered on them. Theo had to draw them because, despite attempts to copy them, only Theodore's sigils glowed with magic. Draco was surprisingly skilled with a needle, too. They also offered squares of parchment with luck sigils drawn in invisible ink. I don't know if I should feel ashamed or admonished, Hermione commented as a flock of students rushed toward the two Slytherin boys the moment they exited History of Magic. Business is business, Daphne said, admiring Draco's embroidery as a first-year Hufflepuff scrambled by. But I have to say, that is some impressive needlework. I never took him for an embroidery guy. Tracey squinted, but then reconsidered her opinion. Actually, no. I can see it. Theodore, I feel this is unethical, Harry said when they finally managed to pull the entrepreneurs away from their market. It had started as a joke. They overheard some first-years gossiping about a family heirloom with protective charms woven into it, and Theo had simply scribbled safety sigils onto some parchment for the younger students, partly to ease their minds and partly to make a few extra nuts. Things escalated when the older students began to catch wind of it. Worse still, they believed in Theo's sigils. Harry knew those symbols had saved his skin a couple of times. Harry didn't think they would be particularly effective against the monster. The Norse boy simply shrugged, jingling his bag of newly earned coins. It had gotten so bad that Neville approached Theo looking to buy one, only to be stared at by the entire group until he put his coins back in his pocket. Neville, he's scamming people, Hermione stressed after the interaction. Besides, you don't need these, Theo said airily. I already have good luck sigils embedded on all your cloaks and ties anyway. Sorry, what? Since when? Ron's eyes widened as he scrambled to check his cloak for the telltale silvery glow of Theo's sigil magic. I don't hear a thank you, Weasley, the Norse boy frowned. And you're all assets. I can't risk the monster getting to you. We need all the brains we've got on figuring out what the monster is anyway. That's an awfully weird way to say you care about us, Neville smiled, though it was more of an I think you need therapy kind of smile than an oh, that was very sweet, Theodore kind of smile. Father's written me back, by the way, Draco casually threw into the conversation, kicking a stone as they trudged down the grassy hills to the greenhouse. It wasn't too nice. He told me to keep my nose out, my mouth shut, and my head down. The group fell silent for a moment, accompanied only by the sounds of their footsteps and birds in the distance. He didn't say very nice things. There was one thing that stood out to me, though. He said to just let things take their course, like they did 50 years ago, Draco said, almost as if he were commenting on the weather. Then there was more stuff about keeping my nose out of it. I burned the letter the moment I finished reading it. How arson-like of you, Theodore said cheerfully, wrapping an arm around the blonde's shoulder. I approve. Were you burning in an enclosed space? Hermione raised an eyebrow. Eyebrow? I'm not condoning that. Not after Hagrid and the whole Norberta incident last year. We've established that Hogwarts does not have fire insurance. Maybe the first charm they should teach every first year is Aguamenti, Harry said with a grimace. Not to take a shot at Gryffindor, I swear, but with how often Finnegan blows things up. No, I'm with you on that, Ron replied, wincing. Seamus was studying last night and got so frustrated with his charms homework that he started prodding at the textbook angrily, with his wand, mind you, and set it on fire. While it was on his bed. Beside him, Neville winced at the memory. Well, it was a learning experience. We now know that Ron has incredible reflexes and can cast Aguamenti at a moment's notice. But also that Seamus doesn't have the sense to duck before he gets blasted in the face by water. And that textbooks don't dry easily. That book has been by the fireplace for a whole night, and it's still soaking wet. Look at them stumbling like little newborn fawns, Theo cooed at a group of first years climbing the hill, clearly having finished their herbology class before the second years. We were literally first years last year. They are not so small, Harry said, scrunching his nose. Maybe to you, Harry, Ron grinned. You're just about their height. Ha ha, very funny. Hey, you're hitting a growth spurt, though. Maybe one day you'll just about reach my shoulders. Up ahead, the first years noticed Theo, and whispers erupted among them. New stock, folks, Draco announced with a grin. The whole commentator position had really gotten to him, and Theo couldn't have appointed a better marketer. You're hearing it first, we're now doing safety sigils on these things called keychains that you can attach to your book bag. The Muggleborn girl groaned. I knew something was up when Draco asked me about Muggle merchandising last night. Merlin, Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. Harry rubbed the bridge of his nose. I swear, Theo, Draco, he said, lowering his voice as he sent the two a reproachful glare. Come on. Don't you think this has gone far enough? I mean, it was funny, I guess, but this is getting out of hand. This isn't going to help anyone stay safer. They're going to think they're fine just because they have a safety sigil on them and, for all we know, get reckless. Which we shouldn't support, even though we're actively, being reckless, Neville grumbled quietly. No one listens to me. Before either Theo or Draco could respond, an accusing voice cut in. It was a first-year Hufflepuff boy, Richard West, glaring daggers at the group. Look at that. One of you opened up the chamber. It has to be, and here you are, profiting off of it. There goes the Slytherin reputation, Hermione mumbled. See what you've done, Harry said exasperatedly, throwing his hands at the other Slytherin boys. At least they had the decency to look half apologetic. Listen, we're not. We didn't open the chamber, okay? And those two, he shot a glare in their direction, won't be selling anything anymore, all right? The best way to stay safe is by following our professor's instructions, staying in groups, and not wandering outside of curfew. Who do you think you are? I'm not taking advice from you, a Gryffindor kid, Cole Bridgerton said, adjusting his 1-inch thick glasses. For all I know, you're hoping to get our guards down and attack us before curfew. And there goes Gryffindors, Neville groaned. Did he not process how stupid that sounded before he said it? Oi, let's not throw accusations around here, Ron said pointedly. This made the younger lion pause. Ron was tall for his age, a good head above the first year. Look, none of us are out to get you. None of us have anything to do with the chamber. Despite the little entrepreneurial adventure here, none of us were responsible for Mrs. Norris or Colin. Have you seen how much Harry and Hermione love that cat? I know for a fact that none of them would ever harm Colin. Don't take their side, mumbled the lion. I'm simply telling you not to throw baseless accusations at my friends, Ron said firmly. Now, Cole, you better get back to the Gryffindor Tower. After a stern talking to from Harry and Hermione, Theo and Draco reluctantly agreed to shut down their business, thus ending the underground market. I'm going to try combing through the library's creatures catalogue one more time before curfew sets in, Harry said, glancing at the clock. Anyone want to come with? Hermione, catching Harry's glance, smiled sheepishly. Sorry, I promised Daphne and Tracey I'd do a girls' night with them. Beside her, Draco was preoccupied with embroidery. Despite their reassurances, Neville still felt uneasy about the monster's attack on Colin. The blonde had volunteered to sew sigils into the lining of Gryffindor's coat as a result. Fun. Theo? Coming. See you, SASSM, Harry smiled as they stepped out of the Slytherin common room. The silver snake embedded on the door slid back into place, shutting silently behind them. The emeralds in the reptile's eyes glinted under the flickering torches. I was thinking we can try expanding our research scope today, Theo said thoughtfully. Look beyond European creatures to monsters from Asia, maybe? Who knows? Maybe Salazar imported some monster from China years ago, and that's why no one can figure this out. Sounds good, Harry hummed, then paused. Hey, Theo, do you see that fine, moving black line by the window, or is it just my lack of sleep? Maybe just the... Firelight flickered as the two boys stopped in their tracks, staring quietly at the window. A string of little black dots was unmistakably crawling out of the stone-bricked opening. Are those? Harry asked. Spiders, Theo replied, stepping closer to inspect. Where are they going? I've never seen so many spiders moving together, and so coordinated, too. Are they fleeing from something? Theo raised an eyebrow. What are spiders scared of? Harry shrugged, equally confused. Unable to make sense of their strange discovery, they continued down the hallway, pushing the occurrence to the back of their minds. As they rounded a corner, they found a corridor eerily dark, all of its torches extinguished by a cold chill that brushed past them. The only light came from a single torch flame, illuminating a pair of unmoving shadows, save for the flicker of the torch. Theodore narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Lumos." Light spread from the tip of his wand, and Harry gasped as the scene before them was revealed. A Hufflepuff boy, Justin Finch Fletchley, stood frozen in horror, his mouth agape, staring at another terrifying sight. The Gryffindor ghost, nearly headless Nick, floated horizontally, immobile, 6 inches off the floor, his form a murky black color. His head hung limply from the unfinished cut of his neck. "Harry, we have to go," Theo whispered urgently, fear evident in his eyes. "Professor Snape's office," Harry said, shaken. "We need to get." Potter, not caught in the act, came Cole's triumphant voice as he stepped into the corridor behind them, momentarily aware of the petrified figures, blocked by the 2 boys. "Are you two getting up too?" It was too late. The Gryffindor boy had seen the bodies, and horror washed over his face. You two, caught in the act, you can't get me too." Without another word, he sped down the corridor, yelling, "Attack! Attack! It's the Slytherins!" "Shit!" Theodore cursed. The 2 boys took off after Cole, but it didn't help much. The lion convinced himself they were after him too and began running faster. "You can't get me." "Won't!" Cole screamed, always 10 steps ahead, his figure hidden from view as they struggled to catch up. "Kill, must kill again, not satisfactory." The monster! Harry's heart dropped, and he felt the castle shudder as if a freezing cold wind was scratching against its walls. "It's moving, Theo. We have to get to Cole before." "Fall again." "I will kill." As the hissing voice faded away, Harry realized that Cole had gone deathly quiet. The 2 boys finally caught up to him, but it was too late. Cole was petrified, staring blankly at the left wall of the corridor. An open hallway was to his right, and the right lens of his glasses bore a large crack. "This isn't good," Theodore breathed. "How did he crack his glasses?" Harry murmured, approaching Cole slowly. As he stepped closer, he realized Cole hadn't been staring at the left wall. He had seen something behind him, through a reflection in his now cracked glasses. "Kill, must kill, must kill," the monster screamed, frustrated. "Blood, I want blood." "The monster hasn't drawn blood yet," Harry said slowly, panic rising like water in his lungs. "Theo, we have to go. It's trying to kill, not petrify. The petrifications aren't the true goal." "Cole." Theodore's head spun so fast he could have cracked it. 3 first-year boys stood, their eyes drinking in the sight of Cole's terror. Petrified body. He was right. Richard, the Hufflepuff boy from that very morning, screamed. He accused you this morning, and you killed him." "He's not dead." Harry tried desperately to explain. "He's just petrified. The mandrakes can change him back. We didn't do this. It's Potter and Nott." Richard ignored their words. Already, the snakes could hear more footsteps approaching. A stampede of students began filling the corridor, clamoring to the front to see one of their own, stone still. First it was Colin, then Cole. "It's obviously the Slytherins. Who else would have made so many attacks on Gryffindor?" "Calm down." Having heard the commotion, Percy Weasley struggled through the crowd. His chest dropped as he saw the 2 Slytherin boys in an incriminating scene before one of his first-year lions. No, what did you guys do?" He breathed, doubt swimming in his eyes. "Enough." The student stilled as Professor McGonagall stood, her wand raised, having just released a flash of light into the corridor. Immediately, they cleared a path for her, and she approached Cole. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Nott, come with me. The rest of you, disperse. Return to your common rooms at once. Professor, it's them." They opened the chamber. "They're Slytherins," the first-year Hufflepuff tried desperately. He was right. He said it was them just earlier today, and look at him now. "Have to draw blood," hissed the monster, growing angrier and angrier. "Have to kill, kill, kill." "Theo," Harry whispered, "the monster's getting away." "We go when I say to go," Theo said under his breath. The headmistress was getting swept away in a clamor of accusations and protests, demands to put the two Slytherin boys away, turning her back to address the terrified students. Holding his wand discreetly under his cloak, Harry watched the chaos unfold. The Norse boy quietly cast a firework spell into the corridor. The sparks ricocheted off the walls, causing panic and effectively distracting Professor McGonagall, if only for a moment. "Go, Mr. Potter. Mr. Nott." Professor McGonagall shouted in frustration as Harry and Theo darted away. Their eyes followed the slick on the floor, illuminated by torch flames, as Harry strained to hear the monster's anger again. "Kill, kill, where is my next victim?" "This way," Harry urged as they skidded around the corner. "It's descending, it's going deeper down into the castle." "Where's the nearest staircase?" Theodore asked, whipping his head around in search of direction. "That way. The West Wing staircases. We must find another, we must find." "It's getting away." Theodore's breathing quickened as he tried to estimate where the monster had gone. "It's going deeper into the castle. I can't." Frustrated, he glanced around. "Where are we?" "We're on the 3rd floor, West Wing," Theodore panted. "2 corridors off of Myrtle's bathroom." "Mr. Potter. Mr. Nott." Chapter 14, Lemon Drops and Promises. "Mr. Potter. Mr. Nott." "I'm getting a little tired of hearing that," Theodore said wearily. Professor Snape approached, looking absolutely furious. "What do you two think you were doing?" The potions master hissed, his anger palpable. "I heard what happened. Running from a petrification, do you realize how guilty that makes you two look?" "I can't possibly fathom any reason you had to run from." Professor Snape paused, his expression darkening as realization struck him. "Don't tell me you two were chasing the monster," he hissed. When neither of them replied, his accusations were confirmed. "What were you two thinking? Or were you even thinking at all? I raised the two of you better than this." "There they are." Professor McGonagall rushed in, equally angry as her Slytherin counterpart. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Nott, Headmaster's office. Now." The journey up through the castle was silent. Professor McGonagall was still furious they had run from her successfully, while Professor Snape was simply furious. A few times, he opened his mouth to reprimand them but found himself at a loss for words, shutting his mouth angrily instead. "Lemon drops," Professor McGonagall said finally when they arrived at a circular stone wall framed by 2 fierce-looking gargoyles. At her words, the gargoyles parted, and the stone wall rumbled, revealing an empty chamber behind it. Polished stone steps formed a curving staircase. "Go on." As they stepped onto the polished stone steps, it began to revolve like an escalator, spinning them up until Harry felt slightly dizzy. Finally, they came to a stop before a grand oak door, adorned with gold linings. A brass knocker in the shape of a griffin stared Harry in the face until he worked up the courage to knock. Harry hesitated, feeling the courage to lift the door. It slid open silently. He stood still, feeling a little nauseous and afraid to step in. "Mr. Potter," said Professor McGonagall behind him, compelling him to obey. The group filed in quietly: Harry, Theodore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape. "Professor Dumbledore will be with you shortly." "Severus," McGonagall said. "I'm staying here," hissed Snape. While neither boy turned to look, it was clear from McGonagall's demeanor that there was no room for argument. The door clicked shut behind them, leaving Theodore and Harry alone in a large, circular room. The room was interesting, filled with countless trinkets and little machines, with moving gold parts and crystal glass cases holding artifacts that Harry couldn't understand. All across the walls were portraits of previous headmasters, their names embellished at the bottom of each frame along with their years of service. If Harry hadn't been so terrified, he would have taken the time to examine each professor with great interest. "A phoenix," murmured Theodore, and Harry turned to see what he was talking about. There was a turkey-like creature, a black turkey without feathers, sitting awkwardly on a golden perch. It coughed and shrieked weakly, looking at the two boys miserably. "I've never seen one in person," Theodore said. "It looks so weak," Harry sympathized. His soft spot for animals surfaced, and he approached the bird, crowing softly as he reached out to cradle it. The bird eyed him but allowed him to do so, pressing its head into the palm of his hand and chirping brokenly. "Oh, you poor thing," before he could say anything else, the bird burst into flames. Harry jumped back, startled, his eyes widening in horror as the phoenix turned into a pile of ashes. Theodore, did I just kill the headmaster's bird?" "Fawkes is a phoenix," Harry said, a gentle voice. The boys looked up to see Dumbledore standing in his majestic blue robes, adorned with golden stars and moons, a matching hat perched on his head. "They burst into flames when they reach old age and are reborn from the ashes. Look!" Still alarmed, Harry peered into the ashes. Just as Dumbledore had said, a baby bird raised its head from the ashes, its brilliant red eyes blinking softly at him as it squawked for the first time. "Welcome back, Fawkes," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Phoenixes make wonderful pets, loyal, faithful, and magical. Their tears have healing properties, you know. Now, to get to business, Mr. Potter, Mr. Nott, I'm sure you know why you are here." Theodore stared at Dumbledore, stiff with tension. Before Dumbledore could say anything further, the door to his office swung open with such force that Harry was surprised it didn't come off its hinges. Hagrid, the Hogwarts gamekeeper, stood there, holding a limp rooster in his hands. "Headmaster?" Hagrid yelled urgently, startling every portrait in the office. It wasn't Harry, or Theodore, sir. "They're good boys, sir, couldn't have hurt anyone." "I know they wouldn't." Dumbledore tried to interject, but Hagrid was becoming increasingly agitated, swinging the rooster around animatedly as he defended the boys, sending feathers flying everywhere. "I'll testify for them before the Ministry of Magic if I have to, sir, I swear," Hagrid insisted. "It can't have been these two. They've got hearts of gold, sir. You have to believe me." "Hagrid," Dumbledore said firmly, clearing his throat. "I do not think either Mr. Potter or Mr. Nott hurt anyone." "You don't think it was us, sir?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. "No, Mr. Potter, I do not," Dumbledore replied calmly. "Still want to talk to you. Hagrid, please wait outside. Mr. Nott, you should return to your common room. I have just a few questions for Mr. Potter." "Absolutely not, sir," Theodore said fiercely. "The monster is still at large, and for all we know, it is on a petrifying streak. We were instructed never to wander alone. I'm waiting for Harry, and we're leaving together." This outburst seemed to catch Dumbledore off guard, but he quickly recovered. "Very well. Then, Mr. Potter, is there anything you would like to tell me, perhaps? Anything at all that you have noticed this semester?" Harry stared at the headmaster quietly, keeping his expression neutral. He thought about Dobby, the fact that he was a Parselmouth, and the monster's voice. "No, sir. Nothing at all. I just hope the monster will be apprehended soon." "Are you absolutely sure, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes, sir," Harry replied, meeting the headmaster's gaze. There was something unsettling about Dumbledore's snow-blue eyes. The longer he stared, the more the headmaster seemed puzzled, almost as if there was a mystery he couldn't crack. "Is there anything else, sir?" Dumbledore examined him, tilting his head slightly. "No, Harry. Thank you. Good night, sir, Harry said, lifting his gaze to the headmasters once more before breaking eye contact. Professor Snape's doe was waiting for them at the base of Dumbledore's office. The Patronus trotted around the two boys, nudging their hands as if looking for treats. Hello, Harry said softly. Here to take us back to our common room, I take it. Actually, Theo interjected, could you bring us to Professor Snape? The doe twitched her snout, almost as if reprimanding them lightly. Nonetheless, she began trotting, glancing back at them when they didn't follow. I need to tell you something, Theodore said as they walked into the older man's office unannounced. Professor Snape was already standing, his desk a flurry of messy paperwork as he paced before his bookshelves. Why don't you start with an explanation? Snape glowered. I thought I would let you two get some rest before giving you a lecture tomorrow morning, but if you're here, I might as well get right into it. We were on our way to the library, Harry explained, and we saw Justin Finch-Fletchley and Nearly Headless Nick. They were petrified. Snape nodded, already pinching the bridge of his nose. Yes. We discovered them too, shortly after finding Mr. Bridgerton. We were going to alert you, Harry continued hastily, but before we could, Cole saw us in front of Justin and Nearly Headless Nick. He started running, yelling that we were the ones behind the attack, and he swallowed. And I heard the voice again, saying kill, must kill again, not satisfactory. English, Mr. Potter, Severus pointed out. Oh. Kill, must kill, not satisfactory, Harry translated. And I realized the monster was still close by, that it was close to us. We tried to stop Cole before he got too far, but he was out of our sight. By the time we found him, the monster had gotten to him. And we noticed where the monster may have escaped after petrifying Cole. There was some sort of slick on the ground. Maybe the monster was wounded or something. Harry kept hearing the monster saying that it needed to draw blood, that it needed to kill. We realized that the petrifications aren't the end goal. It hasn't killed yet, but it can. And it's trying to, Theodore finished. I heard it go further down into the castle. We couldn't follow it, Harry said. Professor Snape let out a breath. It descended into the castle? You could distinctly tell it was going down. Yes, sir. Thank you for telling me, Snape breathed. However, I must still. May I remind you that you are both only children? What would have happened if you had caught up with the monster? What would you have done? Either of you could have died. This is a creature we know next to nothing about, and you two went on a wild goose chase after it, even after it had already attacked 3 times in a row. What if the monster had turned on you? Theodore faltered. What would you have done then? What would I do? Losing 3 kids in 4 years, Professor Snape stopped. We're sorry, Professor, Theodore mumbled. The older Slytherin man sighed. Look, I know you followed the monster with good intentions, but I need you to understand how incredibly dangerous this is. You two attract trouble like magnets, and no matter how much I try, I can't keep you out of it, nor can I convince you to walk away. But you need to realize how much more dangerous this is than you think. So I need you to promise me something. Never to run into danger again? Theodore said quietly. Professor Snape sighed. As if you would keep that promise, Theo. Harry is far too noble to leave anyone in danger, and you, Theodore, are too protective to let him do it alone. He smiled wryly. I want you to promise me that the only reason you would put yourselves in any danger is if there is absolutely no other choice. I want you to exhaust every single option you have first. I will teach you both to cast Patronuses, and when you are in any danger, no matter how small, I want to know as soon as you can tell me, do you understand? We get to cast Patronuses? Harry perked up hopefully. Only if you promise me, Mr. Potter, Professor Snape said sternly. We promise, Harry nodded. Professor Snape smiled tiredly. All right. Come here, you two. Without warning, he flicked both of them on the foreheads, scoffing at their yelps of pain and raising an eyebrow when they reacted. Theo opened his mouth to protest. Okay, we deserved that, the Norse boy admitted. Yes, you did, Snape replied with a shrug. Without warning, he pulled the two boys toward him and enveloped them in a tight hug. Just as quickly, he let them go and rearranged his flappy robes. I'm glad you two are okay. We're sorry, Dad, murmured Harry apologetically. The room froze. I meant, Professor Snape, Harry stammered, looking like a deer caught in headlights. Theo, I'm getting sleepy. Maybe we should, go back to our dorms. He dragged Theo's arm as he hurried out of the office. Good night, Professor D.A., Professor Snape. I meant Professor Snape. Good night. With a flick of his hand, Snape gestured for the doe to follow the two boys, although he could have sworn the patroness smirked at him before trotting lightly after them. In the quiet of his office, Severus Snape allowed himself a smile. Merlin, I'm a father. You'd better stay away from that lot, that's all I'm saying. Cole's roommate, Stanley, hadn't stopped spreading rumors and tarnishing the Slytherin name ever since they had all been shut into the common rooms. Prefects were stationed around the commons for hours to ensure no student entered or left. Harry would never, protested Ron fiercely. He and Neville were holding down the fort against their Slytherin friends, which wasn't easy, as they were surrounded by 20 Gryffindors, none of whom were particularly keen to defend the green-decked students. Seamus and Dean, the boys' roommates, sat awkwardly to the side, watching the disagreement unfold. Neither would Hermione, Draco, or Theodore. This is ridiculous, Ron added. We'll see. A third year scoffed. Don't blame anyone when you're the next one. Enough of this. Percy reprimanded, pulling his brother aside. We will not be throwing any baseless accusations here. Is it really baseless? Cole is proof that the Slytherins are out to get us. The third year scowled. A couple of Gryffindors murmured in agreement behind him. You better stay away from that lot, Weasley, you too, Longbottom. They're my friends, Ron defended. Neville nodded in support. They attacked Cole. Look at Ginny, they were friends. Your sister's friend was attacked by your so-called snake friends. What will you do if she's next, huh? The third year challenged. Oh, don't be stupid. Fred, or was it George, and snarled. Ginny, don't listen to him. Stop this at once. Percy snapped. Don't worry, Ginny, whispered Lavender Brown. They're only targeting Muggleborns, you'll be safe. Are you stupid? Ron snapped at her. Harry Potter is a half-blood. Yeah, a half-blood who hated his Muggle family, the third year shrugged. It's his way of taking revenge. They abused him. Ron yelled. They were starving him. And for Merlin's sake, Harry's too kind to hate them, even though he should, but he doesn't. Harry wouldn't hurt a soul. That's enough. Percy glared, jumping onto a table. His voice was amplified by the sonorous charm. All students to their dorms at once. If I hear your conspiracies about any students again, I won't hesitate to report you to Professor McGonagall. Oh, boo, Mr. Prefect thinks he's all high and mighty, the third year sneered. Go fuck yourself, you. Want to finish that sentence? Oliver's stone-cold voice didn't match the smile on his face. The third year stared at Oliver's large build and the way he was cracking his knuckles, deciding the fight wasn't worth it. You heard him. All students. Now, Percy reiterated fiercely. When the Gryffindors finally began to climb the staircases to their respective dorms, the prefect sighed tiredly and hopped off the table. His knees buckled, and he stumbled into Oliver's arms. Oh, hey, Oliver said. Hey yourself. Are you okay? Oliver raised an eyebrow, looking concerned. I could really use a cuddle, Percy managed with a smile. I'm worried about Ginny. She just doesn't seem like herself, you know? And I don't blame her. Her first year at Hogwarts and she's met with this mess. She'll be okay, the Quidditch captain reassured him as they slowly trudged up to their 6th-year dorms. She's got 4 very protective brothers glancing over their shoulders to make sure she's fine every 3 minutes. It's a rough year, but she'll pull through. Christmas is just around the corner. That will cheer her up. Percy looked doubtful but smiled regardless. You always know what to say, huh? He then took an experimental sniff of his boyfriend and scrunched up his nose. You're showering before you climb into my bed. But it's so late. Can't I just change my clothes or something? Shower, or you're sleeping in your own bed tonight, Wood. Chapter 15, 'Tis the season. Even with 5 petrifications hanging over their heads, no one could feel completely miserable over Yule or Christmas. A vast majority of the school had rushed home, of course. There was a scramble to secure seats on the Hogwarts Express, but the remainder was cheerful in the castle's festive air. To no one's surprise, Lockhart dressed extravagantly for the holiday. He looked like a walking present in his bright green robes and patterned scarlet tie. He was a sight for sore eyes, but quite a sight indeed. I think I'm becoming colorblind just looking at him, Ron murmured as they approached the man, who was giving out signed Christmas cards to anyone who would take them. I have an idea, Draco said mischievously. Watch. To his friend's raised eyebrows, the blonde approached the defense against the dark arts professor, beaming as he received one of Lockhart's Christmas cards. He then shamelessly drew a quill out of his pocket, signing Draco Malfoy in a flourish and exchanging a card with the man. From the stunned expression on Lockhart's face, he hadn't expected someone to meet him on his level of shamelessness, but Draco had gone above and beyond. I must ask, sir, Draco said, admiring Lockhart's immaculate hairdo. What gel do you use? Your hair looks, forgive me, simply stunning. If you'll indulge me, I must know your hair care routine. I think I'm about to throw up, Ron said, looking appalled as Draco continued to flatter the man. The two engaged in merry chatter about Lockhart's hair products, of all things. I think I'm about to strangle someone. Maybe 2 someones. Theodore said merrily. Eyes widening in alarm, Harry quickly secured a hand around the taller boy's arm, prepared to hold him back should Theo's self-restraint snap. What the hell, Draco? Ron mocked, gagging as the blonde rejoined the group after what felt like an eternity. You can't possibly be taking fashion advice from a man who looks like a walking Christmas present. Draco rolled his eyes and smirked at his friends. Guess what, he drawled, revealing Lockhart's wand, which he had pocketed while Lockhart was busy basking in Draco's flattery. Shortly after the dueling club, Lockhart had Filtwick, who was very annoyed, summon his wand back. The kids had no choice but to let the wand fly out of their hands. Had to butter him up to distract him. I could kiss you, Theodore said, having had a change of heart. Overhead, Peeves the poltergeist cackled, tossing glitter onto all the Christmas decorations. Mr. Filch would no doubt get covered in it when he had to take the garlands down. Oi, Peeves! Want to take credit for some mayhem? Draco called out. The poltergeist floated down, looking delighted. Oh ho ho, did Christmas come early? Now, no telling on us, or we won't help you get around with mischief anymore, Theodore warned. Got it. Peeves nodded so fast that it looked like his head might fly off. He glanced eagerly at the second years. What is it? What is it? Here's Professor Lockhart's wand. Keep it from him as long as you can, will you? Draco grinned, brandishing the wand. Happy Yule and Merry Christmas, Peeves. Christmas morning dawned with a familiar flutter of snowy white wings. Harry smiled sleepily as he felt Hedwig's beak nip him lightly in the ear. With a murmur, he announced that he was up. Good morning, Hedwig, he greeted, reaching out to pet his dearest owl. Hedwig preened in his grasp, pressing her silver beak into the heart of his palm. Merry Christmas. Do you have something for me, him? The owl cooed intelligently, lifting her claw, where a small brown package was nestled. Harry noticed the small brown package tied with string. It was from the Dursleys, containing a singular toothpick and a note asking if he could stay with Professor Snape over the summer holidays again. Shaking his head, Harry slipped out from under his covers. He could hear Theodore's familiar morning grumbles from the bed beside him. Opposite them, Draco was still sound asleep, tucked warmly in his silk green pajamas. "Presents," Harry said quietly to Hedwig, who had come to perch lightly on his shoulder. "Want to go through them together, whom?" This was his second Christmas receiving gifts, and he still felt the awe of getting presents. From Hagrid, he had received a tin of rock-hard fudge. From Ron, a Quidditch book titled Seeker Strategies. From Hermione and Draco, he got a scarf that Hermione had knitted in her spare time, and Draco had embroidered with snitches. From Theodore, he received a new winter coat, and from Neville, a cute little ivy plant with heart-shaped leaves. "Merry Christmas, Draco," Harry said as he heard the blonde rouse. "Thanks for the scarf. It's really gorgeous." Harry had spared no expense getting gifts for his friends. For Ron, he picked out several Chudley Cannons posters, Ron's favorite Quidditch team. For Hermione, he chose a book titled Hexes and Jinxes for Average Witch. For Draco, he bought a set of beautiful jade green silk ties that Draco could swap for his house ties. For Theodore, he found a fancy new notebook for journaling, and for Neville, a greenhouse-shaped terrarium for his assortment of small plants. For Professor Snape, the 4 Slytherins had pitched in to order a custom potion-making measuring set from Diagon Alley. It included 4 stirrers, 8 measuring spoons of different sizes, and 6 beakers. The set was splendid, made entirely of sterling silver and enchanted to never tarnish, no matter what it came into contact with. The bright red tea, and Draco with his green OD. Hermione had been waiting in the common room for half an hour, casually reading through the new book she had received as a gift. "Merry Christmas," she smiled cheerfully, ignoring Theodore's sleepy grunt. "Let's go for breakfast. I'm excited to see if Professor Snape liked our present." The great hall, while mostly empty, was filled with holiday cheer. As soon as the 4 of them emerged from their corridor, they were waved over to the Gryffindor table by Neville and Ron, who was already steadily eating breakfast. "Merry Christmas," said Neville with a smile, echoed by Ron, who added, "New Equisners," with a mouthful of treacle. "Thanks for the gifts," Hermione replied. "Oh, I almost forgot." Ron slapped his head after finally swallowing his treacle. That was when they noticed the huge pile of brown paper-wrapped gifts beside him, all blobless and sweater-shaped. "Mum sent over sweaters for everyone but couldn't be bothered mailing them personally. I've got them all right here." "You're all putting them on?" "Yes, even you, Malfoy." Despite his protests, Draco was forced into his first ever custom Weasley sweater, which had a big green adie knitted onto a background of silver blonde wool, almost the same color as his hair. "Mum had the hardest time deciding what colors to give you all," Ron explained, putting another spoonful of breakfast into his mouth. "I don't think she's ever made this many sweaters in a year. Not entirely sure how she got all of your sizes, but I'm just going to chalk it up to Mum magic." "Would you look at that, Fred?" came George Weasley's voice as he wrapped his arms around the sweater-clad Slytherins. "Looks like we've got 4 new brothers and a little sister." And indeed they did. There was Harry with his emerald H, Hermione with a lovely beige H, Theodore with a bright red T, and Draco with his green D. A cobalt blues T, and Neville, who had received a stunning red N. "Merry Christmas, Fred," George, Hermione said with a smile, ignoring the twins' surprise at her greeting. "Oh, are those strawberry pancakes? I'm going to help myself." "Is that McGonagall wearing a Christmas sweater?" Draco exclaimed, his jaw dropping as he stared in disbelief at the staff table. "A hat-wearing, cat-patterned Christmas sweater? It came with a matching scarf, mittens, and beanie, too, but I think that crossed the line," Ron shrugged. "Hey, she wore the sweater, though. A win is a win. And it's a very adorable hat-wearing, cat-patterned Christmas sweater. We knew we had to get it for her the moment we saw it in that Christmas shopping catalog," Fred grinned. "It was meant to be." "Wow." Hermione looked impressed. "Now I'm kind of wishing that we had gotten Professor Snape an ugly sweater instead." "Severus, don't you dare laugh," the Gryffindor professor glared, stabbing her fork into a stack of pancakes. The potions master struggled to maintain a straight face, his eyes drifting over the Santa hat-wearing cats on her sweater. I was simply about to compliment your dedication to the holiday, Minerva. You didn't strike me as the type to buy this kind of apparel. It was gifted to me, she replied shortly, as if daring him to say more. My Gryffindors? Ah, the Weasleys, I presume? And perhaps Mr. Longbottom? Severus smirked. Well, my Slytherins prepared a gift as well. The headmistress eyed him and his attire. Oh, really? What, did they get you another pair of completely black robes, perhaps? A new set of measuring apparatus, he smirked. Sterling silver, custom enchanted to be. It's not a competition, Severus, Hermione said. Keep telling yourself that, Severus replied. What's that? Neville paused as they climbed the stairs to the library, despite Ron's muttered complaints about spending Christmas among books. They heard a shout, an angry outburst, from the floor above. The group stopped and tilted their heads toward the ceiling. It's Mr. Filch, Harry realized. The caretaker was screaming hysterically. Concerned about another incident, they hurried up the staircase. As they got closer, they could hear him more clearly. Even more work for me. Mopping day and night, like I haven't got enough to do. Mr. Filch screeched. Blasted ghost and blasted toilet. The 6 second years peeked around the corner to see what had upset him. The entire corridor was flooded, a pool of water beneath the torch bracket where Mrs. Norris had been petrified, seeping out from Myrtle's bathroom. Mr. Filch, Harry said kindly as he approached the caretaker. Myrtle's flooded the corridor again, I see. Why don't you let us handle this? We'll clean it up quickly, and we'll talk to Myrtle to make sure she doesn't do it again, all right? Fine by me, Mr. Filch muttered. Can't deal with any more mopping. He sniffled and nodded slightly at the children, almost offering a silent thank you before he skulked off to another part of the castle. He's just not been the same since he lost Mrs. Norris, Hermione said sympathetically. Come on, Harry, Theodore, we'll go talk to Myrtle. Hey, does that mean we have to clean up the mess? Ron protested. The Muggleborn gave him a pointed look. You want to go comfort Myrtle? As she spoke, the sounds of the ghost wailing inside the bathroom drifted from the doorway. Hysterical cries pierced the nearly empty corridor. Can't I stay out here and help clean? Neville can go in my place, Theodore suggested. No can do. Myrtle has a soft spot for you, Hermione replied with a sweet smile. Myrtle? Harry stepped cautiously into the bathroom, rolling up the cuffs of his pants. The bathroom was soaked, with the ceiling, walls, and floors covered in half an inch of cold water on the blue tiles. Hey, we just want to talk, he called out. Though no one thought it was possible, Myrtle began crying even louder, her wails echoing in the third-floor bathroom. What do you want? Myrtle sniffed. Here to throw more things at me, I suppose. Why would we throw anything at you, Myrtle? Theodore said softly, after Hermione pinched him. The hazel-eyed boy waded over to Myrtle's stall and gently pushed the door open. She perched on top of the toilet, translucent tears streaking down her cheeks as she tried to brush them away with her sleeves. You know we would never do that to you, he reassured her. Come on down, Myrtle. We'll sit with you by the windows, all right? Maybe a little sunlight will cheer you up, Harry said gently. Behind him, Hermione started vanishing the stagnant water, little by little, the water level receding. Reluctantly, the ghost complied, following the two boys to the center of the bathroom, where the sink stood in a hexagon-shaped ring. They guided her to the glazed windows, where the boys climbed onto the window ledge and sat quietly with her while she sniffled the rest of her tears away. Now, why don't you tell us what's wrong? Harry smiled softly. Did someone throw something at you? Yeah, she hiccuped. I was minding my own business, and then I felt something come through my head. She said this sourly, it's still there. They glanced over to where she was pointing, and sure enough, there it was, wet. Everything else in the bathroom was a little black book, floating underneath the sink. Hermione waddled over to pick it up, squinting at the words on the cover. T.M. Riddle, she read aloud. I don't think I know any riddle in our year or any of the other years, for that matter. Must be a muggle born. The book's from Vauxhall Road. Vauxhall? Theodore raised an eyebrow. It's a street in London, Harry recognized. It's got a bunch of bookshops and primarily sells schooling materials. But Hermione, that book can't be from any time recent. They don't make notebooks like those anymore. The brunette made a noise of agreement. You're right. This must have been produced, what, 50 years ago? Well, we'll look into it for you, Myrtle, said Harry to the ghost, reaching out to pat her head gently. We'll do everything we can, report it to the prefects. But you can't keep flooding your bathroom, okay? Mr. Filch has got enough on his plate as it is. If this happens again, you come and find one of us instead, all right? Fine, she sulked, although she looked less mopey. And I thought you'd all forgotten me. Theodore chuckled. We just haven't had any illegal potions to brew yet. But we'll be right here when we're up to something. You're just the best at guarding our secrets, you know? She perked up happily at this, her cheeks flushing, as much as a ghost's cheeks could blush, anyway. You promise? We promise, Theodore smiled. Merry Christmas, Myrtle. We hope you feel better. There was something unnerving about the little black diary they'd fished from Myrtle's bathroom. Harry couldn't explain it, but there was simply something about it that made him want to throw it into the Great Lake. Riddle, of course, Tom Riddle, said Madame Pince to them offhandedly when they asked her if she'd seen it. Ever heard of the name? I believe he was a prefect back in the day. He was even awarded for some special service to the school. This led to a scavenger hunt for anything related to Riddle. Hermione correctly concluded that Riddle's award would be stored in the trophy room. They found a golden shield bearing Riddle's name in a corner cabinet, though it didn't specify the service he had performed for Hogwarts. Well, the award was given in 1942, Neville said thoughtfully. That's exactly 50 years ago. There was a slight pause. It became clear that everyone was thinking the same thing. Both Dobby and Dumbledore said that the chamber was opened once more, Hermione said slowly. And Draco's dad told us to let things take their course, like they did 50 years ago. So perhaps Tom Riddle got the award for discovering the monster and its master 50 years ago, Draco murmured, his eyes lighting up. The mystery was unraveling, little by little. That would explain why they didn't detail the reason for him getting the award, Harry reasoned. The diary could have details on how it was opened, what monster lives in it, and how it gets around petrifying students. Hermione was getting excited now, tapping on the diary with her wand. This could have all the answers we need. Excellent theory, Hermione, except there's nothing written in it, Ron pointed out, raising an eyebrow. Could be invisible ink or some sort of disillusionment, said Theodore, tapping his chin. Well, it doesn't hurt to give it a try. Swiftly, he drew a complex sigil onto the cover of the diary. The lines burned silver as the Norse magic activated. The diary shivered and shuddered but fell still and quiet as the sigil faded away. Who? Apparition, murmured Hermione, pointing her wand at the diary. Again, nothing happened. That's disappointing, Draco slumped. Maybe we could try diving through old school records and dig out anything about Riddle that could be related, Ron groaned, exasperated. Wonderful. To the library we go. It's Christmas, Madame Pince pointed out 10 minutes later as the group marched into the library, which was completely empty except for the librarian. We're dedicated, Neville said with a sheepish smile. We won't bother you, Madame Pince. Promise, one of them added. The old librarian rolled her eyes but let them pass anyway. Their hushed whispers began to fill the cold silence of the library as the second years scurried between the shelves to gather their materials. Never before in her time at Hogwarts had she seen a group of friends spend so much time within the walls of her beloved space. Madame Pince closed her eyes slowly. They're good kids, Argus had told her gruffly. The bunch of them. As she glanced over to their table, where a pile of books was already accumulating, she saw two of the boys sitting down and rifling through the pages. She couldn't help but shake her head in amusement. Chapter 16, Riddle Me This, Riddle Me Gone. In retrospect, it was frankly ridiculous that no one thought of writing in the diary. 6 of the possibly smartest second-year students at Hogwarts had not considered it. Harry tipped an ink bottle over the diary, and the group watched in amazement as the blotch of black seeped into the page and disappeared. "Write something, quick!" Hermione hissed, abandoning her pile of research material to clamber over the diary. "Hello," Harry wrote, his quill barely lifting from the page as his words, once dark and stark on the paper, vanished into the material. "Something's happening," Neville murmured, and he was right. Words were coming back up from the page, in the same color of the ink Harry had spilled and written in. "Hello," the book replied. "Who are you?" "Wait," Draco said urgently. "Mother says to never reveal your identity to a magical artifact that you don't know anything about. Make up a fake name." The youngest Weasley brother nodded in agreement. Dad said the same, never trust anything that can think for itself if you can't see where it keeps its brain. Harry pursed his lips and pressed the quill to paper again. "My name is Jerry." "Who are you?" "Hello, Jerry," replied the diary. "My name is Tom Riddle." "How did you find my diary?" "Let's stick to the story." "We don't know how much awareness the diary, or Tom, has," Theodore suggested. "Say we found it in the bathroom." "Someone threw it in there." "It was found in a bathroom." "Someone tried to get rid of it by throwing it in there," wrote Harry. They watched, mesmerized, as the words sunk into the page, almost absorbed into the book. "I want a turn," Draco piped, and the diary was passed across the table. As the book fell into the blonde's hands, Tom Riddle's response trailed across the paper. "My memories are not so easily rid of," he wrote. "There are many who want this diary destroyed, for its contents to never be read. But I anticipated this." The group exchanged glances. "Do you think it knows?" Neville whispered, careful not to let Madame Pince overhear. "About the Chamber of Secrets." "We don't know anything about the diary," Theodore said seriously. "We need to approach it carefully. Don't feed it more information than it feeds us. Ask Riddle what he's talking about." "What do you mean?" Draco's cursive script flowed across the page before disappearing as he lifted away from the paper. "There are terrible things that have happened at Hogwarts, years and years ago." The diary paused, the inked words hanging in the air. "Horrible things that were covered up and many want to bury them." "Is this what happened 50 years ago?" Draco wrote. The group watched with bated breath as the diary pondered its response. A moment later, Riddle's reply flowed across the parchment. "Ah, so you know. He's got to be talking about the Chamber of Secrets. Our theory must be right. His Special Service Award must be related to the incident," Theodore murmured. "We've got to get him to tell us information without revealing too much." Draco, pass the diary. Reluctantly, the diary slid across the library table into Theodore's hands, and now Theodore's scrawl danced across the pages. "What do you know? Before I reveal anything, I have to know who you are. You aren't Jerry, and neither was the one before you. Who are you both? How many are there with you?" Riddle's suspicion was clear. There was a collective hiss as they all inhaled sharply. "He knows there's more than one of us," Hermione said, furrowing her brows. "He must recognize our different handwritings." The Norse boy slapped his forehead. "Of course. That's how he can tell us apart. Well, there's no point in lying to him now. We'll just say we're Jerry's roommates." "It wouldn't be too far off from the original story," Ron suggested. "We're Jerry's roommates," Theodore wrote back, his scrawl disappearing into the page. "I'm Timothy, and that was Darius." "I see. And are there others who are present with you?" Hermione slid the book over to herself and began writing in her tall, slanted handwriting. "I'm Jerry's friend too. I'm Emma." You must understand my suspicion. The previous holder of my diary wanted to bury the evidence, to rid himself of all the wrongdoings from years ago, wrongdoings that are occurring once more, as I'm sure you know. Neville's eyes widened. It's like Draco's father said, let things happen the way they did 50 years ago. The monster attacked 50 years ago too. What happened then? Hermione wrote hastily. Can you tell us? Back in my day, it was said to be a legend, wrote Tom Riddle. Until it wasn't. In my 5th year, the monster emerged from below and began attacking students, finally killing one. I caught the culprit, and he was expelled. But the headmaster, Professor Dippet, ashamed that such a crime had happened at the school, forbade me from telling the truth. The story spread that the girl was killed in a freak accident, and I was given a shiny medal for keeping my mouth shut. But I knew that the monster would emerge again, and that the one who could summon it was not imprisoned. That's why I left this diary behind, to record my version of events after I'd been long gone. It couldn't have been farther back then, Draco whispered. He was never expelled, he graduated. Is it the same person who's commanding the attacks? 50 years ago and now? Harry furrowed his brows. Who's been around for that long? Ask who it was last time, urged Theodore. Who was it 50 years ago? Hermione wrote quickly. Riddle's response came swiftly. I can show you if you'd like. You don't have to take my word for it, but you can see it for yourself, my memory of the night I caught the culprit. Hermione raised her hand to indicate her agreement, but she was halted quickly. Wait, Ron said urgently. This might be dangerous. What does he mean, that he's going to show you? How? Is the diary a portkey? Portkeys can't bring you into the past or a memory. Ron's right. Harry nodded. We don't know how this thing works. What if it's a trap? You 5 are here, aren't you? If anything bad happens to me, then you can go get Professor Snape, Hermione argued. We are this close to knowing the culprit's identity. Harry, you said that the monster is trying to kill a student, not petrify one. It managed to kill a student 50 years ago. If we figure out who the culprit is now, we can prevent any death from ever happening. The boy who lived opened and closed his mouth. Still. It'll be fine, insisted Hermione. She pressed her quill to the book, her agreement flowing across the paper with the word OK. Immediately, it was as if a whirlwind blew through the diary. Somewhere in the chaos, Neville cast a silencio, shielding them from Madame Pince's suspicion. The diary glowed, and Hermione was swallowed into it. She slumped into her seat, her face almost submerged in the book, her body limp. Oh Merlin, Ron gulped. Should we shake her out of it? Neville asked shakily. Theodore shook his head, sweeping out his hand to stop the other two. She's fine for the time being. Don't let this be for naught. Plus, if we shake her out of it, Riddle might feel like something's up. After what felt like forever, Hermione pulled out of the book as if she had been holding her breath underwater and gasped deeply. Oh my God, she breathed, as if she had just witnessed unimaginable horrors. It was him. Who's him? Asked Draco, panicked. Hermione stared at them like she had seen a ghost. It was Hagrid. Almost immediately, the table burst into chaos. Harry gaped in disbelief while Theodore demanded a full recap of everything Hermione had seen in the diary. Once she had caught her breath, the Muggleborn began recounting everything she'd witnessed. Tom Riddle was a tall, handsome boy in Professor Dippet's office, asking to stay back during the summer holidays. Dippet mentioned the death of the poor girl, Riddle denied knowing anything about the attacks, and finally, Riddle confronted Rubeus and attempted to kill the presumed monster, a large, hairy creature with too many limbs. The creature got away. It doesn't make sense, Harry defended. Hagrid's monster, creature, was a giant spy. Can we not use the S word? Hissed Ron, still shaking from Hermione's overly graphic description of the monster Riddle had attempted to kill. How are we supposed to address it, then? Theodore rolled his eyes. Fine, Hagrid's 8-legged creature is not a reptile. It's an arachnid. Harry's only able to communicate with reptiles. He's a parcel mouth, not an arachnid mouth. He's got a point, Neville nodded. Plus, we know that Hagrid has an affinity for dangerous creatures, which Norberta can testify to, but he doesn't have a bad heart. I trust that he's honest. If he said that his 8-legged creature didn't kill the girl, I trust that. Riddle might be lying, for all we know, Harry pointed out. It might be a red herring. We don't know anything about Riddle. Everything he says should be taken at face value, Hermione said. He showed us his memory, though, she added. Memories can be altered, Draco countered. I've seen my father, my mother, and even Uncle Severus store memories. It can't be that hard to manipulate them to show different things. Funny that you should defend Hagrid, Hermione raised an eyebrow. Funny that you aren't. Ron exclaimed. I'm just playing devil's advocate, Hermione snapped. We can't all take Hagrid's side just because he's our friend. He raised Fluffy and Norberta, for Merlin's sake. And if Riddle is right, and Hagrid raised the spy? Ron yelped. Hermione rolled her eyes. The 8-legged creature? What's to say he didn't raise the Chamber's monster too? Before anyone could respond, they were interrupted by Ginny, who walked into the conversation, ghostly white and staring at the open diary lying on the table. Oh, Ginny, it's just you, Ron said, slumping in relief. He had thought it was an authority figure. Hey, wait. It was as if she had seen Hagrid's gigantic 8-legged creature instead of the 6 second years. Ginny turned even paler, gripped her book bag tightly to her chest, and took off running. By the front of the library, Madam Pint raised an eyebrow at the group, questioning what had been said to make the young Weasley flee like that. What the? Ron said, puzzled. What's up with her? Hold on, I should go after her and make sure she's okay. I'll be right back. Wonderful, Harry said miserably. She must think I'm the heir of Slytherin or something. In the days that followed, the monster became quiet, and Harry stopped hearing the great creature moving through the walls of Hogwarts. The attacks had seemingly ceased, and the mandrakes were growing steadily. In the greenhouses, the crisis felt averted. I don't get it, Hermione stressed, running her hands through her hair. Why did it just stop? What's changed since the last attacks? Well, for starters, everyone's a lot more careful, Harry said thoughtfully, munching on a carrot from his lunch. Security is much tighter. All professors and staff are doing additional rounds, and prefects are traveling in groups of 3. In the absence of any new leads or clues, Hermione and Theodore had taken to writing furiously in Riddle's diary, day and night, trying to extract any information they could. Riddle was living up to his name, giving them vague, indirect bits and pieces that they scrambled to piece together. In the end, someone would question if Tom was indeed telling the truth, which would restart the whole process. Nothing Riddle says is lining up, Harry protested as the group huddled around a corner table in the library once more. He claims it's Hagrid's acromantula that's responsible for the attacks now, but we've seen nothing to support that. I don't speak arachnid tongue, and as far as anyone's concerned, we've only seen slick from the monster and no spiderwebs. Sorry, Ron, and all the creature books we've pored over say that acromantulas are hairy and thrive in trees, not underground chambers. He was awarded a Special Services Medal for his contribution, Hermione argued. Neville raised his hand. Rebuttal, receiving a medal does not equate to being an honest person, Hermione. I stand with Longbottom here, Draco nodded, trimming his nails with a nail file. And again, memories can be edited and fabricated, Granger. His testimony is as good as nothing. Throwing her hands up in frustration, Hermione snapped, starkly uncharacteristic of her usual demeanor. This is the only theory we have, and you guys are just turning me down at every corner. If you think you're so smart, why don't you come up with a theory? Wow, Hermione, Theodore mocked. How terrible it must be not to have an answer for once. Not quite the brightest witch of your age anymore, The Muddleborn gasped in shock. You did not just say that to me. Take it back. Theodore smirked and crossed his arms. Make me. Just before the two could start arguing, Harry and Neville stepped in between them, each holding back one of their friends. "That's enough," Harry demanded, glaring at them. "That crosses a line. Apologize to each other." "Oh, don't think you're so special just because you're the boy who lived, Harry." "Big deal," Hermione snapped. "Hermione, that's enough," Neville said firmly. "This isn't like either of you at all. I know Theo's always got a sharp tongue, but Hermione?" Ron raised an eyebrow, glancing to see if Madame Pince had heard their commotion. "Something's not sitting right here." Draco suddenly sat up and snapped his fingers as an idea struck him. "Wait, I've heard of this happening before. It's an effect that dark artifacts have. They make people more haughty, more snappy, meaner than they usually are." "Sounds a lot like what's happening here," Harry said, shaking his head. "You two are the ones who've written the most in the diary." "Neither of you should write in it anymore," Ron suggested. "Out of all of us, either Harry or Neville should keep it. You two are the least short-tempered ones of us six." "I'm most well-equipped to protect the diary," Hermione protested. "What if someone tries to steal it? In which case, Norse magic is arguably better. Remember who managed to break past Professor Snape's protection spells?" Theodore grinned carkily. "Just saying." "Neither of you are keeping the diary," Ron said firmly. "It's either Harry or Neville, end of conversation." "Well, I've got Quidditch practice in 10 minutes, so we better decide fast." Harry glanced at the library clock. "Neville, what do you think?" "Maybe you should take it for now." The Gryffindor boy looked between Hermione and Theo. "It's probably for the best that we get it away from these two. The smartest thing would probably be to give it to Professor Snape, you know." "No!" yelled the two Slytherins at once. "We'll behave," Hermione insisted. "Please?" A glance was shared between the remaining members of the group. "Fine," said Harry at last. "But we will tell Professor Snape about this sooner or later. Especially now that we know it could be a dark artifact." While annoyed at the idea of handing over their one and last clue, Hermione and Theodore agreed, each retreating to a corner of the table to sulk. "Yo?" Tracey raised an eyebrow at Harry's sudden movement. The two had met up on their way down to the Quidditch pitch. As they crossed the courtyard, the boy who lived flinched visibly, practically spinning on his feet to look behind them. Never mind." Harry shook his head. "I could have sworn I felt someone watching us." "Well, you're the boy who lived," snorted Tracey. "And we're Mr. Youngest Seeker and MS. Youngest Chaser in the history of Hogwarts Quidditch, so." Smiling wryly, Harry tugged on the strap of his book bag, hiking it higher up on his shoulder. He could feel the extra weight of the diary, but beyond the physical weight, there was something else, a pair of dark, smoky hands stretching from the little black book, tugging down on his shoulder heavily. "Is Marcus putting us on turning drills again today, you think?" "Likely." The chaser shrugged. "Can't say I'm excited, but his training actually works. I've been able to cut sharper turns. If this goes on, I might be able to make a 70-degree turn and attempt to tie Brown faint for the next game," the Seeker said thoughtfully. "You've really been on your game," he added with a smile. "I need to step up. I saw Cedric checking out Quidditch tactics at the library the other day. I think he's got some new tricks up his sleeve." Before Harry could finish, he was bumped into by a flurry of red hair. The girl squealed as she tripped over Harry's feet, but he caught her before she fell onto the hard stone tiles of the courtyard. "Ginny," Harry said, surprised, holding her still. Noticing their position, he pulled her up and steadied her on her feet. "Are you okay?" The Weaslette stared at him, her cheeks nearly as red as her hair. Without another word, she bolted away from the two Quidditch players. "Hey!" Tracey yelled after the first year. They watched as Ginny's red hair disappeared behind a column as she fled toward the safety of the castle, away from the open sky. "Geez, she could have said thanks." "Rude," Tracey remarked. "It's been a rough year," Harry said forgivingly. "Come on, we better hurry." Marcus is going to make us run extra laps if we're late." By the time they reached the pitch, the rest of the team was already in the changing rooms, swapping their sweaters and ties for comfortable sports clothes, old long-sleeved shirts, and ratty sweaters they could move around in. Hurrying alongside his teammates, Harry slipped off his tie and pulled on one of Dudley's old shirts. With a loud clack, he shut his locker door, securing his book bag inside. He tucked his wand into a long, slender pocket in his pants for safekeeping while flying. "Harry! Marcus is about to start making death threats if you don't get out here," Damien shouted from outside the changing room. "Coming," the Seeker replied. Harry yelped as he pulled on old sneakers instead of his polished school shoes. Hastily grabbing his broom from the storage closet, he jogged out onto the field, leaving the changing room in empty silence. "Merlin, I'm hungry," complained Timothy, the fifth-year reserve beater, rubbing his growling stomach. "Shower before you head up to the Great Hall or Caden will have your head," Adrian said with a snort. "I got yelled at last week for being an uncivilized, mannerless, foul-smelling bastard." "Why do you let him yell at you?" Miles, a sixth-year prefect, scoffed. "He's younger than you." The seventh-year beater shrugged. "He's still a prefect." And while his wording was a bit extreme, he had a point. "I smelled pretty bad." Even Arrowell grimaced, and that woman has the facial expression control of a saint. "I've never seen her wear anything other than a graceful smile. That woman never flusters, I swear." Peregrine smirked, propping his broom against his shoulder as they walked. "Oh, please. It's that easy," he said, snapping his fingers. "To get her flustered." He then stopped to look stern. "Not that any of you are allowed to try to find out," he scowled. The other upper ears raised their eyebrows. "Damn, Derek," Miles drawled. "What exactly are we admitting to here? What are we talking about?" Atsushi tilted his head innocently. "I'm not entirely sure we want to know." Tracey scrunched up her nose in disgust. The team filed into the changing room, sweat-soaked shirts tossed against locker doors as they swapped them for clean sweaters. A few players opted to use the changing room showers, while others chose to head back to their dorms to clean up. Tossing his tie into his book bag, Harry thought there was no point. Harry quickly packed his belongings, making sure he didn't leave anything behind. "I'm leaving," he called out to the team, receiving a chorus of okays from the boys. He slung his book bag over his shoulder and ran a hand through his hair. His steps felt strangely light as he trudged back up the hill toward the castle. It was only when he crossed the courtyard that he realized why. His book bag had gotten lighter. In a panic, Harry rifled through the bag, sifting through his parchment notes and a couple of textbooks, but he came up empty-handed. Riddle's diary was gone. Chapter 17, Under Heat. "This wouldn't have happened if you guys had let me keep the diary." Hermione snapped, running her fingers through her hair in frustration. "I wouldn't have lost it or let anyone steal it." "I'm sorry," Harry mumbled, looking incredibly guilty. They were gathered again in a corner of the library, away from Madame Pince's prying eyes. Hermione had been pacing non-stop before the table since Harry broke the news. "I really thought it was safe." "Oh yes, the uncharmed book bag in the unlocked locker in the unlocked locker room that anyone can get into," Hermione rolled her eyes. "How incredibly safe." "All right, that's enough," Neville said firmly. Harry didn't mean to lose it. Plus, he didn't lose it. It was stolen. If they were determined enough to steal it, they would have gotten to it regardless of whether it was with Harry or not. Ron sighed loudly. "Neville's right," he said, crossing his arms. "Besides, with how it was making Mion and Theo act, maybe it's not entirely a bad thing to have it taken from us. It could be a clue, too," Draco said airily. "We can keep an eye out and see who turns extra snippy." "Fine," Hermione huffed, finally plopping down on a chair, dejected. "Well, that leaves us with one lead," she said deadpan. "Hagrid?" There was a visible slump as everyone groaned audibly. "Won't that be a nice conversation to have over tea?" Ron grumbled sarcastically. We'll just slide right along into his hut and ask him, "Hey Hagrid, so we have reason to think you opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. Mind telling us if you're doing the same this time?" The group snorted. "Well," Theo shrugged, grinning. "He may be larger than all of us, but hey, it's one of him versus 6 of us. We've got to have some fighting chance. We could force the information out of him." "A hostile interrogation," Neville said, sitting by the window and suddenly looking alarmed. Guys. Let's not go around pointing fingers or interrogating anyone," Harry said hastily. "We know Hagrid. He wouldn't do something like this. Plus, it's not like Hagrid is best friends with Mr. Malfoy. No way Draco's dad would pick him, of all people, as his scapegoat." "Guys," Neville raised his voice slightly. "Harry, did you forget Fluffy?" Hermione said impatiently. "For all we know, he named the chamber monster Scaly or something." "Guys!" Neville shouted, banging his hands on the table. "What?" came a chorus of 5 voices. The Gryffindor boy winced as Madam Pint snapped at them from across the library. "There's someone sneaking down to the greenhouse," he said hurriedly, his tone hushed. He pointed to a small dark figure outside the window, sneaking down the meadows, barely visible in the dying sunset. "It's after hours. No one should be down there. That's Greenhouse 3, that's where the mandrakes are being grown." There was a collective realization among the 6 second years. "They're trying to sabotage the restorative draft." Ron hissed, already shoving their belongings haphazardly into their book bags. "No, never mind, scrap that, we can come back for our stuff later." To Madam Pint's great annoyance, the group panicked and tumbled out of the library. Their feet pattered down the long stone staircases, skidding past corners as they desperately tried not to fall in their rush to get to the greenhouses. "Ron!" Percy called out as he spotted them rushing toward the main courtyard. "Have you seen Ginny? She's been missing all evening." He yelped loudly as they swarmed past him. "Hey, where? Are you all going? Don't run, for Merlin's sake!" Ron yelled over his shoulder. They tumbled down the meadows in the dark. The boys quickly grabbed their wands for a quick lumos while Hermione chose to conjure her signature bluebell flames. The fire danced harmlessly in her palm as she rushed down toward the glass houses with her friends. "Holy shit," Ron cursed loudly, his eyes widening as they rounded a hill. The greenhouses lay in the valley below them. "Is that fire?" It was indeed. Greenhouse 3 was steadily going up in flames, the orange light flickering dangerously within the glass windows. The small black figure they had seen was already gone, leaving destruction in its wake. "We need to save the mandrakes," Neville said desperately, shaking the group out of their stupor. Snapping out of their shock, the group dashed down the hill toward the fire, already feeling the flickering heat on their faces. "Neville, let's not run into the fire," Harry yelled reasonably, pulling the boy back by the neck of his sweater. Had he not stopped him, Neville would have rushed into the burning greenhouse without hesitation. With his other hand, Harry cast a strong aguamenti, sending a powerful stream of water into the doorway of the greenhouse. "Only half of the greenhouse is on fire," Neville said desperately. "If we leave it any longer, there won't be anything left to save." "Please, Harry." Harry hesitated but agreed reluctantly. "Hermione, help me manage the fire." No one had to tell the Muggleborn otherwise. She joined Harry, casting the most powerful aguamenti she had ever done before. "Hold on, Neville!" Theodore yelled, grabbing the boy by the collar. He began drawing a silver sigil resembling a caged flame, almost like a lantern, onto Neville's robes. "Let me slap some. Put fire protection charms on yourselves before you start running into a burning building, for Merlin's sake," Harry urged. "Slap one on me too," Ron shouted, as the roar of the fire grew louder. It was becoming hard to hear and see through the smoke and blinding light ahead. "Neville, I'm coming with you." "Draco, go get Professor Snape," Harry yelled while recasting his aguamenti spell. Water formed an umbrella above Neville and Ron as they bravely ran into the burning building, pulling up their sweaters to cover their mouths and noses. On it! Draco hesitated, reluctant to leave his friends, but understood the seriousness of the situation. He bounded back up the hill, his silvery hair shining like the moon against the dark meadows. "No one die while I'm gone." "We'll try," Theo yelled back with a wry tone. He had joined Hermione and Harry in their efforts to douse the flames, casting wind sigils in the air to limit the airflow feeding the destructive fire. Back at the castle, Draco reached the courtyard, his chest heaving from sprinting uphill. He felt as if his breath had been left behind at the greenhouse, but he refused to stop. "Weasley," he called out, panting heavily as he passed Ginny, who looked dazed and confused. "Find a professor as soon as you can. Send any prefects or upper years down to the greenhouses now. It's on fire. Anyone you can find who can help, get them down there now. Spread the word. Go, go, go." Seeing the urgency in his face, Ginny complied and took off toward the Gryffindor Tower. Slightly relieved that someone else was helping to spread the news, Draco leaned against the wall for support, steeling himself before heading toward Professor Snape's office. "Professor Snape," he yelled, uncaring as he slammed the door open. "We need to go. Greenhouse 3 is on fire." The annoyance on Professor Snape's face vanished when Draco burst in without warning. "The greenhouses are what?" he repeated, already rising with his wand in hand as he followed Draco in a sprint across the castle grounds. Along the way, they encountered Peregrine and Arowell, who were on their early evening patrols. With a single look from the professor, the two prefects joined them, racing through the corridors of Hogwarts. "What exactly are we running for, Professor?" Peregrine asked, easily keeping pace thanks to Marcus's training regimen. "The greenhouses are on fire," Professor Snape replied sharply. Peregrine gasped. "The greenhouses are what?" As they passed through the main entrance of the castle into the open sky, the true gravity of the situation sank in. From high up in the courtyard, they could see the blaze engulfing the greenhouse below, like a small sun had crashed down and set it ablaze. "Professor, the greenhouse is on fire." "We saw it from the tower." Just then, Percy, Oliver, Fred, and George burst out of the main doors, with a terrified Ginny trailing behind. Percy's jaw dropped at the sight of the flames. "Unaware, Mr. Weasley," Professor Snape said grimly. Taking a moment to overcome his shock, Peregrine quickly took charge. "Professor Snape, if you could let Professor McGonagall know, Arowell and I can contact Professor Filtwick and Professor Sprout." He was already conjuring his doe Patronus, its silhouette bounding into the castle. Peregrine uttered the incantation, and Arowell followed suit. A grand falcon soared into the skies toward Professor Filtwick's tower office, accompanied by a stunning snowy owl, their patronuses flapping their wings soundlessly into the dark sky. "MS. Weasley, please return to the castle and find all the prefects you can. Would gather all the Quidditch players, take to the skies. We need you to run interference and ensure that the fire doesn't spread into the Forbidden Forest," Peregrine instructed. Oliver nodded. "Fred, George, gather the other Quidditch teams. I'll head down to the locker rooms and grab as many brooms as I can." He conjured his Patronus, a dark horse that galloped toward the castle. "My Patronus will inform Marcus Flint." Peregrine nodded in approval. "Weasley, I need you to stay here and organize efforts." The Gryffindor prefect dipped his head, acknowledging his responsibility. "No students under 4th year are allowed beyond this courtyard." "Scrap that," Professor Snape said, shaking his head. "There are already 5 second years down there." The Slytherin prefect whipped his head around in disbelief. "What?" "Don't tell me." Without another word, Professor Snape's cloak billowed behind him, resembling a pair of large bat wings. He became airborne, sweeping down toward the fire like a large black mass. The other two Slytherins wasted no time, dashing after the professor down the rolling hills. "Oh no, you're not going anywhere," Percy snapped, moving quickly to stand before Draco as the blonde boy made a move to follow the older prefects. "You heard Derek, no students below 4th year, hey?" Draco eyed Percy, calculating his chances of getting away. Having made his decision, he darted past him, the redhead yelling in frustration as Draco looped around, bounding down the hills toward his friends after Peregrine and Arrowell. For Merlin's sake! Percy cursed! Bloody Slytherins! Down at the greenhouses, the situation had escalated further. The fire raged on despite Hermione and Harry's efforts. Neville and Ron had several close calls as soot got into their eyes and lungs. Ron, slow down! Down! Harry shouted as he tackled the much taller and stronger Gryffindor boy, bringing the redhead to the ground when he tried to follow Neville back into the greenhouse. Ron had been coughing non-stop for the past few minutes, yet he pushed through the ash in his throat and ran back into the fire, bringing 3 pots of mandrakes with him each time. Hold on! At least have some water and breathe for a second, Merlin! Neville! Hermione screamed, causing both boys to look up. The greenhouse's supports had been scarred by the fire, and with a sickening screech, one of the pillars began to give way. The wind directions changing too. Theo yelled, struggling to keep his eyes open. His hands glowed bright silver as he redrew his sigils, desperately trying to control the wind from feeding the raging fire in the greenhouse. Shit! The fire's getting onto the forest line. It's going to start a wildfire. Neville, levitating from mandrake pots, gasped as one of the structural beams groaned and tilted, crashing down in front of him and blocking his exit with a wall of flames. Ah! He screamed as a portion of the glass roof collapsed, crushing his ankle. He fell to the ground, the mandrake pots he had been levitating shattering around him. Neville! Harry cried, his fear turning into determination. Hermione, on the count of 3, he glanced at her, and together, as if sharing one mind, they pointed their wands at the greenhouse and yelled, Wingardium Leviosa. With a shaky shudder, the beam lifted off the ground, trembling as the 2 second-years fought to keep it levitated. Seizing the opportunity, Ron pulled off his sweater and wrapped it around his face. He dashed into the greenhouse, sliding beneath the suspended beam. Despite the material being red-hot, Ron wrapped his fingers around it and tossed it away, pulling. Neville wrapped his arm around himself. Come on, Neville! Harry urged, helping him to his feet. Hurry! Hermione said weakly. I don't know how long we can keep this suspended. Beside them, Theo had gone silent, his face red with concentration as he tried to eliminate any wind interference around them. The flames parted as they stepped through the remains of the greenhouse. Ron, hurry, please! Harry groaned, his arm throbbing in pain as the spell began to falter. The beam trembled, reflecting the strain on Hermione and Harry. Ron! Wingardium Leviosa! The kids didn't need to turn to recognize the voice. Relief washed over them as Professor Snape held his wand outstretched. Behind him, Peregrine sprinted into the greenhouse, easily picking up Neville and ushering Ron out ahead of him. Arrowell whipped her wand at the burning building, shouting, Aguamenti, as the flames began licking at the forest line. We managed to salvage a good number of mandrakes, Neville coughed raspily, leaning on Ron once Peregrine had put him down. But we need to get them away from the smoke or they may not be viable for the restorative potion. Worry about yourself first, Longbottom, Professor Snape snapped, quickly scanning the boy. He gently examined Neville's ankle, which must have sprained when the roof portion fell on him. Can you walk? I think so, Neville said shakily. As long as Ron helps me. Very good, the head of Slytherin nodded. Above them, there was a sharp whoosh, signaling the arrival of the Quidditch players. Led by Oliver, Marcus, and the other Quidditch players swept over the forest line, a stream of water following their path and driving the ferocious flames away. Behind the first group of flyers, a second group led by Hufflepuff Captain Naoki began casting protective wards and shield charms to prevent the fire from crossing the threshold. Oh, thank Merlin, Theo breathed as he slumped onto the ground. Over the hills, distant yells of instruction echoed. It was Percy, leading a group of prefects that included Penelope, Gemma, and Caden. Can I trust you all to move the mandrakes back to the courtyard? The professor asked, eyeing them. Yes, Hermione replied with a nod. And you will stay there, Professor Snape said sternly. Then his face softened in the light of the fire. You have done enough. We will take it from here. Chapter 18, The Aftermath. By the time the fire was completely under control, about 2 hours had passed. The prefects, professors, and upper-year Quidditch players trudged back up the hill, cursing Hogwarts for its anti-apparition charms. Sunset had long since passed. The 6 second years watched as their seniors and staff members stumbled into the courtyard, sweaty and supporting each other. Many students had removed their sweaters in the sweltering heat from the flames. Even Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall had taken off their cloaks. For the better part of the hour, Neville had meticulously cared for the mandrakes, clipping off their burned leaves and adjusting the soil's humidity. The fire had severely dried the plants out, but under the boys' care, the screaming plants began to revive, if only a little. Despite the Quidditch players' best efforts, a portion of the Forbidden Forest had caught fire. Thankfully, their mitigation efforts had contained the flames to the outer border of the woods, and no animals or creatures were seriously harmed. Good work, everyone, said Professor McGonagall as the group came to a stop in the courtyard. We will investigate the cause of the fire, and the perpetrator will be heavily punished. However, without all of your help and contributions, the damage would have been much worse. Thank you to all our prefects for doing their best to quell the fire. Peregrine and Arowell, leaning against each other, nodded in recognition. So did Percy, Penelope, Gemma, Caden, and other Hogwarts prefects. To our Quidditch players, thank you for flying in these low-visibility skies and doing your best to protect our forest. Oliver nodded. It's only right, Professor McGonagall, he said. This is our home. The other Quidditch players echoed their agreement, even Miles, who was covered in soot and sweat. Professor Sprout scowled fiercely at having to stand beside the Hufflepuff keeper, Westwood. Without how fast you all reacted, we could have possibly lost more than one greenhouse and a much larger portion of the Forbidden Forest, she said, sniffling back tears as her emotions overwhelmed her. It will take us a while to regrow all of our mandrakes, but... Professor Sprout, Percy said gently, we didn't lose all of our mandrakes. The herbology professor blinked tears from her eyes, looking confused. Percy smiled softly and gestured behind her. In the darkness of the courtyard, almost unseen, 6 second years stood quietly, a dozen saved mandrakes behind them. I thought she stuttered, completely at a loss for words. I think, Peregrine spoke up, smiling, we owe some thanks and credit to the second years over there. They were the ones who discovered the fire and, to the best of their abilities, ran into the greenhouses to salvage the mandrakes they could while trying to control the fire. It was very impressive and incredibly brave of you all. And very stupid, grumbled Professor Snape under his breath. Very impressive and brave indeed, Professor McGonagall said, ignoring her Slytherin counterpart as she smiled at the second years. Thank you very much, Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Longbottom, and Mr. Malfoy. It is thanks to your efforts that we will be able to brew restorative drafts for our petrified staff and students. 20 points to each of you and to all of the prefects and upper-year students. Now, interjected Professor Snape sternly, we will all go up to the infirmary to make sure no one inhaled too much soot and to tend to any burns. Then, you can all go to bed. The prefects groaned. For them, bed would have to wait. First, they would have to patrol the corridors until curfew. All prefects, Professor Snape said. You can forfeit patrol tonight, Severus said, rolling his eyes. You deserve the rest. I will take over all after-hour sweeps of the corridors. The deputy headmistress nodded in agreement. So will I. A chorus of thank yous rose from the prefects as they began guiding the group, with the second years at the front, up towards the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey was not happy with anyone. With the insistence of the upper years, the second years were checked over first. Neville's ankle was carefully mended with magic, although he was advised not to engage in any vigorous activity for a while. The other second years were given a sweet, honey-like substance to clear the soot and smoke from their throats and lungs. Open up, she said to Harry, who was the last to go. He obeyed, and she looked down his throat. All right. Make sure to drink the honey salve before bed, and stay away from dry, fried food for the next few days." He nodded and hopped off the infirmary bed. The rest of his friends had already been checked over and were waiting to leave together as a group. "Wait a moment, oi, second years," Peregrine called out as Madame Pomfrey prodded at his throat. "Oh, that hurts, Madame Pomfrey, second years, hold on. I'll walk you back to your dorms." "No, you will not," Madame Pomfrey admonished. "Mr. Derek, you have numerous burns all over your body. You are not going anywhere until I'm done with you." "They'll be fine," Arowell said, placing her hand gently on Peregrine's. She glanced around the infirmary. "Gemma, Cadian, have you both been checked over?" The two prefects nodded. Professor Snape was performing checks on the other side of the infirmary to help lessen Madame Pomfrey's workload and speed along the line. "We're all clear to go back," Gemma said. "Then you two take our 4 second years," Arowell instructed. "Back to the dorms." Arowell nodded. "Rest well. Hey, Gryffindors, are any of you clear to take your second years back to the tower?" "I'm done," said Percy, who was standing by Oliver. Oliver was still being checked by Professor Snape. The Quidditch captain tried to speak, but as he was getting his throat examined, it caused the potions master to prod him, making Oliver yelp. "Oliver, stop moving," Snape said. "Thank you," Professor Snape replied, exasperated. "Mr. Wood, this isn't going to go any faster if you keep trying to speak and close up your throat while I'm trying to look at it." "We can take Ronnikins and Nevnev," Fred chimed in. "George and I are done. Piers can stay and wait with Oliver." The Slytherin prefect nodded her thanks. "All right. Hold on, before you go," Madame Pomfrey said, glancing away from Peregrine. Her scowl softened. "Come here." She pulled the 6 second years in for a hug, clearing her throat when she let them go. "Thank you. We have mandrakes still, because of you 6. It was very foolish of you to run into fire. You're lucky that most of you got away without many burns, but thank you." "It was thanks to Theo," Ron said, glancing at the Slytherin boy. "He slapped these protection sigils on us. It's probably the reason why Neville and I got away mostly burnless." "Well, thank you." Madame Pomfrey nodded at Theo, smiling gently. "It must be pretty advanced magic, but you protected your friends with it. Good job, Mr. Nott. Now, you lot hurry along and get some rest. It's been a long night." By the next morning, the entire school had heard of the fire in Greenhouse 3, and rumors had already started circulating. Each house cheered on their respective prefects and upper years who participated in the firefighting, and Dumbledore, who had. Dumbledore returned that morning from business with the ministry and was astounded to hear about the arson that had occurred overnight. "Well, I believe points have already been awarded, courtesy of Professor McGonagall," the old headmaster said, his eyes twinkling as he looked down at the 4 houses over breakfast. "Therefore, I will simply thank our valiant upper year students once more for their efforts. Without any further ado, enjoy breakfast." No one was more disappointed than Lockhart, who had missed out on the incident. Throughout the day, he could be heard telling every class that more mandrakes would have been saved if he had been there. He claimed the fire wouldn't have spread to the Forbidden Forest if he had been involved. By dinner, Lockhart had told anyone who would listen how the situation could have gone better if he had been present. So on top of claiming you're a potions master and a Medwitch, Severus recounted at the staff table, as literal fumes were coming out of Minerva's ears from listening to Lockhart. If it continued much longer, the deputy headmistress would have probably started a fire inside the Great Hall. "You're also a firefighter," Lockhart spluttered in response. "Pick a career, Gilderoy," Severus said dryly, rolling his eyes. "Honestly." Chapter 19, Revelations. 1 week after the incident, the greenhouse fire had become old news. While the culprit remained uncaught, it was clear they wouldn't be trying something like that again. All around Hogwarts grounds, protections had doubled. A gargoyle was charmed to screech if anyone passed the courtyard after sundown with the intention of heading to the greenhouse. Bored with the greenhouse fire, the castle had moved on to the next big event, the Hufflepuff vs Slytherin match on Saturday. Excited? Harry asked Atsushi over dinner one day. The first-year boy had risen quickly in his training, and Miles had begrudgingly taken him under his wing. It was the weirdest phenomenon anyone on the team had ever witnessed. Miles was genuinely giving Atsushi tips on his keeper skills and had become a mentor of sorts. He had even suggested that Atsushi swap out with him during the Hufflepuff game at halftime, so the younger keeper could get a real taste of the sport. Nervous, Atsushi corrected, passing the dipping sauce over to Sage. Of the Slytherin first years, Atsushi, Sage, and Axel were inseparable. They were basically a trio that came as a unit. Whenever Atsushi wasn't at Quidditch practice, he was cozied up in the common room beside his friends, playing a game of wizarding chess or exploding snap. "You'll be fine, Atsu," chirped Sage. "And we'll have the banner with your name on it, waving and yelling like mad." Axel opened her mouth, but Sage cut back in and corrected herself. "Correction. I will be clapping and waving like mad, but Axel will clap eloquently and very much like a sane person." The girl defended herself. "I just don't see the point of going feral over a sport," she said, exasperated. "Sage is right," Harry smiled kindly at Atsushi. "I remember my first game. I felt like my heart was going to jump out of my chest, but it was also the most fun I'd ever had." "You'll be just fine," Harry said. Theodore flatly responded, "Harry, a possessed defense against dark arts teacher attempted to jinx and throw you off your broom." At Atsushi's alarmed expression, Harry quickly reassured him. "For that reason, Professor Snape has added a protection charm on all of the team's brooms. Plus, Hermione's always ready." "Ready with what?" Sage, who idolized Hermione, asked. She looked up at the older girl with wide eyes, her eyebrows furrowing in confusion as Hermione smiled innocently. "You don't have to worry about it," Hermione said brightly. Beside her, Daphne concealed a knowing smile behind a cough. "Just know that if anyone tries anything, well, then I'd be on a streak," she added. Axel raised a curious eyebrow, but Daphne, sitting across from her, shook her head lightly, a twinkle in her eyes. "Deniability, Axel," Daphne said casually. "Deniability. How long is the game going to be, anyway?" Sage asked. Over the past week, she had been trying hard to understand the wizarding sport so she could follow along when Atsushi made his debut in the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup. Draco, eager to share his knowledge, had been giving Sage lectures about Quidditch in the evenings by the common room fireplace. "It depends," Hermione said thoughtfully. With her free hand, she conjured her notebook. She had given in to Theo's habit of using a new notebook for every subject. "Let's see here. The Slytherin matches of the past have an average length of 1.25 hours, while the general average of all games played is 3.15 hours. She furrowed her brow at her notes. "Although that's largely skewed due to that 5.75-hour game the Ravens Gryffindors played last year. That had been a real fight," Draco said proudly, puffing up his chest. "We end most of our games pretty quickly, with victory, of course. Last year, we had the youngest Seeker and Chaser of the Century playing on our team. This year, we hit the record with the youngest reserve keeper. The cup is ours for sure." Across the table, Tracey snorted. "You sound incredibly proud for someone not on the team." The blonde shrugged. "House pride." Saturday arrived, and the school erupted into cheer, the recent petrifications and arson attempt momentarily forgotten. Students chatted happily in the Great Hall, placing bets on who would win the game. Up by the staff table, Professor Snape tried to appear disinterested, but revealed his true feelings when Dumbledore exchanged a quiet bet with Professor McGonagall on Slytherin's victory. Stubbornly refusing to support Severus's endeavors, the deputy headmistress defended Hufflepuff's honor with 20 sickles. "Relax," Harry advised kindly to Atsushi as the Slytherin team made their way down to the pitch. The rest of the school continued to buzz noisily in the hall, while the teens had departed early to stretch and take warm-up laps around the playing field. "It'll be okay," You're not playing alone. You have a team here to support you. Good morning. Peregrine greeted cheerfully as they approached the Hufflepuff team, already stretching on the field. He gave Marcus a pointed look to behave. Foul weather, eh? Marcus and Naoki Suzuka shook hands begrudgingly. The tension was so thick that no one would have been surprised if lightning flashed and shocked the ground between the two captains. Good morning, Marcus said, forcing a tight smile. A good morning indeed, Naoki replied, his eyes flashing with competitive fire. They had worked well together when directing efforts to protect the Forbidden Forest during the greenhouse fire, but that unspoken truce had, like Greenhouse 3, gone up in flames. It's about to become much better when we win, Marcus said. Their verbal battle came to an abrupt end as Madame Hooch marched across the field, gesturing for both teams to step back. I don't see a lot of warm-up going on. She frowned. Go. We hit them hard and we hit them fast, Marcus declared once both teams had retreated out of earshot. Madame Hooch paced tensely at the center of the pitch, sending alternating glares toward Suzuka and Wood every once in a while. He grunted as they stretched their arms, legs, and backs. The beaters flexed their right arms and picked up their bats. The chasers pulled on their protective gloves and cracked their fingers. The seeker rotated his wrists, closing his eyes and visualizing himself diving for the golden snitch. Let's start this year off strong, Peregrine grinned. Already, the bustle of the crowd traipsing down the hill toward the pitch could be heard. Marcus, should we take 10 laps around the field and then get prepared in the tower? The team followed his lead, mounting their brooms and kicking off into the sky easily. The chasers, Peregrine, Marcus, Damien, and Tracey, swiftly took the lead, followed closely by Harry, who looped and weaved in and out of everyone. Adrian Pusey and Lucian Bowl followed, their bats resting over their shoulders as they steered their broomsticks with the other hand. Lastly, Miles and Atsushi kept a steady pace behind the team, the older of the two glaring at the Hufflepuff team, still stretching on the ground. When Madame Hooch's whistle finally signaled the end of warm-up, the Slytherin team brushed past their yellow-decked counterparts, glares and boos exchanged all around. But when Cedric and Harry passed each other, the two seekers smiled at each other respectfully. Best of luck, Cedric said. Good luck. Harry bowed his head slightly, his broom hesitating in the air as he paused beside Cedric. Let's have a fair game, the Hufflepuff seeker replied. All the best. The team ducked into the curtained tower, hiding until the commentators, Lee Jordan and Draco, announced the teams. It didn't take long for the crowd to cheer and whoop, until the unmistakable, lively voice of the fourth-year Gryffindor filled the stadium. Good morning, Hogwarts. Lee Jordan boomed into the microphone, the stadium shaking as it erupted into applause. How are we feeling today? All right, team. Marcus cleared his throat. He glanced awkwardly at his teammates, who responded with deadpan stares. Play good. Aye. Adrian echoed, mocking a pirate accent. Beside him, Damien, broom at his side, nodded seriously. Hear ye, hear ye. The Slytherin lead prefect chuckled. All right. In the distance, Lee Jordan was announcing the Hufflepuff team. The crowd grew wilder, trying to cheer louder for each player that emerged. Have a good game, stay safe, try not to break any bones, you know the drill. And without further ado, Draco's impatient voice cut in, the Slytherin Quidditch team. Madame Hooch had learned her lesson and decided against letting the commentators introduce each player before the game. Instead, the teams flew laps around the field and hovered before Madame Hooch at the center, where she held the quaffle in her hands. A fair game, she declared, glaring at Marcus. Naoki couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and smirk at the other captain. After all, the Hufflepuff house and team were well known for their honesty and fairness. There would be no question about that from their side. As fierce as Naoki could be about the game, he respected the spirit of fair play. His team was genuine and fair. Lee Jordan's voice dropped as the stadium quieted, and everyone watched with bated breath. The quaffle is in the air. Hufflepuff Chaser Sutherland has snatched it from the air. Wow, I heard he spent his summer in California, and I have to say, that tan looks good on him. The crowd swooned as sixth-year heartthrob, American student Michael Sutherland, with his wavy blonde hair and suntanned skin, swept over the pitch, quaffle safely in hand, zooming across the court, pursued by the Slytherin chasers. Jordan! Came McGonagall's annoyed warning. Professor, I'm just giving commentary people actually want to hear. Have you seen the Cedric Diggory fan groups? Up in the air, the Hufflepuff seeker cringed inwardly. Draco's voice filled the stadium. Sutherland is robbed of possession by Slytherin chaser Derek. Derek passes to Davis. Wow, that girl is barely a blur. Hufflepuff beater Lynn sends a strong bludger her way. Will she dodge it? She swerves. Ah, dear, she's going into a tailspin. Jordan said, sounding quite happy as Davis struggled to adjust her trajectory, the quaffle in her hands preventing full control of her broom. Davis passes the quaffle to Captain Flint, and Flint receives. Davis is pulling out of her tailspin. Great recovery there, Draco said animatedly, his eyes trained on the match as he and Jordan took turns yanking at the mic for their chance to speak. Flint shoots, and Hufflepuff keeper Westwood dives, and he misses. The stadium erupted into cheers and boos as the captain turned his broom around, accepting Trace's high five. Okay, big deal. Slytherin takes 10 points. 10-0. Jordan sighed. The crowd had started cheering for the yellow-decked Flyers, though. Students chanted, "Come on Hufflepuff, show them that you're tough," as they stomped on their seats, the structure vibrating with their enthusiasm. The quaffle is back in play. Hufflepuff chaser Oriole has it and passes to Captain Suzuka. Slytherin beaters Bowl and Pusey send 2 bludgers their way, but both Hufflepuff chasers dodge. The crowd supporting Hufflepuff cheered, launching sound makers into the air as confetti rained down on the audience. Captain Suzuka is really showing us why he's the captain. That is some masterful flying. Merlin, is that the Alinsky doubleback? Jordan whistled appreciatively. What a skillful tactic. Suzuka passes the quaffle to Oriole, and Oriole passes back. Captain Flint tries to intervene and, fails. Suzuka is approaching the goals, he shoots, it felt like the crowd stopped breathing. And he scores. Jordan raised his hand in victory while Draco scowled. Hufflepuff pulls back the Slytherin lead, 10-all. On the field, tensions were at an all-time high. Perhaps it was the weather or the electricity in the air, but Naoki and Marcus were at each other's throats. Is that what you call a steal? Naoki raised an eyebrow. Shut it, Marcus snapped. I'll make you regret this. Harry, hovering nearby, noticed a strange expression on Naoki's face, as if he understood the consequence Marcus was hinting at. Naoki seemed to be weighing his options, either blowing up Marcus's short temper or watching his step. A smile spread across the Hufflepuff captain's face, and he said softly, "Try me." The words were so quiet that Harry didn't hear them, but he saw them form on Naoki's lips. Marcus clearly saw them too, as his expression shifted. Hardened into a snarl. "Oh, I will break you." Harry felt he really didn't want to know what was happening between them. Whether it was pure rivalry or something deeper, he shifted his focus to scanning for the snitch. The game continued fervently for another 30 minutes, with no sign of the snitch. On the pitch, Harry spotted his and Trace's banner flapping furiously in the wind but realized with a start that Atsushi's was nowhere to be seen. Just then, Marcus called a half-time, and Harry's heart sank. They were switching miles for the reserve, and when Atsushi flew out onto the pitch, his confidence would drop upon realizing his friends weren't cheering for him. "Wait," Harry said urgently to Marcus before the captain summoned the reserve player from the observation tower. Marcus raised an eyebrow but remained silent, gesturing for the second year to go as he wished. Hastily, Harry swept into the reserve's tower, landing in a flurry. Damien looked at him questioningly, but Atsushi appeared too nervous to show any expression other than anxiety. "Atsushi, listen to me," Harry said, keeping his tone as steady as possible. "Marcus is about to call you out. You need to listen, okay?" Do not look down at the crowd. Keep your eyes on the game at all times. Do you understand? Atsushi looked feverish, but despite his confusion, he nodded. Okay, he said shakily. Harry, I'm scared. You're going to be great, Harry replied firmly. And what's the worst that could happen? You let a couple of goals in, and Marcus, Peregrine, and Tracey can easily get those back. It's your first game. No one's going to fault you for anything. Before Atsushi could continue to have a nervous breakdown, a sharp whistle echoed through the air. The whistle rang out, not the sharp tweet of Madame Hooch that signaled the start of the game, but one filled with urgency. What's going on? Damien asked as he moved away from the wall, gripping his broom and sweeping aside the curtain. Professor McGonagall was at the pitch, waving her hands urgently, while players descended onto the field to meet her. What? Is the game getting called off? Let's go, Harry said, mounting his broom and gliding down to the field. He broke into a run as his feet touched the grass. Professor McGonagall? Marcus? What's happening? The deputy headmistress looked unusually grim. Beside her, Naoki and Marcus had fallen silent, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Mr. Takagi, Professor McGonagall said solemnly, you better come with me. What's going on? Professor Snape, who seemed to appear out of nowhere, asked, sensing the gravity in the air. He studied the older woman, noting the deep lines on her face, as if she had aged 50 years in an instant. Minerva? 3 more students have been attacked, she said, her voice thin. And 2 of them are yours, Severus. Professor Filtwick is already with them. A soft thump caught everyone's attention. They turned to see Atsushi, deathly pale, his broom on the ground, fingers loose and slack as if he had lost control of his body. His eyes were fixed on the stands, where the second year's banner was visible, but his friends were not. It's Sage and Axel, isn't it? He said hollowly, staring not at Professor McGonagall, but into the space behind her. She nodded stiffly. I'm afraid so, Mr. Takagi, she said quietly, stepping forward to offer a hand to the motionless boy. If you'd like to come with me. Atsushi, breathe, Harry said quickly as he noticed the boy's chest beginning to heave. Atsushi. Atsushi, look at me. When the boy didn't respond, Harry glanced up at Professor McGonagall's concerned expression. Professor McGonagall, were these only petrifications or? No one has been killed yet, Mr. Potter, she answered swiftly. Okay, Harry nodded, turning back to Atsushi. Listen to me, Atsushi. Sage and Axel were only petrified. They're going to be okay. Our mandrakes are weeks away from maturation, okay? They're only petrified, Atsushi. The young seeker breathed shakily, his breath catching as he choked on his own swallow. But they were fine just 2 hours ago. They were eating and. They're going to be fine, Harry restated firmly. Now, do you want to go with Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape to see them? Maybe it will be best if you come with us too, Mr. Potter, Snape suggested gently. Mr. Takagi, are you absolutely sure you want to come? If you feel that you are not up to it, we can bring you to them after they have been moved into the infirmary. No, Atsushi choked but pushed the feeling down and steeled himself to meet the potion master's eyes. I can do it. Almost doubtful, Snape stared at the first year for a moment but then agreed. Very well. Mr. Derek, alert all prefects in the audience and start moving them back into the castle. All students are to return to their common rooms now until further notice from any of the heads of houses. Above them, the crowds were already murmuring in confusion, unsure of why the match had stopped so suddenly. Yes, sir, Peregrine nodded. Suzuka, let Jordan announce that the game is over, for prefects to step out and start escorting students into their common rooms. Tell Jordan that we will be leaving in the order of Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, Hufflepuffs, and Slytherins, the Hufflepuff captain announced. He nodded and boarded his broom, taking flight toward the commentator's tower. Peregrine instructed, Adrian, Lucian, please help prefects when necessary. He He pointed as he spoke. Tracey, Damien, please help return Harry, Atsushi, and my brooms on our behalf. Marcus, Miles, kindly go glare at anyone stepping out of line. With this many students, we need to maintain order, or someone's going to get trampled. The team grimaced at the thought. We'll help too with directing people, Cedric volunteered. If you will take the north exit, we can manage the south exit. Beside him, the Hufflepuff team, Oriel, Sutherland, Lynn, Bowman, and Westwood, all fourth years and above, chimed in their agreements. Their competitiveness and rivalry melted away in the face of a bigger urgency. The Slytherin prefect nodded his thanks. Excellent. Try not to spread panic just yet. Heads of houses will inform their students individually tonight. For now, let's just move them back into the castle. There was a mumble about the castle being where the monster was and that they were probably safer outside in the open stadium than indoors. However, it wasn't as if the whole school could camp under the gloomy skies for the better part of the week. Everyone got to their responsibilities and began slowly bringing the disappointed crowd to their feet. Come, Mr. Takogi, Mr. Potter, Snape gestured finally. Prepare yourselves, warned Professor McGonagall as they reached their destination, the third-floor girls' bathroom, commonly occupied by Myrtle. Harry grimaced as they stepped inside, noticing the floor around the sink covered in a strange slick. As he looked up from the floor, he gasped at the sight. Sage and Axel were there, crouched together, facing away from the main communal sink. They stared directly at the mirror on the end wall of the bathroom. A few feet away, Penelope Clearwater, the Ravenclaw prefect, stood frozen with her arms outstretched, as if she had been trying to protect Axel and Sage. Her wand remained in hand. She gazed at the sink, her expression reflecting horror at something tall enough for her to crane her head upwards in fear. Just inches in front of Penelope, laying horizontally and floating atop the slick floor, was Myrtle. Her usual translucent appearance had turned a dirty matte black. It's another ghost student attack, Professor McGonagall said grimly. Beside her, Professor Filtwick, usually cheerful, looked unusually somber. By Merlin, Peregrine said, his voice shaking as he carefully stepped over to examine Myrtle and Penelope. Two Slytherin first years, a prefect and a ghost, he laughed hollowly. The monster is upping its attacks. Professor Snape remained wordless. Instead, he waved his wand, and a small vial appeared. A few droplets of the slick on the floor floated into the glass vial, and with a flick of his wand, he sealed and pocketed it. At least now they can't accuse the perpetrator of being Slytherin, Peregrine said, his tone strained. 2 consecutive Slytherin attacks. It's okay, Harry whispered quietly to Atsushi. Instead of remaining frozen, the young keeper had started shaking, trembling within Harry's grasp. Do you want to go? Harry asked. No, Atsushi forced out. I want to help. There was a stagnant pause, and then Professor Snape tilted his head, almost in respect of Atsushi's determination, despite how difficult it was to see his friends frozen in fear. Very well. Mr. Derrick, Mr. Potter, help Professor Filtwick levitate Ms. Brighton, Ms. Wachther, and MS. Clearwater to the infirmary, he delegated. Mr. Takogi, you should go with them. Harry, you've been pacing for 20 minutes, Ron said impatiently. They were back in the library, having dragged a blackboard in front of their table. Harry had marked the students' positions in Myrtle's bathroom and could not wrap his head around the mystery. We're not getting anywhere. It doesn't make sense. Harry stressed. Okay, so the monster was clearly in front of the sink. Just like with Justin Finch-Fletchley, Penelope Clearwater saw the monster through Myrtle and was petrified. From her pose, her arms were outstretched. She was trying to protect Sage and Axel. We've been over this 20 times, Harry. The redhead slumped tiredly onto the table, running his hand through his hair. Harry ignored him. Sage and Axel were crouched, facing away from the monster and with their backs to Penelope and Myrtle. Why did they stay put until the monster could get in front of them and petrify them? Why didn't they move? Maybe they were petrified first. Neville suggested helpfully. Hermione, Draco, and Theo had already tired of Harry's repeated analysis of the scene and had gone to search the bookshelves for more monster reference books in hopes of cracking the mystery. Then what? Penelope stood in front of them to prevent the monster from eating them. Harry furrowed his brows. The red-headed Gryffindor sighed loudly. Well, what if they couldn't move? What do you mean? Harry raised an eyebrow. We already said that there was no way they were petrified first. Penelope wouldn't have defended them the way she did if the monster had gotten to them first. Okay, but what you're saying is... Ron rubbed the bridge of his nose. You're saying the problem with how they're positioned is because Sage and Axel stayed crouched, facing away from the sink, even after Penelope had been petrified. And didn't move when the monster appeared in front of them and petrified them. Right, the Slytherin nodded. Well, Ron said slowly, his mind clicking into gear. What if the monster doesn't have to be in front of them to petrify them? What do you mean? Harry blinked. Ron sat up straighter, his eyes brightening as realization struck. Doesn't Myrtle's bathroom have a mirror right at the end? A mirror that reflects the sink if you look at it? Harry's jaw dropped. You mean? They saw the monster through the mirror. They exclaimed together. And this aligns with all the other attacks too. Neville stood up, gaping. Creevy saw the monster through his camera lens. Justin and Penelope through nearly headless Nick and Myrtle. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. Cole saw it through the internal reflection of his glasses, and Mrs. Norris through a puddle of water. Harry jumped up so suddenly that his chair fell to the ground. No one has seen the monster directly, except Nick and Myrtle, but they're ghosts, so they can't die again. Guys, the three students glanced up to see Hermione approaching with a thick book in her arms, The Myths and Legends of Europe, with a bright spark in her eyes. I had an enlightenment. So did we. Ron hushed her. Wait, let us go first. Quickly, they explained their theory, that no one had seen the monster directly yet, and linked each previous attack case. As they justified their reasoning, Draco and Theo nodded along, indicating their agreement. It made sense. Your turn. What's your breakthrough? Harry asked, eyeing the book Hermione was carrying. Mythical legends? She replied. All this time, we've only been looking at Wixen creatures, right? Theodore began. For context, Draco and Hermione were talking about Christmas, and how Hermione once told us about Santa, who comes down chimneys and whatever, Hermione said. And then you guys told me about the flu network. I thought maybe Santa wasn't a myth and that he was possibly real. She recounted this excitedly. The group nodded furiously. And then we read that the Chamber of Secrets was a legend, remember? Draco reminded them. But it's turned out to be very possibly real. And then we thought. All this time, we've been looking at real creatures, Theo said, his eyes bright with discovery. Creatures that the Wixen Society has seen and confirmed the existence of. What if the monster isn't real? Or, what if the monster is mythical, or a creature that we think is mythical? Harry connected the dots. Because no one has seen it in real life before. Or no one has seen it and lived to tell the tale, Ron added, breathing heavily. Blimey, guys, this is one heck of a theory. There's no way, right? Hermione shrugged. I didn't think magic, dragons, or flying broomsticks were real, but here we are. The Weasley boy chuckled. Choo-chay. Theo looked triumphant and very pleased with himself. With a loud plop, he set the book on the table and grinned. Who's ready to do some research? Chapter 20, Revelations, 2. With the total attack count, including Mrs. Norris and the ghosts, reaching 9, no one was willing to take any chances anymore. After the addition of 2 first-year Slytherin petrifications, no one dared accuse the Green Deck House, but dirty looks were exchanged all around. Despite the Hexad's best attempts, inter-house tensions were at an all-time high. It had gotten so bad that the first-year Gryffindor and Slytherin classes had to be split up and taught separately. Come along, Peregrine said, already waiting for the Slytherins outside their charms class when Filtwick dismissed them. Let's make this quick. I have to run to arithmancy after this, and Vector is such a stickler for tardiness. In the absence of enough professors, 6th and 7th year prefects were given the task of escorting students from class to class. Many upper year prefects, including Hogwarts head boy and girl, 2 Ravenclaws, were apprehensive about following Slytherin students around. Peregrine, while angrily cursing at his fellow prefects under his breath, took over all supervision and scheduling for the Slytherin cohort. Is this why our house is the only one that has lead prefects? Harry asked quietly as Peregrine fumed, marching the second years to their next class. Among Hogwarts' 4 houses, Slytherins were the only ones that named additional lead prefects on top of their 6 prefects from the 5th and 6th years. Yes, Peregrine replied, clearly trying to restrain himself and not take out his anger on the second years. The prefect system works well for all other houses, that is. The head boy and girl this year, Weldon and Caraway, work well enough with the prefects from other houses, but when it comes to us, he scoffed angrily, they couldn't care less. Professor Snape implemented the system to ensure we have proper oversight. The concept of lead prefects last year, with Terence and Morgan. Morgan? Harry furrowed his brows. Peregrine seemed to catch himself and cleared his throat. A whom? With Terence being the first lead prefect ever appointed. Our role is simple. We do what the head prefects don't do for us. Very often, they overlook Slytherin in their planning and scheduling. Even though prefects are supposed to patrol the entire castle, from what I know, Caraway and Weldon are turning a blind eye to certain prefects skipping the dungeons in their patrol routes. They might even be encouraging them to skip our portion of the castle. That's awful, Harry frowned. That's prejudice for you, Peregrine snorted. It's not exactly that their reaction is unwarranted. I'm sure you've heard. Terence wasn't treated nicely when he first arrived. They only grew to like him after he won us Quidditch games. Even when he was lead prefect, he had to demand respect from several upper Slytherins. And you know how someone like Hermione is treated sometimes. Slytherins aren't the nicest of people, especially to other houses. The lead prefect sighed tiredly, running a hand through his hair. Their animosity against us isn't completely unjustified. However, their behavior now, ignoring our first and second year's safety because they assume we're the ones behind the attacks, that's just not right. The 7th year looked exhausted. Inter-house prefect politics are something else. Your cohort is much nicer. Your group, with Weasley and Longbottom, is a testament to that. But sometimes, when Arrowell and I attend 7th year prefect meetings, it feels like it's us against everyone else. Harry looked apologetic as he watched the tired lines crinkle Peregrine's face. I'm sorry to hear that. The prefect laughed. Don't be sorry. Peregrine smiled wistfully. And it's not entirely. Some of them are quite nice. Weasley, Clearwater, Suzuka, he said absent-mindedly. Plus Gemma and Caden from our side. The next year of prefects aren't bad. Weasley and Clearwater would balance each other out very well as head boy and girl. Perhaps there won't even be a need for Slytherin's lead prefects. That'll be good, Harry agreed. Percy is nice. He is, Peregrine said readily. But if all else fails, we have Farley and Seymour the Junior. Slytherin won't be in bad hands. The boy who lived smiled. And if all incoming cohorts are as nice as yours? The lead prefect snorted. Then we won't have to worry about anything at all. To the surprise of the second-year Slytherin group, they arrived at Transfiguration, a class they usually had alone with Professor McGonagall, to find the second-year Gryffindors already inside. Heir, Ron grinned from his seat. Neville simply waved. Behind them, their housemates, Lavender, Seamus, Dean, Sally Smith, Sophie Roper, were already unpacked and ready for class. Apologies for the surprise, Professor McGonagall said curtly to the Slytherins. If you could take a seat. Thank you for bringing them, Mr. Derrick. The lead prefect made a casual salute to the deputy headmistress. No problem, Professor. I'll get going. The door closed behind Peregrine as Professor McGonagall began to speak. As you may have heard, the first-year Gryffindor Slytherin combined transfiguration classes have to be separated due to high animosity, said the deputy, a hint of annoyance in her tone. To make way for splitting their classes, we had to combine another cohort of transfiguration classes. After feedback from all professors, your year turned out to be the most amicable with each other. There was a chorus of understanding, oohs and ahs, as the Slytherins slid into their seats beside the Gryffindors. Compliment, she told them sternly. In light of your juniors not getting along, we have chosen your year as the Gryffindor Slytherin class that gets along the best. Do not prove us wrong. Is that understood? A sea of nods followed her statement. McGonagall smiled slightly as she surveyed the class. Hermione and Neville were seated together, Draco and Ron sat side by side, and Harry was next to Theodore. Across the room, Daphne sat next to Lavender and Tracey, with Sophie Roper beside them. When no immediate brawls broke out, she tapped her wand on the blackboard, and a spell incantation began to spell itself out. She smiled, recalling that Severus had given her his word. After a year of potions classes, the 1998 cohort of Lions and Snakes could get along well enough, even Ron and Draco, despite their family feud. Thus far, they had not disappointed her. Then, let us begin. In another demonstration of Gryffindor Slytherin unity, both Oliver and Marcus fervently protested the cancellation of Quidditch practices. This is atrocious, Professor. Oliver argued loudly, with Marcus nodding in angry agreement as they stood before the deputy headmistress's office table. You cannot cancel Quidditch practices. What is the monster going to do? Come out to the Quidditch pitch and petrify all the players? If anything, the players are safer on the pitch than in the castle, Marcus added. With all the open space, we'll see the monster coming from miles away. Mr. Wood, Mr. Flint, that's enough, exclaimed the deputy, exasperated. Cancelled is cancelled. There is no argument or debate here. This is the headmaster's final word. No more Quidditch practices until we know for sure that the threat has been dispelled. Now, if you have nothing better to say, please leave my office and let me have some peace. It was safe to say that, across the Great Hall, Oliver and Marcus, the Gryffindor and Slytherin students wore matching scowls throughout dinner. Their attempt to reinstate Quidditch practices was wholly unsuccessful. If it wasn't for the fact that they're completely different body types, I'd have thought they were twins, Hermione commented idly. Theodore snorted into his soup. At that moment, the potions master entered the Great Hall, his brows furrowed as he muttered angrily under his breath. Sewer water, what the bloody hell does that mean? Hermione perked up, watching the older Slytherins retreating back as he grumpily made his way to the staff table, glowering at Lockhart as he passed. Sewer water, is that what the liquid in Myrtle's bathroom was? She tilted her head in confusion, her eyes still on Professor Snape as he slumped into his seat and began stabbing his food with a knife, much to Professor McGonagall's apprehension. Oh my God, sewer water? She slammed her hands on the table, rising from her seat so quickly that she almost tripped. I need to go, she told them excitedly, tossing her book bag over her shoulder. Sewer water, that's it. That's the answer. I'll tell you guys later. Further up the table, Gemma and Caden were deep in conversation. Wait, Hermione, we're not allowed to leave by ourselves, Harry said urgently. According to Professor Snape's orders, they were to travel back and forth from dinner as they did with classes. We're to leave the Great Hall with the prefects, remember? If the Muggleborn heard him, she pretended not to. She grabbed a chunk of bread from their table. Cover for me, she said, and miraculously took off without any of the prefects noticing her absence. Harry said awkwardly after the silence that followed Hermione's outburst. Anyone know what that's about? Tracey, who had overheard the whole commotion, replied unfazed. Absolutely no clue. Maybe she's going bonkers. Wouldn't be surprised. She mutters all sorts of weird things in her sleep sometimes, she hummed thoughtfully. She's been sleep-talking a lot about Santa Claus these days. The blonde Malfoy heir grimaced. Wonderful. Granger lost her mind. Hey, at least I have a better chance at first place in potions this year. Not if Harry gives you a run for your money, Theodore grinned. Chapter 21, the final piece. Hey, are you all done eating? Caden asked grumpily, looking over the second-year group. His eyes narrowed at the empty seat beside Harry, and he stared at him suspiciously. Do you have everyone? Yes, Harry lied. The sixth-year prefect raised his eyebrows so high that they nearly touched his hairline. Wasn't Granger with you? That was during lunch, Draco said smoothly. She wasn't feeling well just now, so she stayed back in the dorms before we came down for dinner. Right. Why didn't I hear about this? Caden's suspicion grew with each passing minute as he narrowed his eyes on the three Slytherin boys. She should have alerted a prefect if she felt unwell. Well, Harry fumbled, trying to think of a plausible excuse. It's, the monthly pains. For a moment, no one spoke. Caden blinked, Draco and Theo held their breath, and Harry flushed so much that he nearly matched the color of the Gryffindor banner. Oh, Caden said blankly. Okay. Let's go. The three boys let out a sigh of relief as Caden marched down the table to gather the first years. Crisis averted, Harry muttered under his breath, watching the upper year bark at their juniors to finish up. Fingers crossed Hermione gets back before anyone notices. Hermione couldn't believe she hadn't thought of it before. It was so stupidly obvious. While not all the details were clear yet, the puzzle pieces were falling into place, revealing the truth behind everything. Where is it? She murmured, tracing her finger across book titles. I swear I left it here. Where'd it? Hermione. The Muggleborn jumped at the sound of her name. Her eyes widened when she saw Ginny. She had never seen the redhead so pale. From their early days of knowing each other, during the last days of summer when they shared a room, Ginny had been bright and vibrant, her cheeks always flushed red with blood, likely due to her shyness around Harry. The Ginny standing before her now, so small compared to the towering bookshelves, looked like she hadn't slept in days. Her hair was frayed, her eyes sunken, and her skin was deathly pale. I need to tell you something, Ginny said, her voice frail, almost as frail as she appeared. Her eyes were wide with panic, darting from side to side, as if she held a life-changing secret. I think, she swallowed hard, that night. The greenhouse fire. I think, the one who... Weasley. The two girls whipped around. It was Nicole Carraway, the Ravenclaw head girl. She marched toward them, glaring daggers at Hermione's green and silver tie, as if she wanted to set it on fire. You should be with your housemates in the Gryffindor Tower. Carraway was furious. She gripped Ginny's bony arm so tightly that the younger girl yelped in pain. What in Merlin's name possessed you to leave your group? Ginny shivered. I. You should get back to your friends too. Nicole Carraway turned her cold stare on Hermione, her lips curling in disdain at the green highlights of the Muggleborn's uniform. Go. Hermione swallowed thickly. I just need to find a book. For an assignment. The head girl stared at her a moment longer, then shrugged. Suit yourself. Not everyone has to be scared of being attacked, I suppose. Hermione froze at the head girl's comment and steeled her gaze. Aren't you head girl? Asked, her tone matching the coldness in Nicole's. House biases aside, Slytherin has had 2 first-year students attacked. That's more students than Ravenclaw. By your logic, shouldn't Ravenclaw students be suspected? Wrong, Nicole shot back, her gaze sharp. Her eyes flared at Hermione's accusation of her house. Both Penelope Clearwater and Moaning Myrtle were Ravenclaws. Hermione's mouth felt dry. Myrtle was a Ravenclaw? She said slowly. Something was ticking inside her brain. It hadn't occurred to her before. If Myrtle was a Ravenclaw, that meant she had once been a Hogwarts student. That meant that she... Oh my God, Hermione breathed. Myrtle. I don't know what you're going on about, Nicole said, rolling her eyes. She still gripped Ginny's arm. But you should leave. We'll all be safer without you roaming the halls. Nicole's unspoken words hung in the air, but Hermione didn't care. She had almost found all her pieces. Ron's mirror theory, the saw water, Myrtle. Now she just needed the final piece. Scoffing, Nicole led Ginny out of the library. Ginny's whines and cries were barely audible even in the quiet. Hermione turned her focus back to the bookshelf. Her eyes trailed over the titles, settling on the one she wanted. A smirk of victory danced across her lips as she wrapped her hands around the thick tome, Myths and Legends of Europe, the very same book she had shown the Hexad the other day. As tempting as it was to simply plop it down on a table out of Madame Pint's sight and rummage through it until she found what she needed, there was a tugging feeling in the bottom of Hermione's heart. She squeezed her eyes closed and remembered again what Ginny had said. The greenhouse fire. I think that the one who... I have to find Percy, she murmured. Hermione's eyes hardened with determination. She shoved the book into her backpack, reasoning that the answers could wait. Ginny had been about to share something important before Caraway interrupted them. Hermione didn't know what it was regarding the greenhouse, but she felt she needed to ensure Ginny's safety. Drawing her wand from her robes, she quickly cast a disillusionment charm, the same one they had used to sneak Norberta out of the castle a year ago, and dashed out of the library. Having previously followed a Gryffindor student, she knew the way to the tower and rolled her eyes in annoyance as she navigated the shifting stairs. Looking up, she spotted Nicole dragging Ginny toward the painting entrance and quickened her pace. By the time she reached the top, the painting had closed, and Ginny was nowhere to be seen. Deciding to wait for someone she knew, Oliver, Percy, Ron, or Neville would do, Hermione sat quietly, tugging her disillusionment charm over herself every few moments to blend into the castle walls. When the painting swung open a few minutes later, Hermione looked up in anticipation, hoping for an upper year she trusted, but instead saw Ginny. Her heart sank. Ginny didn't look like herself at all. Her eyes were glazed over, staring blankly ahead. Most troubling was the familiar black leather diary clutched to her chest, the one they had found soaked in Myrtle's bathroom, the one they had written in to find Hagrid guilty, and the one that had been stolen from Harry's bag. Suddenly, Hermione remembered the beginning of the year when Ginny had rushed back into the house on September 1st to grab that little black book. Oh my God, she whispered. Harry and Neville had told her how terrible Ginny and Theodore had acted when they used it for an extended period. Ginny, Ginny! Hermione hissed, her voice barely above a whisper as she remained hidden under her disillusionment charm. Can you hear me? The redhead seemed completely unaware of her surroundings and continued to descend the staircases at a steady pace. With no other choice, Hermione followed her, calling out, Ginny, please. Desperate, she reached out to touch Ginny, shaking her shoulders. A terrible, chilling sensation crawled up Hermione's spine. It was too late when she realized her mistake. She closed her eyes and recalled the moment when she had yelled at Harry, "Don't think you're so special just because you're the boy who lived, Harry," and the hurt that had flashed across his face. Oh, no, 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 no. She fought against the dark, overwhelming feeling that threatened to consume her. Swallowing hard, she remembered how Harry had recoiled from her words. She gritted her teeth, determined not to succumb to the diary's dark magic again. Ginny, where are you going? She whispered, but it was no use. Ginny continued walking until they stopped before a wall, the very wall that bore the message, "Enemies of the Heir, beware. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened." Oh, Ginny! Hermione could only watch in silent horror as Ginny conjured her wand, blood like paint covering its tip. Ginny began writing the words, "Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever." Snap out of it, Ginny! Hermione cried out, shedding her disillusionment charm. She gripped both of Ginny's shoulders and shook her violently, trying to get her to focus. But Ginny's eyes were glassy and white, staring into the distance, yet seeing nothing at all. "Please, Ginny," Hermione pleaded. She realized begging was futile. It seemed Ginny was no longer herself. "I'm going to get help," Hermione said firmly, gazing into Ginny's glassy eyes. "Stay here. Please. I'll be back." Without looking back, Hermione hurried to Professor Snape's office. If she had glanced over her shoulder, she would have seen Ginny staring at her, expressionless yet almost longing. With a shudder, Ginny began to move toward Myrtle's bathroom. Chapter 22, One Chamber, Two Captives. "Hermione!" Harry hissed, jumping to his feet as the Muggleborn stumbled back into the common room. "Thank goodness you're okay. We were about to go find Professor Snape if you didn't come back." "Who's Jesus?" Draco asked in the background, confused. "No use," Hermione panted, her hand resting on her heaving chest. "He's not in his office. We have to find someone, anyone," she said desperately, wringing her hands. She felt powerless when she watched Ginny write the message on the wall. She hated feeling that way. She was the brightest witch of her age, why couldn't she have found a solution? "We have to." Ginny's been, the words caught in her throat. Why couldn't she say what she wanted to? What happened to Ginny? Harry looked alarmed. Beside him, Theodore's eyebrows knitted together, and Draco peered carefully between Hermione and Peregrine across the common room. I can't say." She cried out in frustration. "There must have been some sort of magic preventing her from retelling me events. Ginny's been possessed by Riddle's stupid diary," she wanted to scream. "Ginny's going to help Riddle take someone down to the chamber. She's in trouble. We have to go find someone, please." "Grab Peregrine," Harry told Draco while keeping his hand on Hermione's shoulders to steady her. "Hermione, breathe. Can you tell me why Ginny's in trouble?" "No." Hermione wailed. "There must be some kind of magic that's preventing me from saying. She. What's going on?" Peregrine had stalked over, a worried Draco behind him. "Granger? I thought you were sick. Caden said you were unwell and in your rooms." "Why?" "Ginny." Her words burst out of her. Looked almost feverish, shaking and sweating from the fear and frustration of not being able to communicate what was happening. "There is some sort of magic preventing me from saying what really happened," she wrung her hands desperately. "Please, you have to believe me. We need to go see Professor Snape now." "Is this to do with the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry asked, keeping his voice steady. She nodded vigorously. "Okay. Is someone petrified?" "No, but there's going to be worse." The Muggleborn looked up at her friends, hoping they believed her. "Please. Is someone dead?" Theodore asked seriously. She shook her head. "Is someone going to be dead?" Tears pooled in her eyes as Hermione nodded vigorously. "Please. We need to find Professor Snape. I can't explain how I know these things, but—" Okay, you've convinced me," Peregrine said, stopping her with his hand. He glanced over his shoulder. Well. I'm taking this lot to find Professor Snape. They've got something urgent to say to him. No one leaves until I send word, understand?" Although she looked confused, she nodded regardless. "Let's go," Peregrine said, already moving toward the common room exit. "Come on." To say Professor Snape was furious when they entered the staff room was an understatement. He was confused, worried, frustrated, and furious all at once. "Mr. Derek." Snape snapped. The second years all flinched. They had never heard him raise his voice so much, not even when students messed up a potion by ignoring his instructions. "What is this?" Students were told not to. "It's Ginny," Harry blurted out, holding a shaking Hermione before the rest of the professors. He could see clearly now that they all looked unusually grim. More surprisingly, Professor McGonagall appeared to be on the verge of tears. Tears filled Hermione's eyes. What's going on? How did you know about Ginny?" Snape asked quietly. The other professors stared at them, looking horrified. Hermione. Harry glanced at her. She opened her mouth but could not speak. She wailed silently. I think Hermione's been cursed with some sort of non-verbal hex. She came bursting into the common room crying about Ginny being in trouble, but she can't seem to explain how, where, or what kind of trouble Ginny is in. Only that she is in trouble, he said. She said that someone's going to die, Theodore added quietly. Beside him, Hermione had grabbed a notepad and was writing furiously, her handwriting scrawling across the page. Draco picked up the notepad and began to read aloud. She wrote, Ginny is going to take someone down to the chamber. Ginny is cursed. Professor McGonagall gasped, looking pained. She's gone. The Muggleborn furrowed her eyebrows in confusion. MS. Weasley is already gone, Professor Snape repeated, his voice strained. Ms. Weasley was the one taken by the chamber. What? No. Harry paled. No way. But the professor's grim faces made it clear that no one was playing a cruel prank. No. Does Ron know? We are about to alert the Weasleys, McGonagall said, swallowing hard. Then we will clear the school and evacuate all students. Phileas, if you could please send an owl to Albus, I will address the Weasleys via fire talking. Severus, perhaps you should escort your students back to their dorms. Hogwarts is closing. But Harry opened his mouth to protest. No buts, Mr. Potter. Snape snapped. Do you not understand how dire this situation is? A student has been taken. Hogwarts is no longer safe. You will return to your dorms. Granger, the potion will lift the throat-binding curse, and you will all pack tomorrow morning and leave. Professor Snape, you can't send us back home. Theodore argued angrily. I'd rather die. Theodore Nott, don't you dare finish that sentence, Snape said, glaring. I don't want to hear any more arguments. Mr. Derrick, take them straight to the common rooms. I don't want any more excursions tonight. Am I clear? Peregrine nodded stiffly. Yes, Professor Snape. The potion will work overnight, Severus said quietly. Hermione nodded silently and accepted the vial, drinking it in one gulp and grimacing at the taste. She opened her mouth to speak but closed it, remembering the curse. Glancing around widely, the Muggleborn tried to pick up parchment, but... Hermione, that's enough. Go to bed and pack your things tomorrow. I don't want to hear another word. She looked up at him, her gaze pleading. Ginny Weasley is gone, Hermione, Severus said, pulling his acclumency around him and trying not to feel the drop in his heart at the words. Nothing can change that. We have searched everywhere for her, and she is nowhere to be found. Unless you know where we can find her, then I don't want any more protests from you or your friends. She stayed quiet. Severus breathed shakily. Good night, Miss Granger. I will see you tomorrow at the train station. Even though he didn't want to admit it, Severus had to take a moment to steady himself upon leaving his common room. Upstairs, the Weasleys would be arriving any moment, and he would have to help Minerva break the news. By the time he reached her office, Percy, the twins, and Ron were already present, confused at the sudden summons. After all, it was already past 9 in the evening, and all students, as per the newly implemented rules, were supposed to be in their dormitories. Curfew had arrived, and the students were to be locked in their common rooms for safety. Are we in trouble? Fred joked. If Snape's here, George continued. We must be in some serious trouble, the twins grinned. Is he going to force-feed us poison? Minerva stiffened. Now is not the time for jokes, Mr. Weasley, she said quietly. Sensing her demeanor, they quieted down, their faces turning serious. Your parents should be here any moment. Our parents? Percy raised an eyebrow. Professor McGonagall, what is going on? At that moment, the fireplace flared, and Molly and Arthur Weasley stepped out, dressed in their pajamas. Under different circumstances, Severus might have snorted at Arthur's rubber duck matching pajama set. Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Weasley, Minerva addressed them, gesturing to the seats before her table. The other Weasleys crowded around the corners of her desk. "You might want to take a seat." Severus pulled his cloak of occlumency around his mind and braced himself. Back in the dungeons, Hermione couldn't sleep. Whether it was the sore feeling of the potion burning down her throat or the weight of Ginny's death hanging over her, sleep simply wouldn't come. Beside her, Daphne, Tracey, Millicent, and Pansy were already fast asleep. Hermione sighed, holding her hand to her head, squeezing her eyes shut against an oncoming headache. With nothing better to do, she resolved to solve the last mystery, the final piece. She opened the book Myths and Legends of Europe. Perhaps she could write to Professor Snape afterward, and they could catch the monster, and Hogwarts would be safe again. "Come to me." She snapped her eyes open, glancing around. Hermione looked wildly for the source of the voice. There was no one in their dorm except for the 5 girls. Even in the darkness, slightly illuminated by the eerie glow of the lake, they were alone in their sleeping quarters. "Come to me, Hermione." "Go away," she said aloud. She told herself to ignore it. It doesn't exist. You're just hearing things. Despite that, she began to fumble around her bedside desk until her fingers curled around her wand. Perhaps the voice would simply go away. Her chest pounded as she flipped rapidly through the book, her eyes scanning the pages faster and faster. There wasn't much time. She had to find the answer and leave a clue so the others would know and understand. "I know you hear me, Hermione. Come to me." "You know where." When Hermione opened her eyes again, she knew. Her body was no longer hers to control. Her legs began moving without her awareness, and she slipped out of bed. She crept through their dorm so quietly that even the ever-light sleeper, Tracey, slept soundly. "Good girl. Come to me, Hermione." "What do you mean, she's gone?" Draco yelled, surrounded by bags and luggage in the common room. Daphne narrowed her eyes at his shouting. "Have you looked everywhere? Is she in the bathroom? Showering?" "She's gone, Draco," Daphne reiterated. Though she appeared calm, there was no denying the uncertainty in her eyes. They had all heard, of course. Peregrine had announced it to the common room the previous night for them to get ready to leave, to pack their things and write to their parents to pick them up. "She's nowhere. Tracey and I made Millicent and Pansy help search. She's not in our dorm." Harry's heart dropped. "We found this book on her bed," Tracey said quietly, passing Myths and Legends of Europe to Harry. This was the page it was open on. "Read it," Theodore urged. Of the many legends passed down from mouth to mouth, the tale of the basilisk, king of serpents, is second in terror to no other. It is foretold to be hatched from a chicken's egg, incubated beneath a toad, Harry read aloud, his voice nearly drowned out by the sounds of hurried packing around them. As legend says, the basilisk has a murderous stare, all those who gaze into its eyes suffer the throes of mortality far too soon. It is said to be the one true enemy of spiders and acromantulas, yet it flees from the crowing of a rooster, which is fatal to it. "It all makes sense now," Theodore exclaimed. "The basilisk has a killing stare, but no one has stared into its eyes yet. That's why it's so angry for not having killed anyone. And back when we were summoned to Dumbledore's office, Hagrid came in swinging roosters," Harry realized. "They were already dead. The spiders, we saw spiders running from the castle before finding Justin and Nick." "What's this she scribbled on the page?" Draco squinted at the corner of the page. "Is that pipes?" The blonde's eyes widened as the piece clicked. "Pipes. That's how the basilisk is moving around the castle without anyone seeing Anne." "So water?" Theodore snapped his fingers. "Oh, Hermione, that genius." Hermione must have, the curse, it must have made her go down to the chamber too, or something, Harry said, biting his lip. "Hold on, she scribbled something else here, too." Is that?" "Myrtle, student." "Myrtle, student?" Theodore squinted at the paper. What does that mean? Oh. Draco jumped to his feet, clapping his hands together. I get it. She's saying Myrtle was a student, Myrtle's a girl, and the blonde became so agitated he was at a loss for words. Don't you get it? Myrtle was the girl that was killed 50 years ago, Harry finished. Years ago? Theo exclaimed suddenly. Draco, you're brilliant. So, if Myrtle was the girl who was killed, and Sage, Axel, and Penelope were all petrified in Myrtle's bathroom, and Mrs. Norris was outside when she was petrified, then... The opening to the chamber, Harry whispered as realization struck him. It's the sink, isn't it? The sewer water around the base of the sink explains everything. The basilisk emerged from the sink. That's why Penelope and Myrtle were facing it. All the pieces had come together. We have to find someone, now. They all jumped to their feet, taking advantage of the chaos to slip past the prefects who were trying to organize the students' luggage. As they dashed through the castle, they bumped into the Gryffindors leaving their dorms. A river of luggage and bags moved slowly toward the courtyard, where the carriages would take them to Hogsmeade Station. Ron! Harry called out suddenly, spotting the boy. The redhead looked solemn, his eyes downcast and swollen. Neville gently held his arm as they moved along with the rest of the group. Ron, Neville! Harry hissed, hoping to catch their attention without alerting the prefects. Harry, Ron said, his voice thick as he noticed the Slytherins. You heard, hey, he laughed painfully, his lip quivering. She's gone. For good. We know where the opening of the chamber is. Harry said, usually more sensitive and sympathetic, but he went straight to the point given the urgency of the situation. Hermione's been taken too. She. What? Ron balked. He stared at them, realizing they were dead serious. He shook his head fiercely, grief and frustration in his eyes. No, 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 it took Ginny. It can't take Hermione from us too. How long? Caden has been by the common room door all night, Harry explained. He only left his post early this morning, maybe an hour or two ago. She hasn't been gone long, Ron said, glancing at the front of the line. Oliver, in Percy's place, was leading the first years down to the courtyard. Let's go. Neville. I'm absolutely terrified, Neville interrupted, but he swallowed his fear and nodded. But I'm coming. Should we tell Snape? Draco suggested cautiously as they began weaving in and out of student groups, trying to avoid detection from professors and prefects. Most likely, but Merlin knows he won't let us go. We don't have much time. Any longer and Hermione will have been in there too long. Theodore grimaced. Merlin, if we survive this, he's going to have our heads. He can kill me as long as we get Hermione and Ginny back. At least something of Ginny's. That we can bury. Ron choked on his words but forced himself to look strong. The corridor's clear. Let's go. As they rounded the corner, they stumbled upon Lockhart's office, which had been completely stripped of decor, with luggage bags stacked by the door. Here's an idea, Theodore said. We bring a professor. Adult supervision. He's always going on about how he killed and captured so and so. We could put his skills to use. Just then, Lockhart emerged from his doorframe, 5 more boxes of clothes hovering behind him. He was held at one point by 5 second years. Hello, Mr. Lockhart, Draco said cheerfully, although there was no cheer in his eyes. His wand was pointed unwaveringly, and even Lockhart was smart enough to know that, inexperienced as they may be, 5 wands were better than 1. Off to fight the monster, we presume? Since you've had so much experience taking on vampires, banshees, and creatures of the sort. The professor laughed. Why, yes. Of course. The monster will be vanquished. What's with the wand pointing? We're going to fight the monster, too. Theodore said helpfully. Thought we'd tag you along for the ride. Harry, do you want the honors? Happy to, Harry replied calmly. Mr. Lockhart, do you remember Professor Snape's Expelliarmus? Lockhart stared at him in confusion. Then he laughed, once, twice, and then he burst into laughter. Mr. Potter, are you telling me the spell you'll cast before you cast it? Harry raised an eyebrow. Am I? He lifted his wand slightly, and Lockhart did the same. Proteg. Aguamenti. Before Lockhart's shield could go up, he was blasted back into his office by a strong jet of water, landing in a pile of wet limbs on his desk. If there's one thing that came out of the greenhouse fire, it's that I'm really good at that spell, Harry commented dryly, picking up Lockhart's wand and tossing it to Theodore, who pocketed it. Come along, Mr. Lockhart. We know where the chamber's entrance is. Wet and being held at one point by 5 second years, Lockhart gulped and got to his feet. Chapter 23, The Chamber of Serpents. They were quite a strange group. Lockhart led the way, his hands raised defensively. He was followed by Harry and Ron, who had him at one point, with Theodore, Neville, and Draco bringing up the rear. Where are we going? Lockhart asked, his lip quivering. This is a bathroom, Harry replied flatly. The boy, who had always been polite to his professors, had lost his patience with Lockhart. His only concern was getting Hermione, and Ginny, if she was alive, back. Go in, Ron instructed. This must be it. But how do we activate it? Theodore furrowed his eyebrows as he stared at the sink. The copper taps looked entirely ordinary, just like every other sink in the castle. Ron continued to hold Lockhart at one point while the other 4 boys searched around the hexagonal structure. Here! Neville exclaimed suddenly. There's a tiny snake embedded into the side of the tap. He tried the handle, but the tap remained dry. It doesn't work either. Harry, maybe say something in Parselton to it. I can try, Harry said as he eyed the tap and opened his mouth. Open. In horror and amazement, they watched as the sink clicked. The structure spun until it lowered itself out of view, revealing a large pipe wide enough for a big, burly man to slide down. Here we go, Draco breathed, grimacing at the saw water covering every wall and surface all the way down. I'm burning this pair of robes after this. If we come back alive, Theodore said with a smile. Oi, Lockhart, you first, Ron ordered. The Defense Against Dark Arts professor looked at them disdainfully. Do you know how much this pair of robes cost me? There is no way that I'm. He didn't get to finish his sentence because Ron kicked him in the back, sending him flying into the hole and into the darkness below. The other 4 boys blinked and stared at him blankly. After a moment, Lockhart's descending screams came to an end with a thud. What? Ron asked, noticing their stares. I would have hit him with another jet of Aguamenti, Harry shrugged. But that works too. I sure am glad I didn't wear my most expensive robes today, Draco sighed. The incantation for the cushioning charm is Moliar, Theodore reminded them. Wands at the ready. All right, Harry nodded, taking a deep breath. I'll go first. Ron, you come next, just in case Lockhart tries to ambush us at the bottom. Then Draco, Neville, and Theo, you bring up the rear. Without hesitation, he grimaced and jumped into the pipe, running his hand along the cold metal wall. He caught fleeting glimpses of the pipe branching off into other paths, pipes that would allow the basilisk to roam freely through the castle, until he finally saw a light at the end. He braced himself to cast the cushioning charm. Harry landed relatively on his feet, while Ron stumbled a little behind him. They both pointed their wands at Lockhart, who groaned on the floor, still recovering from his crash landing. Draco slid down gracefully, and Neville came down screaming. Lastly, Theo tumbled out of the pipe, slipping on the saw water but catching Neville's arm before he fell. Lumos. Holy Merlin, Draco breathed, surveying their surroundings. They were in a gigantic tunnel with stone-paneled walls, decorated with large, serpentine statues at regular intervals. Thick, overgrown vines dug into the crevices, thriving off the slime and grit. Never mind the Chamber of Secrets. This is the Chamber of Snakes. We must be way under the castle, maybe even under the lake, Draco said. This is the basilisk's playing field, Harry grimaced, stepping over Lockhart, who was still groaning on the ground. Get up, Mr. Lockhart. I've broken my arm, Lockhart stammered. Said the man pitifully, clutching his arm. Theodore gave him a flat stare. Should I try to fix it? He asked wickedly, his hazel eyes glinting as he twirled his wand playfully. Lockhart immediately paled, dropping his arm and stumbling clumsily to his feet. That's what I thought, Theodore said. Boys, Lockhart managed, trying to reason his way out of the situation. We don't have to do this. Shut up, Ron growled. We are going to find Hermione and my sister, and you are coming with us. Start moving. They resumed their march, their footsteps echoing eerily in the puddles of water. The water reflected on the ceilings as they navigated the long tunnel. Finally, they reached a great round door, with 9 snakes curled across the front of it. Open, Harry said, speaking in Parseltongue without needing to be prompted. The snakes began to shift, slithering across the door until the mechanism unlocked, swinging it open. Let's go. Stay alert. Oh Merlin, Neville whimpered quietly as the ceiling began to slope upward, revealing a grand chamber. The space they had just been in was merely a large, stone-paneled tunnel. The true chamber lay ahead. The snake statues grew in size, creating the impression of an evil reptile god's underground temple. Hundreds of thick vines dangled from the cavern ceiling. Ahead, the face of a bearded man was carved into the back wall of the chamber, but his beard was made of snakes, and his stony eyes were soulless and merciless. That must be Salazar, muttered Draco, pointing his wand light at it. He shrieked. Holy! Stretched out before Salazar's carving was the shed of a very large snake, a sickly, eerie green, its scales dry and ghostly translucent. The shed skin belonged to a creature that was at least 20 feet long and as thick as Harry's height. Yippee, Neville said weakly, giving them all a shaky thumbs up. At least we now know how big it is. There's someone there, Harry said suddenly, shifting his gaze from the shed skin. The others turned to look, and he was right. Lying on the floor, crumpled, was Ginny's motionless body. Beside her, Hermione was crouched, almost as if in prayer, her shoulders slumped and her head bowed. Her hair hung in disarray, covering her face like a torn curtain. It's them! Ron exclaimed, and no one wasted time running over to the 2 girls. He cradled his sister in his arms and pressed his ear to her chest, sobbing in relief. She's breathing, he cried. Ginny, please wake up. Hermione, Harry pleaded, grasping the girl's face in his hands. Hermione, wake up. Damn it, Granger. Draco snapped, slapping her cheeks lightly. Granger, come on. Hermione, damn it, look at me. Theodore. Harry glanced away from Hermione momentarily, noticing the boy's strange absence. Theodore, what are you? Suddenly, he realized what had caught Theodore's attention. The Norse boy stood frozen, staring at a little black book on the floor, soaked and slick with water and slime. He couldn't tear his gaze away from it. Theodore! Neville snapped angrily, rising from Ginny's side. Theodore, snap out of it, he demanded, kicking the diary away. To their surprise, the diary flew back, landing with a 6 splat before Theodore's feet. Still, he couldn't look away, his gaze becoming trance-like. Set it on fire, or something. Draco hissed, distracted. He slapped Hermione hard across the face and looked stunned as her eyes opened. Hermione refocused on Draco, her face contorting as she registered the pain across her cheeks. Granger! He yelled, holding her cheeks in his hands. Are you back? Can you hear me? Draco? Hermione blinked the confusion from her eyes, then looked alarmed at something behind him. Draco! My apologies, Lockhart said, grinning. Draco had set down his wand while desperately trying to wake Hermione. Now, Lockhart was gripping it, pointing it at him. This will unfortunately have to be the end of our journey. I'll bring Ginny back and say that the monster got to you 6 before I could do anything about it. I'll say that I defeated the monster and even bring some of that skin back with me. It will be a tragic story, I'm afraid. The world will know of the 6 fools who tried to challenge the chamber by themselves and got killed. Expelliarmus! Lockhart yelped as Draco's wand flew from his hand. Hermione's arm was still outstretched from disarming him. You never learn, do you? She said, her lips twisting in disapproval. With a twirl of her wand, a small ball of blue fire appeared at the tip. With a well-aimed flick, the edges of Lockhart's flammable robes caught the blue fire. He screamed and fled from the chamber, his limbs moving in uncoordinated directions as he tried to put himself out. Seeing Lockhart set on fire was exactly what Theodore needed to snap out of his trance. Coward, he shook his head, dizzy but managing a snort as he watched Lockhart disappear into the darkness. There goes the adult supervision, Harry shrugged, then realized who had just saved them. Oh my God, Hermione. You're okay. Well, Ginny's not. Ron snapped. His sister was still limp in his arms, and he pressed his ear to her chest again. Her pulse is thready, she's not going to last for much longer. Why isn't she waking up? He said, desperate. Because she can't. All 6 heads turned toward the new voice. It was a familiar face. A suave smile, styled dark curls, familiar school robes, and a green tie. The ghostly form of Tom Riddle smiled lazily at the group, twirling Ginny's wand between his fingers. Hermione, can you walk? Harry asked quietly, maintaining eye contact with Riddle. The girl made a noise of affirmation behind him. Good. Take Ginny and get out of here. Now. There's no use. Riddle laughed. Don't you understand? Ginny has already given her soul to the diary, to me. Every second, it draws away at her life source and adds to mine. He paused, admiring his own hands, which were becoming more opaque by the second. It's too late for poor little Ginny Weasley. There is nothing you can do, Jerry, or should I say, Harry Potter? Chapter 24, To Kill a Basilisk. Harry stared at Tom Riddle. Something about him made the hairs on the back of Harry's neck stand up. Every nerve in his body screamed for him to run, but they needed to buy time. They needed to give Hermione a chance to get Ginny away from Riddle and the diary, perhaps to get some help. How do you know me? Harry asked slowly, choosing his words carefully. Oh, I know all about you. Tom smiled, almost delighted. Little Ginny's been telling me for months how her brother is best friends with the boy who lived, Mr. Harry Potter. How you were ever so kind to her during your short stay at her home. How you have a pair of the brightest green eyes and the kindest smile she's ever seen. No one said a word. But what I was most interested in, of course, Tom's voice dropped to a dangerously low tone, was how you defeated the greatest wizard of all time. How you managed to escape a killing curse with nothing more than a scar. And the trauma, Theodore snarked quietly. Riddle ignored him. While Lord Voldemort's powers were destroyed. He was after your time, Harry reasoned, eyeing Riddle carefully. Why do you care? Riddle's laugh echoed through the cavern, cold and merciless. It sent shivers down every boy's spine. Ron gripped his wand tighter, and Neville, who was shaking, did the same. Draco scrambled for his wand and backed away from the hologram of Riddle, which was becoming more and more real, and stood beside Harry. I care because he, the greatest wizard of all time, is my past, my present, and my future, Riddle said, his eyes glinting with a hungry gleam. You see. With Ginny's wand, he traced words in blistering red across the air, lines forming letters, Tom Marvolo Riddle. The 5 boys watched, their hearts racing, as Tom flicked the wand once, sending the letters arranging themselves, horror sinking into their bones when a new phrase became clear, I am Lord Voldemort. No way, Draco gasped, his breath shallow and his one hand trembling. But you're gone, you're dead. This isn't him, Draco, Theodore said, his voice filled with hatred as he glared at Riddle, who remained unfazed. This is a memory of him. The Dark Lord before he became the Dark Lord. That's right, Riddle drawled. I wasn't going to keep my filthy muggle father's name forever. No. I am the descendant of Salazar himself, destined to bring Slytherin back to fame. I will not carry that filthy, abandoning man's name when I show the world how powerful I am. So, I made myself a new one, you see? A name the world would grow to fear, so much they wouldn't dare to speak it. Even now, your friends dare not say my name. Voldemort, Ron shot back, almost like a petulant child. Tom's smile vanished. A short distance away, Neville flinched, but he steeled his face and stared straight at Riddle, determination burning in his eyes. V. Voldemort, he stuttered, shuddering at the name but summoning courage. Voldemort, he said, clearer this time, his tone defiant as he kept his wand raised. Voldemort, Theodore glared, tracing sigils through the air with his fingers. Tom's nose flared in anger. V. Voldemort, Draco said, trembling but hardening his gaze. You look a lot better now than you will in 10 years' time. Honestly, I can't fathom why you, Voldemort, changed your nose for slits when you had such a nice nose before. Theodore's snort echoed around the chamber. Of course, the one thing Draco pays attention to is the nose job. At this, even Neville, shaking from head to toe, managed a wry smile. This is getting ridiculous, Tom said. Riddle snarled, his expression manic. And here I thought you were some sort of powerful, genius child wizard. You would have thought so from all the praises little Ginny sang about you. But you and your friends are just a bunch of stupid, idiotic children. He sucked in a sharp breath, as if trying to regain his composure. But no matter, he said, forcing a strained smile that barely stretched across his lips. This just makes my life easier. Harry Potter is no weapon of Albus Dumbledore. He is just, after all, a regular little boy. Call it fate or irony, but at that moment, the chamber filled with the sound of a melodious birdsong, as if Merlin himself had heard their prayers. The 5 boys turned, and so did Riddle, confusion etched on his face. Out of the darkness burst a flaming star, soaring proudly into the cavern, a bright beam of hope. Perhaps it was the magic of the Phoenix's song, but Harry felt his heart swell. All the fear coursing through his body was replaced with a sudden burst of courage. He thought of Hermione, fighting through her tiredness and exhaustion to bring Ginny to safety. He thought of his friends, who were clearly terrified, Neville, shaking, and even Theodore, who put up a cocky front but still stood beside him. With renewed vigor, Harry clenched his teeth and tightened his grip on his wand. A phoenix, Riddle spat, eyeing the creature shrewdly. Fawkes, Harry corrected. The flaming bird flew in circles around them, clutching an old, raggedy cloth-like object in its claws. Harry realized with a start that it was the Sorting Hat. Cawing proudly, the phoenix flapped its great wings and landed before the 5 boys, staring haughtily at Riddle before it opened its beak and cried out beautifully, as if announcing a war. Ha! Riddle laughed, high and mocking. Is this what Dumbledore sends to his children? A bird and an old hat? This is what he arms you with? This is what he sends you into battle with? Don't make me laugh. The old fool has really lost his mind, Theodore grimaced. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I really hope that buffoon drops dead tomorrow. Ron winced, trying to make the best of the situation. We could throw the hat at him. Maybe Fawkes could set him on fire. What a bunch of fools. Riddle mockingly swiped a tear from his eye. I have waited for this for so long, for a showdown, and this is what I get. What a joke. He shook his head in mirth. Very well. As if his school hasn't lost enough children, Dumbledore sends 5 12-year-old boys to fight me, the greatest wizard of all time. I wouldn't know about the greatest wizard of all time, Harry retorted, feeling a flash of fury every time he thought about Hermione and Ginny and what Riddle had done to them. Last I saw you, you were a parasite attached to the back of someone's head. Clearly, this was new news and did not sit well with Riddle. What did you call me? He snarled, his gaze darkening. You heard me, Harry said defiantly. You were a parasite. You were a face molded into the back of someone's head, and you burned away after a single touch from me. How pathetic, Theodore couldn't help but sneer. You lost once to an infant and twice to his mere touch. Enough. Tom Riddle screamed, his face thunderous. Fine. Then grant me the chance to fight you again, Potter. He spat Harry's name with disdain, and we'll see. He turned toward the towering carving of Salazar Slytherin, raising his arms dramatically as if to receive a god from the heavens. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts 4. The chamber began to rumble, and the cavern shook around them. Ron turned pale as his footing slipped. Don't tell me, to their horror, Salazar's mouth slid open, revealing a circular cavity. Behind it, they heard a thump of a large body moving, a monster slithering out from its depths. Oh Merlin, Neville whimpered. We're going to die. Run! Draco hissed, though no one needed to be told twice. They scrambled back the way they came. Behind them, Riddle laughed, a high-pitched, maniacal sound of twisted joy. You think you can run? His voice echoed after them. The ground shuddered as a large creature hit the chamber floor. They could already hear the basilisk slithering after them, its scales sounding like rough sand pouring in a torrent through an hourglass. Do we have a plan? Ron yelled, his feet splashing loudly as he dared not look back. Guys? The plan is to run, Ronald, in case you haven't noticed. Theodore shouted, swearing loudly as he struggled to draw good luck sigils while moving. What, you want to fight that thing? Bombardier! Came Riddle's voice behind them. The 5 boys erupted into a fit of coughs as the ceiling before them collapsed, dust rising into the air. They stared in horror at their exit path, now completely blocked by debris. Where can you run now, Change of plan. Harry yelled, ducking a piece of falling ceiling. Split and run for it. Do not look it in its eyes. Go. The basilisk lunged at them, face-planting into the collapsed wall, screeching maddeningly in anger as it dove again and again for the 5 second years, who had split. Attack them. Kill them. Riddle urged, his laughter rising as Neville screamed, barely dodging the basilisk's fangs. Undeterred, the giant snake lurched forward again, this time missing. Kill them, majestic, beautiful monster of the chamber. Neville shouted, barely escaping the basilisk's gaze. Neville, go! Ron yelled as he dove forward, pushing Neville across the slit chamber floor. In his haste, Ron put himself in the basilisk's line of sight. He slipped and fell hard, pain flashing across his face. With a new target in sight, the basilisk unhinged its massive jaw, its pearly white fangs ready to strike. Ronald! Harry screamed from across the chamber. Remembering the spell Riddle had used, Harry pointed his wand at the cavern above the basilisk. Fury laced his voice as he shouted, Bombardier! A blinding white light erupted, sending a huge chunk of stone crashing down onto the basilisk's head. The creature screeched, giving Ron the chance to scramble to his feet. Furious, the basilisk lunged again, moving faster than Ron could react. No! Draco shouted in despair, watching as the chaos unfolded. Immobulus! He screamed, but the freezing charm merely bounced off the basilisk's thick skin. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, Neville cried out, Ron! Everyone, including Riddle, who was frantically trying to keep track of the chaos, turned to look at him. Neville was brandishing the sword of Gryffindor, the sorting hat at his feet. He looked like King Arthur wielding Excalibur, the blood-red ruby in the hilt gleaming in the light. The moment came to a halt as Neville staggered, dropping the sword to the ground. It was too heavy for him to hold for long. Riddle laughed, a chilling sound that made Harry want to blast him with a powerful aguamenti. Before he could instruct the basilisk to attack again, Neville kicked the sword, sending it sliding across the chamber floor into Ron's waiting hands. Seizing the hilt, Ron, the tallest and strongest of the 5 boys, squeezed his eyes shut and swung blindly at the monster above him, driven by fear and nothing to lose. The basilisk shrieked as the sword tore a slash into the side of its mouth and attacked furiously once more. Ron brandished the weapon before himself, eyes still closed, almost waiting for death to claim him. Suddenly, there was a sharp shrill, and the monster thrashed above Ron. He rolled out of the way as the snake crashed onto the floor. Daring to open his eyes, he saw Fawkes's golden talons digging into the basilisk's eyes, blood spilling from the creature's head. "No!" Tom screamed as the monster reacted, so enraged that he forgot to speak in Parseltongue. "No, no, no! Interfering bird! Sniff them out, you idiotic monster! Sniff them out and kill them! Now's our chance!" Theodore shouted, seizing the moment. Resolve solidified in his eyes as sigils unfolded across the air. His pendant glowed brightly and began to float, humming off his chest as more symbols appeared. The blinding white lines flew across the chamber, embedding into the monster's skin. The sigils, now embedded, glowed silvery, then bright red, burning and scorching through the scales of the basilisk. Monster shrieked, and Theodore cheered in success. "Yes! Immobulus!" Draco shouted, feeling stronger and more confident now that the monster's greatest weapon had been rendered useless. For a moment, the monster shuddered, its movements becoming robotic as the freezing charm cast a thin layer of frost over it. Dropping into a dive, Draco slid across the slick floor, forcing Ron to his feet. The redhead was still stunned from the near-death experience. "Get your act together, Weasley! This is a battlefield." Across the chamber, Harry was relentless. "Wingardium Leviosa!" He flicked his wand sharply, sending large pieces of debris flying toward the monster's face. Unable to see where the attacks were coming from, the snake shrieked as chunks of stone slammed into its thick body from all directions. In the back of his mind, Harry registered the cavern's thick, rope-like vines reaching toward the thrashing basilisk, twisting and growing around the monster's body, slowly but surely restraining it. Somehow, Neville had gained control of the cavern's vines. His hands glowed, and his eyes narrowed as he directed them toward the basilisk, forming and tightening a restraint around the creature. "What the hell?" Riddle howled, furious at the sudden shift in power. "Sniff them out! Use your nose, you stupid!" The basilisk screamed, slamming its head into the cavern ceiling. A chunk of stone broke loose, falling toward Draco and Ron. "Protego!" Riddle's smile faltered as a glistening shield materialized above the two boys. Harry's magic thrummed as his anger heightened. His wand glowed as fiercely as his shield and his eyes, his fury igniting as he turned his nearly murderous gaze at Riddle. "Leave my friends alone!" Harry fumed, his eyes a radiant green. The shield behind him pulsed with energy. The cavern shook as debris fell and crumbled onto the basilisk. "Bombardier!" Draco shouted, bringing down another section of the cavern. This time, the collapse was significant enough to trap the creature. The basilisk screamed as it struggled to escape. Ron slid the sword off the ground, fueled by anger. "This is for my sister, you bastard," he yelled, charging toward the snake. He raised the sword and hurled it at the creature. The basilisk shrieked, lifting its head as the weapon pierced through its mouth and into its brain. With Harry's shield charms still active and Neville's vine swinging widely from the ceiling, they dislodged another part of the cavern, dropping a massive boulder onto the basilisk's head. The impact caved in its skull, causing its fangs to snap and skitter across the ground as the snake's body finally stilled. For a moment, silence filled the air, only the sound of dust settling could be heard. Then Draco yelled in disbelief, "It's dead!" Their victory felt almost unreal. "Fine!" Riddle fumed, raising Ginny's wand. "I'll just finish you all myself. Avada!" Suddenly, silence fell as the wand clattered to the floor. Tom's eyes burned with confusion. He glanced at his hands and realized why he had become translucent. With Ginny moving further away from him, his connection to her soul was weakening. He was no longer solid enough to hold Ginny's wand. "What were you saying?" Ron challenged, a smirk on his face despite his heavy breathing. Riddle watched his defeat unfold before him. Harry and Draco stood poised, their wands aimed directly at him, chests rising and falling as they struggled to catch their breath. Theodore had drawn a weapon as well. A dozen silver sigils hovered in the air, ready to attack. Neville's hands glowed an earthy green as the vines around him curled threateningly. Ron still held the sword of Gryffindor, his gaze fierce, matching the ruby on the hilt. "It's over," Harry said coldly, stepping forward with his wand still aimed. His feet were surrounded by the basilisk's shattered fangs. In the quiet of the chamber, everyone heard the soft squish as his foot made contact with the soaked diary. He paused to look at it, then at Riddle, and smiled. Something deep inside him told him it was right. Harry reached for a fang and, watching the horror blossom across Riddle's face, stabbed the diary with the tip of the basilisk's incisor. Ink splattered all over Harry's hands as it spewed from the diary in torrents, and Riddle screamed, a horrible, banshee-like sound. The 5 boys watched as Riddle's body became lighter, 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 until it burst into nothing. His existence was marked only by Ginny's wand, resting where he had stood. Chapter 25, Finale. Having already gone through overwhelming anxiety and fear in the past hour, none of the 5 boys reacted when Lockhart leapt out from behind a serpentine statue, brandishing his wand, which Theodore had dropped during the commotion. My, this will be quite the story to tell," Lockhart said, a smirk on his face. "I'm impressed that you're all still alive." "And I'm impressed that you're still this stupid," Theodore muttered. "I'm too tired to deal with this." After the battle, the boys had to work hard to clear away the debris Riddle had caused when he collapsed their exit. They used Wingardium Leviosa until they created a hole large enough to crawl through one by one. "I'll have to obviate you all, of course. Streamline some events across our memories," Lockhart continued, much to their annoyance. "Say I saved all of your foolish asses, took on the basilisk on my own, saved all of Hogwarts in one fell swoop. Perhaps we can start with you, Harry." "Petrificus totalis," Harry said, and Lockhart fell motionless to the ground. The 5 boys glanced up, tired smiles spreading across their faces as they spotted Hermione walking out of the darkness. Relief washed over her features as she took in the sight of them, battered, bruised, and bleeding in some places, but otherwise all in one piece. "Thank Merlin," she mumbled, tackling Harry and Draco in a hug. The other boys smiled and joined in the hug, accepting her as she fussed and wiped the dirt from their faces. "I was so scared." "We're okay," Harry murmured, gently patting her hair. "We were so worried about you." "Where's Ginny?" Ron asked, glancing around in the darkness at the passage, worry creeping into his expression. "Is she awake?" Hermione shook her head. "She's still unconscious. I hid her behind one of the statues, just in case the basilisk came along. Her heartbeat has steadied, and her breathing is better now, so," just as they all looked at the statue Hermione indicated, there was a shuffle, and a flash of flaming red hair. Ginny Weasley sat up shakily, confused about her surroundings. "Where am I?" she mumbled, rubbing her eyes. "Hermione? Ron? Where?" Clang! Ron dropped the sword with a loud metal clatter and surged forward, engulfing his sister in a bear hug. He held her so tightly that she could hardly breathe for a moment. "Never scare me like that again, Gin," Ron said, tears in his eyes, holding her as if he couldn't believe she was real. "Swear to me, Gin. Swear you'll never do that to me again. I thought you were dead. Fred, George, Percy, Mum, Dad, they all think you're gone. Merlin, I can't stand feeling that more than once in a lifetime." Ginny stuttered, glancing at the second years behind her brother. Their smiles were tired but relieved. "I'm so sorry," she sobbed. "This is all my fault. I didn't realize." "Hush, hush," Ron comforted, holding her to his chest and letting her tears soak his shirt, mixing with the blood and dust already embedded in the fabric. "Let's get you home, okay? Everyone else needs to know you're all right too. No one's going to blame you, all right? We just need you to be okay." Despite their exhaustion, the group took turns levitating each other up the pipe once more. First Hermione, then Harry, and together they helped Ginny out. Finally, each of them was seated, breathless, on the floor of Myrtle's bathroom. "Give it a minute," Theodore said. The group groaned, collapsing onto the slimy, cold bathroom floor. Even Draco lay down for a moment, reasoning that he was going to burn his robes anyway. Snape, McGonagall, and the Weasleys can wait an extra minute. Let's just catch our breaths for a moment, he said. The Muggleborn chewed her lip as she crouched in the slime. Ginny pressed to her side while Ron flopped onto the tiles. But we've been gone for so long. Surely they've noticed we're missing and everyone's worried. Oh, what if we get expelled? Hermione exclaimed. We've been fighting for our lives for over 2 to 3 hours, Mion, Harry reminded her tiredly. Plus, do you really think Professor Snape would let them expel us? You see how ridiculous that sounds, right? We risked our lives fighting and killing the mythical monster that has been terrorizing the school. They can't expel us. God, I feel like I could sleep for 3 days straight. Neville made a dubious noise, his dark hair flopping messily over his eyes. Sleep? He said incredulously. You think you can sleep after all of that? I'm going to have nightmares for days. Asked Professor Snape for a sleeping draft, Draco suggested wearily, his limbs sprawled out on Myrtle's bathroom floor. Puts you right to sleep. No dreams, no nothing. Just sleep. Or like, Zolpidem, Hermione pointed out. Zolpi what now? Never mind, discussion for another day. To describe their entrance into McGonagall's office in 3 words, it was heart attack inducing. Theo rapped on the door, receiving a sharp response from the deputy headmistress. Not now, she said. He replied wearily, okay, then when should we come back? There was some panicked shuffling, and then the loud slam of the door as Professor Snape tugged it open so fast he almost tore it off its hinges. Theodore! He shouted, then noticed the rest of the group. Harry and Draco were supporting Hermione between them, while Ron and Neville helped Ginny. What, we thought you were all missing. Taken to the chamber? Well, some of us were taken, and some of us went down there voluntarily, Theodore replied tiredly. It's been a few fun hours. Can we come in? Professor McGonagall, who had been at her desk with her face in her hands, stood up abruptly, astonished, as the group stumbled into her office and collapsed onto various chairs and couches. I've Ginny Weasley? She said, glancing between the group and Severus, who looked like he was experiencing at least 6 emotions all at once. I'll alert the Weasleys. What happened? Severus asked, looking as if he had aged 40 years in the time they were gone as he took in their battered and bruised appearances. Merlin's beard, what have you all been doing? In summary, we were fighting a 20-foot-long mythical snake monster that kills people on sight, Theodore explained helpfully. The snake was also controlled by a manifestation of 16-year-old Voldemort that he embedded in a diary. Draco shrugged, wincing as the 2 adults in the room flinched at the name. Sorry, we said it down there to his face to piss him off. My bad, we saw you-know-who. And there was also Lockhart, Ron added, crumpling into McGonagall's couch. Sorry about dirtying the couch, by the way. Lockhart tried not once, but twice to either kill or obliviate us. He's still down there. We really couldn't be bothered to levitate him up after, everything else, but I don't think we can be faulted for that. The office door burst open once more, this time revealing Molly Weasley. Her hand flew to her mouth as she caught sight of Ginny cuddling tiredly against Ron. Oh, thank Merlin! She exclaimed. Molly Weasley cried, engulfing her 2 youngest children. You're both all right. What in Merlin's name happened? Minerva told me that Ginny went missing last night, and then this morning Oliver swore he had you in sight 1 second, and then the next you were gone. Sorry, Mum, Ron said apologetically, or at least as apologetically as he could look while being utterly exhausted. Didn't mean to put you through the grief of almost losing 2 kids in 1 day. Hold on, Snape said, pressing the bridge of his nose. Can we take this from the beginning and figure out what in the bloody hell happened? Excuse my language, but given that I've been fretting about 7 children going missing in the same 24 hours, I think it was warranted. Where do we start? Hermione raised an eyebrow. Maybe we should start with the voice. Theodore glanced over at Snape, who reluctantly nodded and fired a spell at the door for privacy. Wonderful. Harry, since this is all you, do you want to break the news? Oh, right, Harry cleared his throat awkwardly. This started with the voices, I guess. I think back in October, the night Mrs. Norris was petrified, I heard this voice saying kill, must kill. Sorry, it wasn't English, kill, must kill. Molly Weasley gasped audibly. McGonagall looked like she had just been slapped. The green-eyed boy shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Yeah. I'm a parcel mouth. Ha ha. Moving on, Theodore said, ignoring the look on the Weasleys' faces. There was the Quidditch game where Harry was, once again, sabotaged, because he's the boy who lived and whatever. When he was in the infirmary, we were visited by a house elf who tried to warn Harry away from Hogwarts, quoting that bad things were going to happen. Theodore continued, that same night, Colin Creevey was petrified through the lens of his camera. Professor McGonagall nodded, listening intently to their story. Then, on the night of Justin Finch-Fletchley and Nila Headless Nick's petrifications, Theodore continued, Harry and I were heading to the library when we saw a stream of spiders leaving the castle. That's when we discovered Justin. Professor McGonagall, you know this part, Cole Bridgerton found us moments after we discovered the two, and he started running. And I heard the monster again, saying it wanted to kill. We wanted to stop Cole, but it was too late, Harry said grimly. Cole got petrified. We saw a slick trail where the monster had gone, and we tried to follow it through the castle, but we couldn't and ended up getting caught. Then we were at Dumbledore's, Theodore said. Snape opened his mouth, as if he wanted to correct Theodore for dropping the honorific, but he was too tired to care. And then Hagrid burst in with dead roosters, Theodore added, waving his hand tiredly. Then, at Christmas, we heard Myrtle making a fuss in her bathroom. Someone had thrown a diary at her, Hermione continued, noticing how Ginny winced at this part. A little black leather diary from Vauxhall Road, belonging to a student named Tom Riddle. By then, we had heard about the chamber opening 50 years ago and thought that Tom, having been a student from that time, would know what happened. Turns out, he did. Because he was the one behind it, Theodore announced cheerfully. But he didn't tell us that. He pulled the blinders from our eyes and showed us a memory of him putting Hagrid away for the crime of opening the chamber and killing the girl from 50 years ago, which, in case no one has caught on yet, is Myrtle, by the way. Professor McGonagall blinked. And the more we wrote in the diary, the snappier and meaner we became, particularly me and Theodore, Hermione explained. It got so bad that Harry and Neville interrupted, saying they planned to go to Professor Snape about the diary. Draco believed it was a dark artifact, and Ron warned them to be cautious when they couldn't see the intelligence behind an artifact. Both of us were right, may I point out, Draco said, crossing his arms. So Harry and I interfered, Neville said softly. Harry had Quidditch practice, and we wanted to get the diary away from Hermione and Theo. He took it with him, but then it was stolen from his locker while he was at practice. Ginny looked up timidly. I'm sorry, Harry. Hang on, Snape sighed, raising his hands. Ms. Weasley, you. I threw the diary at Myrtle, she admitted guiltily. And I stole it back from Harry's locker. I realized that I was the one who strangled the roosters and painted the message on the wall. I was scared, so I tried to get rid of it. But then I saw Harry, Ron, and the others with it, and I was afraid that Tom would tell them all my secrets, so. It's not her fault, Ron said firmly, wrapping his arms around his sister and staring defiantly at Professor Snape. It was a dark artifact. And she did try to get away from it. No one is pointing fingers here, Mr. Weasley, Snape said, looking tired. Continue with the story. Then we were at the library, and I saw someone sneaking down to the greenhouses, Neville recounted, glancing at Ginny as he spoke. We thought someone was trying to sabotage the mandrakes. By the time we got downstairs, it was already burning. Then Sage, Axel, Penelope, and Myrtle were attacked, Harry said. I found their positioning strange. We thought about it long and hard, and Ron came up with a theory that all the victims had seen the monster through something else. Sage and Axel had seen it through the mirror, Penelope and Justin through ghosts. Colin saw it through his camera, Cole through the reflection in his glasses, and Mrs. Norris through a puddle of water. And we had been researching all sorts of creatures up until then to figure out what fit the criteria, but then I realized, Hermione said, that we had only been looking at real creatures that have been seen and confirmed, not mythical creatures or legends. The two professors nodded, while Mr. and Mrs. Weasley appeared increasingly bewildered by the unfolding tale. Then I heard Professor Snape talking about sewer water, the sample of liquid he found near the sink in Myrtle's bathroom, and things started coming together for me, Hermione continued, her excitement growing. I went to the library to search, and then I bumped into Ginny, who... I think you were trying to tell me that you thought it was you who set the greenhouse on fire, weren't you? The Weasley nodded guiltily. I couldn't remember where I was, and the first thing I remembered was being in the courtyard, and Draco telling me to get Percy and Oliver. Right, Hermione replied. However, before Ginny could tell me anything, the head girl, Caraway, dragged her off. But I had this really bad gut feeling, so I followed Ginny back to the Gryffindor dorms. I was planning to tell Percy or an upper year to keep an eye on her, but before I could, Ginny left the dorms in a daze by herself. This part of the story was new to the others, who listened intently. I followed Ginny as she walked to the message wall and wrote out a message. I tried again and again to shake her out of it. I think that's when the throat-binding curse latched onto me, when I tried to touch Ginny during her trance, Hermione explained. I told Ginny to stay put, that I would go grab someone, but when I got to Professor Snape's, to the hospital wing while we dealt with Riddle, Draco continued. I didn't want her to see what was about to happen. Right, Harry added. I thought it would be safer for her. We couldn't let her get involved. Riddle was powerful, Theo said, shaking his head. He had control over the basilisk, and we were outnumbered. Once I got Ginny to safety, I returned, Hermione interjected. I couldn't just leave you all. Good thing you did, Draco replied. We needed all the help we could get. Together, we managed to confront Riddle and the basilisk, Harry said. It was a fight for our lives. The sword of Gryffindor came into play, didn't it? Hermione asked, her eyes wide. Yeah, Harry said, remembering. It was the only thing that could defeat the basilisk. And with teamwork, Theo added, we finally overpowered Riddle. But it was close. Too close, Harry said, his voice heavy with the memory. Let's just be thankful we made it out, Hermione said, relieved. We're all safe now. Yeah, Draco agreed. But we need to stay vigilant. Who knows what else could be lurking in the shadows? And then there were 5 of us. Riddle summoned the basilisk. We tried to run, but he collapsed the exit and sealed us in, so. We tried to fight it by collapsing the cavern on it, Draco continued. Then Ron was in danger, and then the Phoenix came. Professor McGonagall rubbed her temple. The Phoenix showed up. Fawkes came flying in with the sorting hat. It attacked the basilisk's eyes and blinded it, Neville recounted quietly. I was terrified, and Ron was about to die, but then I saw the sorting hat and there was something silver in it. Oh my God, Ron exclaimed suddenly, slamming his hands on the couch as he realized the absence of the weapon. Neville, did we leave the sword of Gryffindor down in the chamber? There was a collective silence as the group fumbled for the missing sword. Didn't you have it? Neville asked, despairing. I swear you were holding it. I handed it to you after we crawled out of that collapsed wall. Ron slapped his forehead. Oh, I must have forgotten about it when I saw Ginny awake. You know, because I thought my sister was dying. Merlin, I can't believe we left it down there. Sorry, the sword of Gryffindor is involved in this. Snape groaned. This just keeps getting more and more complicated. So, Mr. Longbottom pulled the sword of Gryffindor out of the sorting hat? I can't possibly fathom what made Albus think of that, but go on. The group calmed down. I kicked it over to Ron, and Ron used it to attack the basilisk, Neville recounted. Then it was blinded, so we could fight it much better. Neville gained control of the vines. Harry said suddenly, remembering. I completely forgot about that. I'd seen it, but I hadn't had much time to think about it, because, we were in mortal peril, but... Yeah, how did that happen? Ron marveled. Neville flushed. I don't know. I was scared, and I saw the plants, and I kind of just willed them to help, and then they did. Accidental magic manifesting as a result of extreme fear, perhaps. Professor McGonagall pondered, then shook her head. It was a discussion for another day. Please continue. Then a part of the cavern almost fell on Draco and Ron, Neville remembered. But then Harry was scary, he cast this gigantic protego spell over them and basically yelled at you-know-who. Now it was Harry's turn to flush, and he quickly redirected the spotlight. And then, I think Ron picked up the sword and threw it at the basilisk. That was impressive. Then the basilisk was dead, and it was 5 of us against Riddle, Draco summed up. Harry stepped on the diary and stabbed it with the basilisk fang. I don't know what possessed him to do that, but it worked because Riddle started screaming, and there was black ink everywhere, and then he disappeared. We had to use Wingardium Leviosa on a good portion of the collapsed exit before we could get out, and we found Lockhart, who tried to attack us for the second time. Ron rolled his eyes. But Hermione froze him up, and Ginny woke up. Then we had to take turns levitating everyone out of the pipe, and, we forgot the sword. Now, here we are. Merlin, I'm ready to pass out, Draco groaned. I'm going to have nightmares about this for the rest of my life, Neville murmured. That thing was huge. I never want to do that again. I should sincerely hope not. Mrs. Weasley cried out. She and Arthur looked thoroughly overwhelmed by all the information they had just been given. They seemed unsure if they wanted to hug the kids for making it out alive or for having been down there in the first place. Snape covered his face with his hands. Minerva, perhaps we should convince Albus to consider having an in-house counselor or therapist. At this point, it might be a necessity. If not for them, for me. I'll let Phileas know to call back the Express and inform the students and parents that the threat has been nullified. The deputy headmistress sighed. I'll write to the ministry to have Albus UN suspended. Perhaps he can explain this whole ordeal to them, too. Now, Snape said, perhaps a quick trip to the infirmary, and then, he blinked. In the short time they had stopped talking, the 7 children had already fallen asleep. Hermione was cuddled up warmly between Harry and Draco. Theodore had his back pressed against Harry's, and on the other couch, Ginny was sound asleep against Ron's chest, with Neville curled up into Ron's arm. Okay, he said slowly. Perhaps we should leave them be for a while. The deputy shook her head fondly. I'll have the house elves prepare some food for when they wake up. It has been a very long day for them, after all. Snape nodded in agreement. In all seriousness, I will have Poppy check them for magical exhaustion. The girls were possessed and need to be examined for any traces of a lingering curse. And the boys? He sighed, trying to look displeased, but honestly, he was just relieved that everyone was alive. The boys fought a 20-foot monster that most adults would be too terrified to even think of facing, and then they won. They're a good bunch, McGonagall smiled wryly. A mix of raw talent, sheer dumb luck, and remarkably strong friendship. How many people do we know that would willingly walk into a basilisk's chamber to retrieve their friend and their friend's sister? Mrs. Weasley choked back a sob. And to think I once questioned if Ron should be friends with them. She shook her head, wiping the tears from her face. Merlin, I can't believe I ever thought any of them would be a bad influence. Chapter 26, The Free Elf and the Free Boy. In the month that followed, Hogwarts was in a state of confusion. No one, except the Hexad, really knew what had happened. For the rest of the school, they had boarded the train, feeling dejected about never returning to the castle. Then, the train had simply stopped and began traveling the other way, back to Hogwarts. The boys had woken up in the infirmary after passing out in Professor McGonagall's office. According to Professor Snape, they had already been given supplements to help them recover from magical exhaustion with the aid of 4 drips, which, in Snape's words, was one of the greatest inventions Muggles had ever made. By the time they regained awareness, Hermione had already been discharged, and Ginny had gone home with her parents. "I am equal parts annoyed and impressed with all of you," Professor Snape snapped, although his annoyance wasn't very intimidating as he went around checking their temperatures. "If not for Professor McGonagall, I would have assigned all of you detention until the end of the school year." "We saved the school," Draco pointed out. "And if we had the time, we would have gotten you, but you were busy evacuating everyone, and you also told us off the night before." The potions master rolled his eyes. "Yes, Mr. Malfoy, which is why none of you are scrubbing cauldrons as punishment. Now, it's been approximately a day and a half since you left the chamber, meaning a day in which Lockhart has been downstairs all by himself. In the single day that we've tried, not that it's been at the top of our priority list, Professor McGonagall and I have been unable to find the entrance. As much as I want to, it's not in our best interests to have a professor die on castle grounds, either." "I'll come and open the entrance," Harry said, raising his hand. "It needs Parselton to open." Though reluctant, Snape allowed Harry to get off his infirmary bed. "Poppy, please ensure that none of the others move while I'm gone," he instructed. "I thought Mr. Potter was to remain in bed." McGonagall raised an eyebrow as she and Snape entered the bathroom, which was now clean and considerably less slimy than before. "According to Mr. Potter, the entrance needs Parselton to open," Snape grumbled, gesturing for Harry to proceed. In mild amazement and distaste, the professors watched as the sink vanished, revealing the dark pipe leading underground beneath the castle. "Mr. Lockhart should be right at the bottom," Harry said, glancing into the darkness. "The caverns collapsed, so the chamber is sealed away. There shouldn't be anywhere he can go." "Excellent," Snape replied, eyeing the pipe tiredly. "Well, ladies first, Minerva. Mr. Potter, can I trust you to return to the infirmary on your own? No wandering off, or I shall know when I'm back." "Yes, sir," Harry nodded. "Have fun?" Snape asked wryly, watching McGonagall slide down the pipe until she disappeared from view. "I'll be back to check on you later." Later, Ron opened his mouth to ask when the 2 heads of houses entered the infirmary. "Yes, Mr. Weasley," McGonagall said, looking exasperated. "We did retrieve the Sword of Gryffindor. You can rest assured that you did not leave a Hogwarts heirloom under the castle. Is it too much to hope that Lockhart stabbed himself with the sword while he was down there for a day?" Theodore asked hopefully. Beside him, Hermione leaned forward to hear the good news, despite having been discharged. To everyone's surprise, and some horror, Snape grinned. "While I have to report that he is, sadly, very much alive. It's safe to say that the headmaster is not pleased with him after hearing all of your accounts," he continued. "He's also lost his wand again but claims to have had it stolen from him." "That part would be true, actually," Hermione said brightly, pulling Lockhart's wand from her back pocket. "I disarmed him and set him on fire the first time he tried to attack them, then used the full bodybind curse the second time he tried." Even the rule-abiding Professor McGonagall managed a smile. "While such behavior is not to be encouraged, perhaps Miss Granger should take 10 points for her excellent use of advanced magic, in defense of your friends, of course." The deputy's eyes twinkled. "And perhaps for doing what all the staff have been longing to do since September." Draco scoffed. "He's barely half a competent wizard." In a 2-hour span, he was disarmed 3 times, first by Harry, and twice by Hermione. Are they really just giving out orders of Merlin to anyone nowadays? "And Harry didn't even use an Expelliarmus on him," Ron added with a snort. "He just blasted him with a strong jet of Aguamenti. It's really just Lockhart having poor wand grip. Is it safe to say that Lockhart's getting sacked?" Professor Snape nodded. "The headmaster's probably already drafting a new advertisement for the position as we speak." A chorus of cheers erupted as the group celebrated. "Oh, thank God," Hermione sighed in relief. Thoughts and prayers that Professor Dumbledore hires someone competent this time. I've practiced more on Lockhart than he's taught me. It wasn't even 3 days before Lucius Malfoy stormed through the Hogwarts halls, looking as angry as a bull. He had just left Dumbledore's office when he ran into the 6 children, his eyes narrowing as he caught sight of Draco alongside Ron and Neville. Behind him, wrapped in bandages and smiling widely despite the bruises on his face, was Dobby was elated to see Theodore and Harry alive. Draco, the older Malfoy sneered. This is the company you keep at school. While his friends expected him to shrink away, Draco did the opposite. He kept his back straight as he stared into his father's eyes. Yes, father, he replied smoothly. I'm quite assured of the company I keep. 3 of them are sole male heirs of their families. One of them is the bravest, most protective person I've ever met, and one of them is the brightest and smartest witch that Hogwarts has ever seen. Wow, Theodore said sarcastically. I'm so glad to know that Ron and Hermione are the bravest and smartest people you've ever met, and I'm just a male heir. Draco, that almost makes me regret covering your back when you were, I dunno, on the brink of getting killed by the basilisk. Harry couldn't help but snicker. Beside him, Neville at least had the decency to cover his mouth before he laughed. Lucius, who had been unaware of his son's involvement in the basilisk fiasco, looked as if someone had just slapped him across the face. Spluttering, seething, and smoking from his ears, Lucius glared at his son. I told you to keep your nose away from the, and since when have you started talking back to me, he snarled. You know your place, boy. Draco flinched. And you should watch your mouth, Lucius, came a cold voice. It was Snape, who had slid out silently from the darkness, his gaze stony. Family matters are none of my business, of course, but you remember how I feel about fathers threatening their children. A haughty laugh rang through the air. I remember well enough, Severus, Lucius sneered, flicking his blonde hair over his shoulder. Clearly, my presence is not appreciated here. Dobby, let's go. Mr. Malfoy, Harry said suddenly, his green eyes stony as he stared up. Harry looked at the older man and asked, Do you beat your house elf, by any chance? Is it any of your business, Mr. Potter? Lucius spat. Beside him, Dobby tugged at the bandages across his body. No, Harry shrugged, sharing a glance with Theo, who was grinning widely, an idea clearly forming in his mind. I suppose not. But before you go, Mr. Malfoy, I think we have something for you. Lucius barely had time to react before Theo tore off his shoe and sock, tossing the sock into the man's hands. Laughter filled the air as Ron followed suit, then Neville, Harry, and a confused Hermione, until Lucius stood holding 5 dirty socks. What the? He exclaimed, looking repulsed as he tossed the socks aside, his fingers twitching as if he might reach for his wand, but Snape's cold stare held him back. Are you just going to let your students run rampant like that, Severus? Lucius asked. The potions master shrugged. I can't possibly picture what you mean, Lucius. If anything, these 6 are far from rampant. They saved the school from the basilisk threat, which I'm sure you are well aware of. If looks could kill, Lucius would have set the dark-haired professor on fire. I see how it is, he sneered. You've burned a bridge, Severus. Better make sure you don't regret it. Really? Snape smiled, as if he knew something Lucius did not. Perhaps you should reconfirm with Narcissa. My bridge isn't one you want to burn, Lucius. A scowl marred the Malfoy patriarch's face as he whipped his cloak around dramatically. Come, Dobby, he shouted, flapping angrily down the corridor, stopping only when he noticed his house elf wasn't following. Dobby, what in the hell are you? Lucius Malfoy's expression dropped. Master has given me freedom, Dobby replied. Dobby's socks. The house elf held the 5 socks in wonder. Master threw the socks, Dobby caught the socks. Master has set Dobby free. You, Lucius Malfoy looked absolutely livid. He swept his furious gaze over Theodore and Ron, who were grinning like cats that caught a mouse. He glanced at Harry, Hermione, and Neville, who looked completely innocent, and at Draco, who was looking anywhere but at his father. The patriarch was at a loss for words. I will remember this," he hissed, then thundered away. "Well," Snape commented dryly as he began to slide away. "Perhaps I should go make sure he makes it out of the castle without hexing anyone." "Dobby is free," the house elf exclaimed again, once Snape was moving out of sight and after the thunderous Lucius Malfoy. He stared at the 6 kids in bewilderment and held up their socks to their faces. "Dobby is free." "You are, Dobby," said Draco kindly, picking the socks away from the elf in mild disgust. "You know what, here, have this instead." The blonde shrugged, tugging his Slytherin tie off of his uniform. A smile settled on his lips as he placed it carefully into Dobby's hands. "Keep it." The house elf began to tear up as he held Draco's green tie in his stringy fingers, as if the blonde had just given him a block of gold instead of a house tie. "Master Draco has given Dobby a tie," he echoed. Master Draco gave Dobby his Slytherin tie. "Yes, Dobby," the blonde rolled his eyes good-naturedly. "It's yours. You're a free elf now, Dobby." There was a flurry of movement, and then Dobby's arms were wrapped around Draco's neck, engulfing the boy in a hug. The Slytherin stood stunned as the elf gave him a tight, grateful squeeze. "Thank you, Master Draco," Dobby sniffled happily, his saucer-sized eyes becoming. Dobby will never forget this. And Dobby hopes that one day, Master Draco can be a free boy, too. Dobby's eyes filled with tears of gratitude. The blonde boy grinned and said, "You better not forget, Dobby. I'll see you around. Goodbye, Dobby." With a loud pop, the elf vanished, leaving behind their socks and the absence of Draco's house tie. Draco sighed, feeling a mix of emotions. "Well, there's that." He turned to face his friends and frowned when he saw their warm smiles. "What?" he asked. "Nothing," Theo shrugged, though the corners of his lips were turned up. Neville and Harry smiled at him as if they were seeing him in a new light, while Hermione looked like she wanted to give him a tight hug. "Come on, mate." Ron clapped him on the back, grinning as he picked up his sock. "I'm famished." "Lunch?" Draco complained as they walked out of the exam hall. "You'd think after fighting a 20-foot basilisk and winning, we wouldn't have to write the defense against dark arts exam." "Maybe we can convince Professor Snape to give extra credit below the margins," Theodore suggested, easily levitating his quill and making it perform tricks as they walked. Lockhart had been promptly sacked following the basilisk fiasco, leaving a surly Professor Snape to manage things. This meant that the potions master had to compile whatever coherent material Lockhart had taught his classes, create an exam, and grade thousands of essays from students who barely learned anything that year. Following the Dobby incident, Draco was completely silent with his father. He had received a strongly worded letter from his mother, questioning who would be responsible for the cooking and cleaning now, but otherwise, he had gotten off scot-free. There was also a paragraph about his involvement with the basilisk, which left Draco feeling uneasy. Draco felt as if his father had been screamed at for hours by his mother about the situation. After all, he had been the one to release the monster in the castle where their son lived. "By the way, did everyone get these?" Harry asked, raising a letter from Professor Snape. The only information included was a time slot. His was at 3 in the afternoon the following day. "Hermione's in her meeting with him now, but she never explained what they're for." "Oh, yeah," Ron nodded. "We got ours from McGonagall. They're scheduling these to help us decide what elective classes we're going to take next year. Hermione went on a whole rant about it back in February, remember? She interviewed every upper year she could find to ask their opinions." "Right," Harry said, making an "ah" sound in remembrance. The upper years all swore to avoid her like the plague the week after. At the same time, in his office, Snape rubbed his temple, insisting for the 20th time to a very determined Hermione, "No, Miss Granger, you will not take more than 2 electives. I will not allow it." "But they're all so interesting," she protested loudly. "And you are only human, with the same amount of hours in your life as everyone else," Snape said, growing more exasperated by the second. "For the love of Merlin, you don't need more than 2 electives, Miss Granger." I'm sure you can find many other ways to occupy your time. But, Miss Granger, we can sit and repeat this conversation over and over, and the final answer will still be no. For lack of better things to do, since there was no more research to complete, the Hexad agreed to visit Hagrid's hut. They were welcomed with open arms, of course. Hagrid sobbed and hugged Harry and Theo so tightly that they spent a few minutes convincing the half-giant to let them go. Once he finally stopped crying, they began to understand what he was saying. I always knew it wasn't you two, he said tearfully, his words muffled through his large beard. Slytherin prejudice this and that. You two are the sweetest boys I've ever known. Thank you, Hagrid, Harry said kindly, patting Hagrid's arm gently. We appreciate it. As they settled in for piping hot tea and cakes that were too hard for their teeth to crack, Ron discreetly threw his cake out of the window when Hagrid wasn't looking and made a satisfied burp when the groundskeeper turned to him. Hermione suddenly remembered something important. Hagrid, she said slowly, perhaps this is as good a time as any to ask. The half-giant turned around, beaming, unaware of the direction the conversation was taking. Shoot away, Hermione. I'm an open book. So, Hermione began, when we were investigating the identity of the chamber monster, we came across this diary. This diary was owned by someone named Tom Riddle, and Tom Riddle showed us a memory of his school years of, well, you, and a creature that he deemed to be the monster of the chamber at that time. The fire in the hut flickered, and the temperature dropped by a few degrees. Hagrid paled, and Ron groaned, putting his face in his hands. Oh boy. Now, Hermione swallowed. We know now that it wasn't your, creature, and that basilisks are the greatest enemies of. Ron, maybe cover your ears, basilisks are the greatest enemies of spiders and their gigantic cousins, the acromantulas. Everyone in the hut held their breath. So, I guess what I'm asking is, Hermione grimaced, pushing through. Whatever happened to that acromantula? Oh, he's got a big old family in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid said, relieved that the question was much less serious than he thought it would be. I thought you were going to ask me if he ever killed anyone? Ron, who had tried drinking the tea to calm himself down, choked and spat out the steaming leaf juice. It's alive? Still? And within 2 miles of me? Oh, he's harmless, Hagrid brushed it off. In the background, Draco muttered that he would rather not take Hagrid's word for it. Nah, Aragog's a good friend of mine. He's got grandchildren named after me. He's got grandchildren? Ron fainted, while Theo said, at least he didn't call it something like Harry. Hagrid chuckled as he poured more tea into all of their cups. You know, if your group hadn't figured out what the monster was, I would have told you to go follow the spiders. They always knew what the monster was, but they wouldn't tell me. They were terrified. Hagrid, do you have some smelling salts? Harry laughed nervously as he patted Ron's clammy cheek. Ron? Ron? I think he's really passed out. Hermione managed a weak smile as Hagrid offered her more cakes. In the back of her mind, she got a flash of an alternative timeline, imagining what would have happened had they not figured out the monster's identity through research. She heard 2 boys screaming, the pattering of many feet over the forest undergrowth, and the honking of a car. She shuddered at the weird memory. Well, we can thank Merlin for the little miracles in life. This year could have gone a lot worse. Ha! Ha! Right, Hagrid? Chapter 27, The Candlelight Ploy. Thanks to Oliver and Marcus's combined advocacy efforts, the Quidditch Cup was reinstated 2 weeks after exams. During this time, professors were busy marking, and most students had little to occupy their time. Thus began the most Quidditch-intensive weeks that the house teens had ever experienced. Slytherin had defeated Hufflepuff 170-30 in their rematch. Atsushi performed spectacularly as his friends, Sage and Axel, who had received the Mandrake Restoration Potion the night after the Basilisk incident, cheered him on from the stands. Next, Gryffindor was set to play the last game of the season against Ravenclaw. The victor of their match, if they won by more than 150 points, would claim first place in the Quidditch Cup. Determined to defeat Ravenclaw and snatch the cup from the Slytherins, Oliver began pushing his team to their limits with practices. The Slytherins snickered in mock sympathy as the Flyers were marched away to the pitch every evening. "I'm going to die if this keeps going," one of the Weasley twins groaned dramatically one night, their anguish overheard by the Slytherin team. "Say," Peregrine said, chewing on his steak thoughtfully. "Why don't we return the favor, team? We do owe them one, after all." True to their reputation, the Slytherins began crafting a sneaky plot. It took some digging, but eventually Hermione procured a niche holiday called National Loving Day that fit their agenda. A roster was created, in which the Slytherin team took turns walking past Percy, murmuring loudly about the holiday. "Hey, isn't the National Loving Holiday coming up?" Lucian said loudly as they walked past Percy in the library. "Yeah," echoed Peregrine, "I've got some plans for Arrowell. She's been so stressed about exams lately, it'll be a nice surprise. I'm going to get her some flowers and those chocolates from Diagon Alley she really likes," Harry said. The next day, during breakfast at the Great Hall, he called out, "Any plans for National Loving Day?" as he and Atsushi passed the Gryffindor table. "I'm going to buy some sweets for Sage and Axel," Atsushi replied loudly, "to celebrate our friendship." "But National Loving Day is a great day to celebrate lovers too, right, Harry?" "You're absolutely right," Harry agreed. "If you have a lover, it's a great day to show how much you appreciate them." The final nail in the coffin came when Hermione, under the guise of spam mail, had a random owl deliver a magazine filled with couple activities, including a romantic picnic, to Percy. The delivery arrived on a Wednesday night. The Slytherin team watched closely over their dinner as Percy opened the mail suspiciously, his cheeks flushing bright when he noticed the lover's magazine. "Does he honestly still think that no one knows about him and Oliver?" Adrian remarked, staring as Percy hastily hid the magazine. "That's a whole new level of denial right there. At this point, the whole school knows." To give Percy that last nudge, Harry and Hermione were tasked with subtly coaxing the Gryffindor prefect into doing something for the holiday. "Hey, Percy," Harry said sweetly, jogging up to him in the corridor. "I was just wondering, are you and Oliver doing anything for National Loving Day on Saturday?" Harry paused, feigning concern as Percy seemed to choke on air. What?" Percy spluttered, his cheeks a brilliant red. "Oliver and I are just friends, so—" "Naturally," Hermione chimed in brightly. "National Loving Day is a great day to celebrate best friends. You know, best friends are often underappreciated. They really deserve a little something special to feel seen." "So," Damien exclaimed as Hermione and Harry entered the common room, his face full of anticipation. "Did you manage to convince him?" Hermione rolled her eyes, tossing her hair over her shoulders confidently. "Of course I did. I told you I would. We even helped him iron out some of the details. It's a picnic date on Saturday night at 6 in the evening, because that's when the sun sets. We also helped him place some food orders with the kitchen elves." The Slytherin team erupted in cheers, clapping wildly. Their plan had worked. They had convinced Percy to do something special for National Loving Day at the same time as one of Oliver's long 3-hour Quidditch practices, freeing the Gryffindor team for the evening, just as they had done for them a few months prior. "Give me a high five," Peregrine beamed. "Good job, team." As Saturday evening arrived, the Slytherin team watched from their table, eagerly anticipating that Oliver would tell his team that practice was cancelled for the night because he had other plans. A strange silence fell over them as they observed Percy murmuring to the captain during dinner. "What's he saying?" Tracey whispered urgently. "Hold on, I'm trying to read his lips," Harry replied. Despite wearing glasses, he was the seeker and had the best eyesight on the team. He squinted and said, "Percy's saying, free tonight? And I made plans." Another pause followed as Oliver furrowed his brows and began to respond, his voice lost in the noise of the Great Hall. "Oliver speaking now," Harry noted. He said, "But Percy, have to. Ravenclaw, 2 days? Harry's jaw dropped. He's going to go to practice anyway. What? Adrian slammed the table, causing glasses to rattle as Oliver started gathering his players, while Angelia and Katie groaned at his insistence. Finish up and head to the pitch, Peregrine urged. Is he serious? His boyfriend has a whole picnic planned for him? You're kidding! Peregrine yelled, realizing it was true. Oliver was already making his way towards the courtyard. We've got to stop him. This isn't just about returning the favor to the Gryffindors anymore. Is he really blowing off his boyfriend? Percy was getting up and leaving the hall, looking dejected. Peregrine's expression hardened. Someone's got to teach Wood how to be a better boyfriend. He rolled his eyes, formulating a plan in his mind. Harry, Hermione, go convince Percy to get the picnic ready anyway. The rest of us will make sure Oliver shows up, even if we have to bodybind him and levitate him there ourselves. The two Slytherins didn't need to be told twice. They ran after the prefect, ignoring Snape's questioning looks as they dashed past the staff table. All right, team, Peregrine addressed the Quidditch players seriously. Arowell looked amused at the boys around her. I can't believe I'm saying this, but let's go save Weasley's date night. Can you believe it? Peregrine said dramatically as they walked past the Gryffindor locker room. Did you see Percy Weasley up there all by himself? Lucian hummed in agreement. Yeah, he's got a whole candlelight picnic set up in the astronomy tower. He noticed Oliver peeking out of the locker room but said nothing. Can't believe his date is a no-show. Horrible, absolutely horrible, revolting behavior. Right. I would never leave Arowell waiting if she planned something like that for me, Peregrine said purposefully. And I definitely wouldn't blow her off for Quidditch practice. Hey, Oliver, the Weasley twins called. Peregrine squinted as he spotted the two Slytherin players. Oi, what are you two doing down here? He asked. Oh, just wanted to grab our brooms for a night fly, Peregrine lied. Hey, by any chance, do you know who your brother's dating? Someone blew him off tonight. He had this whole candlelight picnic planned for them up in the astronomy tower, and his date didn't show. Fred and George blinked, slowly turning to look at Oliver. One of the twins started. We are talking about Percy, right? Yes, Lucian rolled his eyes. I don't even know him, but I can tell you for certain that Ronald Weasley is not the type of boy to pull together a candlelight picnic date for National Loving Day, Weasley. They were interrupted by the Lions' female players. Oliver, can we please not practice tonight? Angelina complained, stumbling toward the locker rooms. She jumped when she spotted the Slytherins. Merlin, don't just stand there like that. I almost had a heart attack. You know what, yeah, let's go ahead and cancel practice tonight. Oliver said, clearing his throat tightly. He hastily chucked his broom back into the locker. In their surprise, his entire team choked and stared at him bewildered, as if Oliver had just claimed that the moon was a square. Take the night off and rest. I think I forgot something. Got to go, bye, good night, he said, sprinting for the castle like a madman, leaving stunned Gryffindor players in his wake. Mission accomplished, Lucian grinned, giving Peregrine a high five. We just saved Weasley's date night. Merlin, that's a phrase I never thought would come out of my mouth. Katie blinked. Sorry, what's going on? Consider the favor returned, Peregrine shrugged, a cocky grin on his lips. We Slytherins just prefer more subtle methods of cancelling practice. Should I say, Captain Napping? We somehow helped Weasley set up a candlelight picnic date in the process. It's not the most orthodox of tactics, but... Sorry, let's backtrack a bit, Natalie said, shaking her head in bewilderment. Did you help Percy Weasley plan a date night at the same time as Quidditch practice just to get Oliver to cancel practice for the night? Yep, Peregrine grinned, popping that pea. At some point, we got angry that Wood blew his boyfriend off, but yes, that was the general goal. The other Weasley twin chortled, almost choking on his own laughter. You know what? I can respect that. That we can respect. The two Slytherins smirked. Enjoy your night off, gentlemen, Lucian corrected himself at the sight of Angelina, Katie, Alicia, and Natalie. And ladies. And ladies. Chapter 28, Back to Privet Drive. While Gryffindor celebrated their victory over Ravenclaw in the Quidditch Cup, they won only by 100 points, leaving Slytherin in first place for the cup. A chorus of groans filled the air as Snape, sitting at the staff table, smirked proudly at his continued streak of 9 years. Down the table, Phileas begrudgingly handed 10 sickles to a triumphant Poppy. In other news, Dumbledore said, smiling wisely at the students below, "We have some special awards to present. Minerva, Severus, would you like the honors?" The two heads of houses stood, appearing less stern than usual. With a flick of her wand, 6 miniature golden shields materialized beside the deputy headmistress, and she cleared her throat, smiling. As some of you may have heard, the threat of the Chamber of Secrets has been vanquished, and those responsible should be given credit where it is due. Could I please get Mr. Weasley, Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Potter, Mr. Nott, Mr. Malfoy, and Miss Granger to stand up? The 6 students did as they were told, looking mostly bewildered at being called out, while Draco preened under the attention. On behalf of Hogwarts, we would like to present you 6 with a special award for services to the school. Professor Snape nodded curtly, managing a small smile at the second years. This is an incredible honor. Thank you for your services to the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We cannot wait to see what else you will achieve in your futures. Silence followed as Professor Snape finished speaking. By magic, the 6 badges zoomed across the Great Hall toward their owners. Professor McGonagall flicked her wand, magically pinning the miniature shields on their robes. Thank you, the deputy headmistress smiled, clapping her hands. Following her lead, the rest of the school burst into applause. Cheers and congratulations filled the air, along with curious questions about what had happened. When everyone settled down, Dumbledore announced the beginning of the final feast, and the students began to dig in. Conversation surrounded the tables, reminiscing about the past school year, filled with laughter and tears. 5 minutes in, Ron and Neville joined their friends at the Slytherin table. Chortles and snorts erupted from their group as they joked about their adventures and playfully poked at each other. I still can't believe we forgot the sword in the chamber, Ron groaned. Cersei, I'll never forget Lockhart's face when Harry blasted him with that Aguamenti, Neville added. Oh. What about that time we stole his wand during dueling club? Merlin, remember how Snape absolutely demolished Lockhart? And the Pixies? Neville groaned. Lockhart's first defense class, I think I can still feel their small bite some nights. Who do you think will get as defense professor next year? I hope they're good, or else Hermione will have to continue her streak of setting defense professors on fire, Harry joked. As the night went on and the food disappeared, their laughter slowly turned bittersweet. I can't believe the 7th years are graduating, Harry said mournfully. I'll miss Peregrine. There's really no need to talk about me like that, you know, Peregrine said, appearing over their shoulders with a mildly annoyed expression. I'm not dying, for Merlin's sake. I'm just furthering my education. Ron perked up in interest. Oh? What are you doing after graduation? I'm attending Aura School, Peregrine grinned, puffing out his chest with pride. I've got a conditional offer thanks to recommendation letters from Professor Snape and Professor Sprout, but they'll confirm my acceptance when my NEWT results come back. Congratulations! Hermione beamed. That's amazing. How many years will you be there for? 3, 2 years if I'm lucky, Peregrine shrugged. I'm also going to work part-time while I go through my aura training. I've got 3 years to save up so I can buy an apartment for Arrowell and need to move into when I graduate. There was a chorus of awe from Hermione, Sage, and Axel, while the boys, largely Draco, Theo, and Ron, made faces. That's so sweet. Hermione cooed. Are you planning on getting married after you finish your training? The lead prefect grinned. That's the plan. I've got to get my life, job, and bank account all together before I can ask her parents for her hand in marriage. I'm not taking no for an answer. Up the table, Adrian, who overheard the conversation, yelled, "Sap! Well, your boyfriend's being completely head over heels for you again. It's honestly revolting. Don't shove your relationship in our faces, Derek." Caden choked on his food, glancing widely between Peregrine and his sister, a sweet smile dancing on her lips as she smiled innocently at the younger Seymour. "Peregrine Derek is dating my sister?" Caden yelled, both baffled and mind-boggled. "Wait, did all of you know?" "Literally, how did you not know?" Gemma said, exasperated, shaking her head. "It wasn't as if they were actively hiding it." "Honestly, Caden, even Professor Snape knew." All too soon, exam results were returned and students were sent packing onto the Hogwarts Express once more. The Scarlet Locomotive tooted and smoked grandly, amidst the clamor of students as the prefects and staff struggled to ensure all luggage and kids were on board. "I've lost Trevor," Neville said, patting his pockets in a panic. "He's right here." "Neville," Hermione said, rolling her eyes as she levitated the toad over from behind Draco's 7 luggage bags. "Draco, did you honestly need that many clothes this year?" Harry poked his head out of the carriage. "How many more luggage items do we have to load?" "Oh, for Merlin's sake. I feel like I've already taken 5 of Draco's," he groaned, pointing his wand at 3 of Draco's large, fancy trunks. "Wingardium Leviosa. Draco, have you considered helping us since most of the luggage we're moving is yours?" "Fine," Draco said, rolling his eyes pompously as he drew his wand out of his pocket. "Coming." At last, everyone and their trunks were loaded onto the train. It tooted, giving its 5-minute warning before departure. "It's hard to believe another year's gone by." "It barely felt like a month," Ron sighed. "But it'll be nice being home." "I'd never say it to Mum's face, but I did miss her cooking." "All settled in here?" Professor Snape slid their carriage door open, eyeing the 6 students. "It's a 3-hour trip. Can you manage that long without getting into any trouble?" "Yes, Professor," Theo said, rolling his eyes. "We'll be as good as we can possibly be." The potions master raised his eyebrows. "Don't get sassy with me, Mr. Nott," he drawled. "As I mentioned before, I have some business to finish up here in the castle. You can imagine we can't simply leave a rotting basilisk corpse in our basement. But I will come find you and Mr. Potter as soon as I can." The 2 boys relaxed visibly. They hadn't wanted to bring it up. The head of Slytherin had been nice enough to house them for 1 summer, and they hadn't wanted to get their hopes up. But they were obviously excited about spending another summer at 715 Wrensbury Lane. "For the rest of you, I will see you next September," Professor Snape continued, looking stern. "I hope you haven't forgotten all that you've learned. We'll learn the next time I see you. We will spend the entire summer toiling over our textbooks, Professor Snape," Ron said solemnly, nodding his head seriously. "I will have memorized the potions manual from cover to cover by the time fall comes around." Snape's eyebrows rose so high they touched his hairline. "I will hold you to that, Mr. Weasley." "Wait, I was joking." The Hogwarts Express tooted once more, the engine revving to life. "That's my cue to leave," Professor Snape said, nodding at the group. "Have a safe trip." The 3 hours seemed to fly by as Hogwarts disappeared into the distance. They played 100 rounds of exploding Snap, journeying through various landscapes. At last, the Hogwarts Express gave a triumphant toot, finally pulling into King's Cross Station. All across the platform, parents and families peered over each other, trying to catch sight of their children. "Don't forget to write from Japan, Atsushi," Sage cried out from some distance away. The platform was packed with people, leaving barely any breathing room or standing space. Prefects bustled around, unloading trunks and luggage. Molly, Narcissa, who had come alone to pick up her son, acknowledged the matriarch of the Weasley family with a curt nod. "I heard. Is Genova doing better?" "Yes," Molly answered, just as polite as her blonde counterpart. "Thank you for asking. She's recovering very well and is very excited to see all of her brothers again." Beside them, Jean Granger smiled, rolling her eyes good-naturedly at the two women. "Oh, come off your high horses," she chided, her face warm. "It's so good to see you too. Come and give me a hug, yes, even you, Narcissa. How are the kids?" "You know the drill, Hedwig," Harry said, unlatching the snowy owl's cage. Hedwig cooed sweetly at him and nibbled his ear one last time. "I'll see you at Privet Drive." She fluttered her wings over his head, almost patting him in affection, and stretched out her great, feathered limbs, taking to the sunny skies beyond King's Cross. "There's Gran. Oh, and there's your mum, Hermione, with Ron and Draco's," Neville said suddenly, spotting his grandmother's unorthodox, vulture-embellished witch hat. "Where are your aunt and uncle, Harry? I don't see them anywhere." "They won't be in here," Harry replied, waving goodbye to Atsushi, who was departing with his Japanese mother. "They'll be outside, you know, on the Muggle side of King's Cross. Speaking of which, I should probably get going. They'd probably leave without me if I take any longer." "My mum could drop you off," Hermione suggested. "Dad's at work, but Mum's a pretty good driver, so long as I navigate." "I'll be fine," Harry smiled. "Thanks for the offer, though." "Right lots, Hermione, you guys too, Neville, Ron, Draco, I'll see you all next September." His friends grinned at him. Until next September. The Dursleys were waiting for him beyond platform 9 3/4, looking highly displeased at the sight of him. "You're alive," Uncle Vernon said, almost disappointed. Harry knew that Snape had, out of courtesy, addressed a letter to his aunt and uncle regarding his involvement with the basilisk, probably with a slight hint that he had a very real chance of being killed. "Yes," Harry nodded. "I'm alive." His aunt's family scoffed at him. "Then stop dilly-dallying," Aunt Petunia snapped. "There's a lot to do at home and you're earning your keep. Hurry along." Thus, Harry kicked off his summer holidays with a list of cleaning, cooking, and gardening. Aunt Petunia's garden had withered in his absence, despite him leaving enhancing potions for his plants. Aunt Petunia had asked Harry to apply potions to her roses the previous year. They had also left his bedroom uncleaned, making it a junkyard of dust bunnies, along with more of Dudley's unwanted toys. Harry discovered the most recent additions included a motor car toy, another broken television, and a scooter that had been snapped in half. Hedwig's return was as welcomed as Harry's was to Privet Drive. Vernon had gone wild when he opened the front door to find the snowy owl perched unhappily on their mailbox. "I told you to keep your blasted bird out of sight," he thundered, his face as red as a tomato. "You locked my bedroom windows," Harry pointed out rationally, with Hedwig perched on his shoulder and his eyes narrowing. Part of him was surprised at his defiance against Uncle Vernon. The Harry from before would have just shrunk away and accepted the yelling. She had no choice. "I did tell her to return at night, but she couldn't get in." Clearly, his logic did not sit well with Uncle Vernon, who hated being wrong. He despised having his mistakes pointed out, especially by Harry. "You think you're so smart now, eh, boy?" he yelled, shaking his finger furiously at his nephew. "Well, you and your blasted bird can go on." Uncle Vernon made the mistake of reaching for Hedwig, who screeched angrily and snapped her silver beak at him. Her wings flapped defensively as she remained on Harry's shoulder, protecting her owner. Vernon yelped and pulled back his finger, his beady eyes angrier than ever. "Vernon," Aunt Petunia interrupted sharply. "Just go to work. Boy, go lock up your bird in the cage. Now." Harry was more than happy to comply, cooing gently at Hedwig as he carried her up the stairs. "Good girl," he murmured as he fed her some treats. "Sorry you had to stay out all night," Harry said softly to Hedwig. The snowy owl chirped gently as he scratched her chin, his fingers working through the tangles in her feathers. "Just a few more days and we'll be out of here," he assured her. "You'll get to roam around Professor Snape's garden and fly as much as you like. Just be patient." He wasn't sure if he was trying to reassure Hedwig or himself. As the days went by, a small fear took root in the back of Harry's mind. What if Professor Snape had changed his mind? What if he decided he'd rather enjoy his summer alone? A week passed, and the routine settled into Harry's bones. He woke before the sun's golden rays touched the sill of his window, frying his second plate of bacon by the time Aunt Petunia joined him downstairs. "Good morning," he would say quietly, receiving only a curt nod from the bony woman. He continued frying another 2 eggs for Uncle Vernon's large breakfast. Aunt Petunia would huff at him, strutting around her perfect tiled kitchen and setting the table as her son and husband trampled noisily downstairs. "I'll show myself out," he said quietly once he had served them. At Aunt Petunia's stiff nod, he slipped through the kitchen door into the garden, working his magic to coax her roses back to life. Chapter 29, Lady of the Nott Manor. For as long as Theodore could remember, the Nott Manor had always been cold. Towering walls and polished grey stone floors rose haughtily, with high ceilings adorned by statues of Nordic dragons, each with a fiercer snarl than the last. Outside the tall, framed windows, a circle of pine trees shielded them from prying eyes. The freezing wind scratched desperately against the silvery glass. When his mother walked the halls, the manor's sharp, biting edge softened with her touch. Beautiful cobalt and gold carpets blanketed the stone-cold floors. Snowy-blue curtains framed the frigid windows, and her warm, engulfing embrace always quieted the wailing wind outside. In the spring and summer, she would take him on walks around the manor grounds, collecting wild herbs and spring flowers that sprouted in the shade of their towering pines. From the windows of his office, his father could be seen watching them, quiet but affectionate. Occasionally, he would join them, wordless yet content to carry a basket of their herbs as they traipsed around the grounds. "Why do we have to burn them?" young Theo asked, peering over his mother's shoulder in bright curiosity as she ground up a portion of their herbs and flowers. She set a match to the remains, and a smoky aroma wafted around them. "These are our offerings and thanks to our gods," she explained, her eyes sparkling with mirth at his interest. "See? Hawthorn for Thor, to bless you with strength to pass through storms, ashen helm for Odhin, to bless you with wisdom and knowledge," she pointed out each herb as she spoke softly. "Birch for Frigga, to bless you with clairvoyance, and alder for Loki, to bless your cunning little soul." Little Theodore burst into giggles as she tickled him, their laughter lighting up the sleek grey walls of the manor. "What about you?" he asked, his hazel eyes searching his mother's as he sat cradled in her arms. "Are the gods going to bless you, too?" Her expression softened at his concern. "The gods have already blessed me with everything I want," she said, caressing his cheek fondly. "They have blessed me with the most beautiful, smart, kind son I could ever wish for. Even more so, they have blessed me with time with you." As the seasons changed from summer to the fiery colors of fall and then to the blank white of winter, the undergrowth and flora of the manor withered. Along with them, so did his mother. The sunny summer days when Theodore wandered the grounds with her faded away, as did the snowy evenings spent reading together in her expansive library by the fireplace, with snow gently falling outside. Instead, Theodore found himself curled up by his mother's bedside as she faded, her bright silver eyes dimming with the waning moon. Then she was gone. Theodore remembered her funeral. Astrid Nott, née Sterling, had been well known in Norse circles, so hundreds came to pay their respects. Her casket was adorned with ghostly white flowers from all over Europe, charmed to remain eternally beautiful. Many disapproved of her funeral rites, believing she should have been sent off in the traditional way, sailing out to sea in a longboat and set on fire. But his father could not bear to burn her and chose to bury her the Wixen way. Theodore watched as his father withered, not from sickness but from grief. Over the months, Iverius Nott became a shell of his former self. His cheeks sank, and his eyes lost their light. He became increasingly absent for Theodore, and eventually, his sister Elodius, now widowed, moved into Nott Manor to become his son's primary caretaker. Meanwhile, Iverius retreated further into himself, shutting himself in his office, rarely seen. Theodore felt barely alive. A few months later, he learned why. It had been the middle of the night when a bone-chilling wave shook his body. He recognized it. It was the pulse of Norse magic. It was incredibly advanced and complex, but he had never felt anything as dark as it. His mother had shown him her sigils and spells, which always felt silvery bright, like warmth and light traced by her fingers over the symbols. The pulse he felt that night was like a black hole, consuming everything good around it and leaving a vacuum, an empty space. He almost cried from the sheer force of the pulse radiating through him, but he braved it and found the source in his father's office. Theodore would never forget the screams he heard that night. The ministry never found out, of course. If they had, it would have meant life in Azkaban for even knowing magic as dark as that, never mind attempting it. But others, every single Nordic witch or wizard in the country, felt the pulse. It was nowhere near as concentrated or strong as Theodore had felt, but they sensed it. They knew that somewhere, the unthinkable was being attempted. Had Theodore not stepped in and opened the door to the office when he did, the unthinkable would have happened. The sheer thought of what could have been haunted Theodore, and even more than that, it scared him that some nights, he wished he hadn't stalked his father. "What on earth are you daydreaming about?" Aunt Elodie snapped him out of his thoughts. He forced his face into a scowl. She was the only one who showed up on the platform 9 3/4, her lips thinning at the sight of him, even more so when he had to latch onto her arm to apparate. "Nothing," he said, narrowing his eyes. He glanced around the manor foyer. The polished stone walls were now coated with a layer of dust. As he looked back to snap at her about maintaining the manor's cleanliness, his anger spiked, watching her draw a. Theodore watched as his aunt pulled a cigarette holder from within her coat, lighting the tip with a flick of her wand. "You're not allowed to smoke inside the manor," she said, laughing in a way that grated on him. "You make me laugh," she smirked, her lips stretching into an unusual grin. Above them, the chandelier began to swing dangerously, moving in rhythm with her display of power. "I'm not allowed?" "Says who, him?" "My father," Theo snapped angrily, feeling the urge to reach for his wand. "You're not allowed to smoke anywhere on the grounds, actually. Unless you intend to burn all of our pines down in a case of stupidity." "Your father," she hissed, her voice rising sharply as she caught his insult. All around the room, freezing winds wailed despite the windows being locked shut. "Is no longer here. I am the lady of this house, Theodore, and you better get used to that." "Don't be stupid," Theodore snarled. Outside, thunder rumbled. "This manor will never belong to you. You'll have to kill me before you even dream of becoming the lady of this house, my mother's house." "Watch your words," she screamed, swinging her cigarette holder at him. A twisted smile crossed her face when Theodore yelped in pain, cigarette ash burning his skin. In the floor above them, something in the manor crashed and shattered. "Your father is no longer here, Theodore," she cooed. "That makes me the lady of this house. So, if I were you, I'd watch my step. Is that clear?" Theodore glared at his aunt with fierce intensity. "Clear," he gritted, clutching his arm. A soothing sigil began to glow on his skin as the red burns faded away. "Crystal." "Clear." 2 weeks flew by, and the only joy in Theodore's life became the rare letters from Harry. Hedwig operated around their schedules like clockwork. Theodore could only arrive at Nott Manor in the early mornings, when Aunt Elodie was still passed out from drinking the night before. He would return to Privet Drive near midnight, when the Dursleys were all asleep. The letter from Harry read, "Theodore, what argument did you use to defend Gabinski's Flitwick method in Professor Filtwick's chance essay? I've been digging around the textbook but can't find a solid defense. I've written to Hermione, too, but she's just gone off to France with her parents, and I don't think she's answering anytime soon. In other news, how has Aunt Elodie been? I hope she's not as horrible as she was last week. Aunt Petunia is getting used to me being back, I think. At least she doesn't have to wake up an hour earlier to cook for Uncle Vernon and Dudley. The roses are doing much better. I had to give them 3 regulated doses of color supplement. Thank Merlin I had the forethought to bring some back with me, and she seems happy about that. Have you heard from Professor Snape? It's been radio silence from my side. Do you reckon he changed his mind? Right back soon, Harry." P.S. If you can, could you feed Hedwig some scraps before you send her back? Food's been scarce on my end, and I don't know if I'll have enough pellets to last her. Thanks. Almost as if she knew what her owner had written, Hedwig clucked impatiently, nibbling Theodore's ear as if to chastise him for keeping her waiting. Yes, yes, Hedwig, Theodore chuckled. We'll get you some food. He relished the quiet of dawn. Outside, the birds were chirping, and dew was dripping from the pine needles. The golden rays of the sun splashed against the castle like a trickling river. Here, he clicked his tongue, holding out a handful of nuts and assorted treats for the snowy owl, who preened happily and began to eat. Merlin, slow down, Hedwig. Don't choke. What is that fowl doing? In my house? Spinning around, Theodore grimaced. Aunt Elodie looked incredibly angry, her hair a frizzy mess and her body wrapped in an atrociously feathered robe. Between her fingers, lit and smoking, was her favorite cigarette holder. She's my friend, Theodore replied coldly. On his shoulder, Hedwig cawed fiercely, sensing the animosity directed at Theodore. I'm letting her back out tonight. What, am I not allowed to receive our mail now? Am I to be completely isolated from the outside world? Aunt Elodie seethed, smoke practically billowing from her ears. Keep that attitude up and I will follow through, she threatened, glaring at Hedwig as if she wanted to strangle the owl and wear her feathers. If I see that foul creature one more time, suddenly, every hair on Theodore's body stood on end. His senses sharpened for a moment as the magic of the manor enveloped him, like a cold draft sweeping through the building. It was alerting him someone was at the perimeter of the Nott property. This did not go unnoticed by Aunt Elodie. Who is it? She demanded, jabbing a bony finger in his direction. As much as she tried, Aunt Elodie never fully controlled the manor. Astrid Sterling's Norse magic recognized the son left behind instead of the widowed Nott's sister. This left Theodore with partial control of the property, making him the only one the magic acknowledged. Let me focus, he scowled at her, his fingers tracing the air to draw the sigil for sight. He closed his eyes, feeling the cold stone of the manor warm beneath him. A misty fog cleared before his eyes, revealing the stranger at their perimeter. Slowly, the image began to take shape. A dark-cloaked, grumpy-looking, lanky man with shoulder-length hair appeared. What are you smiling for? Aunt Elodie snapped, her teeth flashing as she stepped closer to him. Yet, nothing could diminish the grin on her nephew's face. It's him, he said with a smile, addressing the manor. Let him in, please. He's a friend, not a foe. Despite her eye twitching, Aunt Elodie could do nothing. She could not challenge Theodore's authority in the manor. Who is it, Theodore? She asked again, forcing sweetness into her voice. Someone who's going to take me far, far away from here, Theodore replied with a smile. Far, far away from you. Almost as if on cue, the front door swung open automatically. Professor Snape stood there, his arm raised as if to knock. Ah, the potions master said pleasantly, lowering his arm and acknowledging the way Elodius Nott's jaw dropped. How convenient. Automatically opening doors. Good morning, Ms. Nott. I would have sent a letter ahead of time, but I believe Mr. Averius Nott has already signed off his consent for allowing the young Mr. Nott to come under my ward for the duration of summer. Elodius spluttered wildly as she swept her atrociously feathered robe before Snape, standing between him and Theodore. You can't take him away from here. She protested furiously, her eyes darting between the professor and her nephew. I'm his guardian. You haven't acted like one, Theodore retorted, narrowing his eyes. Before Aunt Elodie could stop him, he slipped around to stand behind Professor Snape, who smiled wryly. And you don't want me here anyway, the boy crossed his arms. You'd sell me for a carrot if you could. Ah, but she can't, Snape drawled, noticing the boy's confusion. See, Theodore, your father entrusted your aunt with your care where no other options present. Themselves. Your aunt no longer has any influence over Nott Manor. She was acting as your guardian, but that is no longer the case. Aunt Elodie's eyes blazed with anger, as if she could scorch a hole through Snape with her gaze. How dare you? Understanding dawned in Theodore's eyes. So you mean, the moment your custody is transferred to me and we leave this place, your aunt will lose all magical control over the manor, Snape replied, looking down at her with disdain. Your father is not here, and you are not yet of age. The manor will reluctantly allow her to remain within its walls, but once you turn 18. Theo's eyes widened as he glanced between the pleased Professor Snape and his furious aunt. So when I said she'd have to kill me before she could ever dream of becoming the lady of this house. Snape shot him a sharp look. You are correct, he said, irritation evident in his voice. She must displace you in the line of succession for Nott Manor. However, recent developments. What is this? Aunt Elodie snatched the parchment from Snape's hand, her eyes scanning the document until she let out an angry screech. This is a trick. A lie? Her mouth twisted into a thin line as she pointed her cigarette holder at him, flicking hot ash across Snape's face. Don't you dare! A loud bang echoed through the room, and Aunt Elodie was blown backwards, her cigarette holder snapping in half on the stone floor. Outside the manor's windows, a storm raged against the glass, and the chandelier above them swung wildly in sync with Theodore's rising anger. The parchment she had been holding floated down to the floor, landing at Theodore's feet. You can burn me all you want, he glowered, his voice dangerously low. The first time, arrogance faded from Elodia's eyes, replaced by pure fear as she backed away from her nephew. But don't you dare treat Professor Snape with such disrespect, he spat. On his chest, his mother's pendant glowed a silvery bright, a testament to the strength of Theodore's magic. Over his shoulder, Hedwig cawed furiously, her sharp talons glistening under the light of the pendant, her beak snapping at the woman cowering on the ground. Theodore, that's enough, Professor Snape said quietly. Gather your things. We're leaving. For a moment, the boy didn't move, his anger cold and harsh, like a blizzard pounding down on an icy wasteland. But he listened and backed away, with Hedwig following him and giving one last snap. Not 10 minutes later, Theodore descended the stairs, levitating 2 clunking, heavy trunks, no doubt filled to the brim with his mother's old tomes of Norse magic. That was fast, Professor Snape said, raising an eyebrow and glancing at his watch. I never unpacked. Just had to shove a couple more books in there, Theo shrugged. His aunt was nowhere to be seen, retreating into a dark corner of the manor after being publicly embarrassed by a boy and an owl. Are we going to Harry's next? Yes, the potions master nodded, holding out his arm. Shall we? Theodore glanced around Nott Manor for one last time. The crystalline clinks chimed as the chandeliers swayed softly, almost as if the manor was whispering its goodbyes. The boy took the professor's arm readily. By the way, what was on that parchment? Snape shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing much, just a letter from your father stating partial ownership of Nott Manor to me until you turn 18. Do you know what this means? No. Theodore furrowed his eyebrows. It means, Snape drawled, raising his wand. Your aunt will have a practically impossible time trying to steal the property from you, Snape said, and a loud laugh filled the air as Theodore grinned widely. Sick. With a loud whoosh, the two of them disappeared, leaving Nott Manor quiet and cold once more. In what felt like retaliation for attacking the matriarch's child, every window in the building burst open, allowing a wave of frigid air to sweep through its walls. Somewhere in the manor, Elodius Nott screeched and cursed very loudly. Chapter 30, The Boys of Wrensbury Lane. Sorry for the intrusion, Severus said, though he did not feel sorry at all. As tempting as it was to reach out and close Petunia's gaping mouth for her, he was a mature adult and resisted the urge. Is Harry home? Behind him, Theodore curled his lip in distaste at the picture-perfect home of the Dursleys. Mrs. Dursley, Severus repeated bluntly, is Mr. Harris James Potter home? Or do I have to come in to search for him myself, just to ensure that you haven't starved him to death and buried him under your house? HHE's fine. Petunia snapped out of her stupor, glaring daggers at him. Despite her best efforts, her glares simply bounced off of him. Severus had faced too many people lately, and a muggle housewife was the least of his concerns. Harry? She called, rolling her eyes in annoyance when he didn't respond. He's probably out in the back garden or something. Severus gave her a pointed look and strode into her home, raising an eyebrow as he passed Dudley, whose eyes were glued to the television. He was so engrossed that he didn't even notice the two strangers in his home. How quaint, Severus commented idly as he walked through the kitchen, grimacing at the amount of oil on the pans. Honestly, Petunia, are you trying to give your husband and son an early death? Cardiovascular diseases are very real and very fatal. Once again, Petunia spluttered, at a complete loss for words. Severus was having a very enjoyable time, and it seemed Theodore was just as amused. Reaching the end of the kitchen, the potions master pressed the back door open, already spotting Harry's head of dark curls. Mr. Potter, Severus called out, his heart warming as he watched surprise, overwhelming joy, and relief cross Harry's face. A smile burst across the boy's face. I apologize for my tardiness and the lack of communication. A giant basilisk is much harder to dissect than you'd think, even with magic. If you'd like to get your belongings, we can leave very soon. Yes, Harry exclaimed, practically jumping with enthusiasm. His excitement grew even more when Theodore peeked out from the doorframe, and Hedwig cawed happily at the sight of her owner. Theo! Hedwig! Harry called as he rushed upstairs to collect his items. Severus turned to face a stunned Petunia once again. Ah, I nearly forgot, he said pleasantly, pulling Harry's report card from one of his many hidden pockets. Mr. Potter, as expected, did spectacularly once more this academic year. Let's see here, outstanding marks in all of his courses. First place in Potions and Transfiguration, second place in Charms and Herbology, and third place in History of Magic and Defense Against Dark Arts, the Potions Master reported. And fourth place in Astronomy this year, an improvement. I'm very pleased with his performance. Mr. Potter has, once again, achieved third place in his year, a very impressive position to maintain. Harry, who had caught the end of his results while coming down the stairs, beamed with pride. Ah, just in case this gets lost before your husband returns and has a chance to look at his nephew's report card. Severus paused, holding up the parchment. Perhaps I'll just stick this here. With a flick of his wand, he cast a sticking charm on the report and plastered it on the main entryway of number 4, Privet Drive, ensuring the Dursleys would see it every time they entered or exited the house. Oh, I should also mention that Mr. Potter, Mr. Nott, and their friends were all awarded special awards for services to the school, a very honorable title to receive, Severus said seriously. You should be very proud of your nephew, Mrs. Dursley. Petunia stared at Harry, as if he had two prongs sticking out of his head. She couldn't imagine ever being proud of him. Now, Mr. Potter, say goodbye to your aunt and let's get going, Severus said, already guiding Theo outside and shrinking Harry's trunks. There is much to do. Bye, Aunt Petunia, Harry said as a courtesy, glancing at his report card plastered on the wall. I'll see you next summer. Please don't overwater the roses. And please don't overprune the new basil plants I just potted. Harry! Theodore called, his voice sparkling with laughter from down the street. We'll leave without you if you don't hurry along. Ah! Harry gulped and stumbled on his way out the front door. Petunia watched her nephew dash down the street, vibrant with happiness. He didn't even look back at number 4, Privet Drive, before grabbing onto Theodore's arm. Severus watched the two with a wry smile. In a trick of the light, or perhaps in a blink, the three disappeared from the street, despite Petunia's best efforts to blink back the sun and search for them. There was no trace of them up or down the street. The roses and flowers of Privet Drive danced lightly in the wind, as if nothing was amiss at all. Harry blinked the flash of apparition away, and the familiar streets of Ivyworth materialized before his eyes. It hadn't changed at all, still bricky little roads and lanky houses pressed against each other, each a different shade of white, grey, or blue. On the black-tiled rooftops, ravens and crows called their greetings, some hopping onto the intricate, sparsely placed lampposts for a closer look at the three arrivals. Beside Harry, Theodore grinned, almost in awe of seeing the little town again. Let's go. said Theodore. I can't wait to see my room again. Theodore exclaimed impatiently. Calm down, Theodore, Professor Snape replied, rolling his eyes. They passed the town roundabout, surrounded by the bookstore, grocery, barber, and tailor. Curious old aunts peered out from the shops, recognizing the two boys from last summer. Hello, Miss Marthy. Harry greeted happily. Oh, and Mrs. Rosette, yes, Theo, you know her. She made the best strawberry cookies, remember? More time for catching up later, Snape reminded them, managing a smile at the aunts cooing at his two boys. My apologies. I have to get them home and unpacked first. Yes, I will send them over when they have time. Yes, of course. Or must I come too? Okay, fine, we will visit, I swear. Slowly, the houses became more recognizable, and soon they stood before the familiar cobalt door. Hedwig cooed happily, hopping off Harry's shoulder and onto the mailbox. The boys practically jittered with excitement as they rushed to the front door. Snape slid the key into the keyhole, and the house unlocked with a resounding click. Immediately, the boys dashed inside, Hedwig fluttering behind them to her favorite spot in the living room. Their laughter filled the house as Snape locked the door, already hearing the familiar sounds of the two boys unpacking their trunks and tossing their clothes into the closets. There was a loud thump as Theodore unloaded all of his books. Snape patted himself on the back for having thought ahead and added more shelves in their rooms. Theo, look, I got new bedsheets with little golden snitches on them. Harry announced excitedly from upstairs, jumping into the other boy's room to show off. Oh, big deal. Mine have dragons and Viking boats on them. Theodore scoffed, laughter bursting out like fireworks. The boys playfully shoved each other on their beds while Snape shook his head fondly. With a smile, he said, "Welcome home," though his words were meant for the two boys upstairs. One day at dinner, Harry asked innocently, "What's your bedsheet, Professor Snape?" Snape choked on his spaghetti and had to pat himself on the chest for a moment. Ooh, does it have little bats on them? And cauldrons with poisonous green potions? Theodore suggested with a wide grin. Beside him, Harry tried his best not to laugh, but he quickly failed. For your information, not that it is your business, it is black, Snape replied, rolling his eyes. I prefer simplicity. Boring. As expected of the great dungeon bat, Theo snorted, reaching for another helping of spaghetti. Harry, pass the sauce. No, not the creamy one, Harry, the tomato one, what's it called again, bollocks. Bolog? Bulgaria? Bolognese, Harry and Snape corrected in unison. Honestly, Theo, after a whole summer of living in a muggle town? Bulgaria? That's a country, for Merlin's sake, Harry chastised. Close enough, Theodore said, rolling his eyes. Roll your eyes any more and they will retract into your skull, Snape warned, spinning his fork into his plate of pasta. Funny, coming from you, Theodore replied, raising his eyebrows. Harry chuckled. He's got you there, Professor. Snape opened his mouth to retort but then closed it again, pinching his nose. Fine. Fair argument, he sighed, then scowled lightly. Eat your dinner. Dinner finished without further complications. As Harry helped Theodore put away the plates, Theodore wiped the table with a dishcloth and took their kitchen scraps outside to the compost. In the living room, Hedwig, now wide awake, was looking outside the windows longingly. Give it a moment before you let her out, Harry said. Harry, Snape said as he dried his hands, I have a letter I need Hedwig to deliver to the Malfoy residence, as a matter of fact. Do you two want to write something to Draco? I'll ask him what his argument for Kabinski's method is, Harry replied, perking up. Oh, and he said he would mail me the Quidditch magazine after he's done. You can get your own subscription, you know, Snape pointed out, flicking his wand to polish the counter. Satisfied, he strolled over to the living room, sighing as he sank into his regular armchair with a newspaper in hand. It's not that expensive. Eh? Harry shrugged. No harm in saving paper. Theo, do you want to write to Draco? Theo waved his hand distractedly, already curled up on the couch with a Nordic book in front of him, written in symbols that Snape could barely begin to understand. I'll just write in the margins of yours. Honestly, Theodore, do I have to teach you the etiquettes of letter writing? Snape asked, exasperated. I'm just saving paper. Theo protested. Snape stared at him over the newspaper. Tuche. Theodore, Harry, go to bed, Severus said tiredly, leaning against the bed frame of Theodore's bedroom. For Merlin's sake, you have to know that reading by a single candlelight is not good for your eyes. Harry, your eyesight is terrible enough as it is. Make Theo put down his book and go to your own room. But Theo began to protest. The book isn't going to run away from you, the potions master exclaimed, throwing his hands up in frustration. It'll be right there tomorrow. If you two want to accompany me to Diagon Alley, you will go to bed early and you will rise early. Because if I have to call you more than once, you're going to stay at home. Theodore gasped. You wouldn't. I will. Severus nodded affirmatively. So, off to bed with you two. Honestly, Harry said as he slid off Theodore's bed, feeling unhappy. Theodore sulked and crossed his arms. Good night, Theo. I'll see you, he said sadly, waving mournfully. He's not going off to war, for Merlin's sake. Severus groaned. You don't have to say that in such a miserable tone, Harry. He'll be right here tomorrow. Why does it sound like I'm separating two star-crossed lovers instead of two boys who have perfectly nice bedrooms? The two of you share a dorm for 9 months of the year, by Jesus. The potions master sighed. At this rate, he would have a head of white hair by 35. However, as he watched the two boys tuck themselves in, he couldn't help but smile. Sure, Minnie would tease him about turning grey long before she ever did, but for the two boys to have a home, it was worth it.